being nice to me. I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Baby want a facelift, trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online. It is outrageous, all the people faking beautiful, expensive lives. Don't you waste your time pretending I'm your happy ending. We both know I always was terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me. I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Say it once, say it twice. You don't mean it. You fused up, broke my trust. Yeah, you lost the right to be the object of my empathy. You wanna know what you can do. Stop being nice to me. I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me. I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy. Watch out, I'm coming fast past ya. In my lane, doing laps past ya. Got my foot on the gas past ya. Ain't no brakes, pulling fast past ya. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy. She's the light, I know where I go. You're the ice and I'm the fuego. I came alone, I take it to go.
Let me get down.
are the done. We are the champion. We are the done. We are the champion. We are the done. We are the champion. We are the done. We are the champion. We are the done. We are the champion. Make one jump and select on. Yeah, style. Yeah. I'm obsession under silent passion. I'm obsession under silent passion.
Merhabalar, ben Mr. Fallen, FUT aciliyim. Champions Tour'un Türk takımı olmak şu an hani omuzumuzdaki yükü biraz arttırıyor. Bunun için çok heyecanlıyım. Bütün Türk taraftarlarına şu an hani burada olmanın verdiği hazzı onunla yapmak için buradayız aslında. Elimizden gelen en iyisini yapacağız ama bunun için önce başarı lazım ve bunun için azim de lazım ve çalışmak lazım. Yani bilmiyorum, bakacağız. Champions'e ne olacak? Champions'a kaldığımızı öğrendiğimiz anda aslında o maçını izliyorduk. Navi EDG maçını izliyorduk alanda. İkinci maçın sonunda dediler ki artık hani otele gitmemiz gerekiyor dediler. Maçın sonunu tam göremeden eve geldik. Allah'a dua ederek böyle ama hala yolda falan videoyu açmış izliyorduk böyle kaydını, maçın kaydını izliyorduk orada. Otele geldikten sonra bir anda hani oldu. Maç bitti dediler. Bir anda baktım kapılar tıklanıyor böyle, herkes bağırıyor, çağırıyor falan. Oraya sağa koşuyor, sola koşuyor, kivi koşuyor, bağırıyor, çağırıyor falan. Herkes birbirine sarılıyor falan. Yani ben ne olduğunu anlamadım. Herkes koşuyordu. Ben de arkadan koşmaya başladım koridorda. Maçı izlemiyordum çünkü ben odamdayken yorulmuştum çok fazla. Ben de ki Champions'e kaldık falan. Yani benim en son hatırladığım o uzun otel koridorunda dümdüz koştuğum ve 2-3 gün boyunca hamladığım. Daha önce böyle hiç bu kadar sevinmemiştim, hiç bu kadar olmamıştım. Ama yani sevinmeden önce orada bir başarı yapmak lazım. Kalmak her şey değildir. Champions için hedeflerim yani aslında sene başında zaten amacımız hani olabildiğince Champions'e kalmaktı ama hani şu an buraya geldikten sonra o ilk 16 takımdan en azından ilk 8'e girmek şu an. Ama ben yani Tokyo'da yarım kalan hikayenin burada tamamlanacağına inanıyorum. Bence potansiyelimizi hala tam olarak gösteremedik. EM'de ne kadar 3. olsak da bence Tokyo'da da o gruplardan çıkmamız gerekiyordu. Umarım aynısını burada yaşamayız. Bunun için bence çok çalıştık. Champions'ta ilk 8 hatta olursa ilk 6 bile ilk 4 bile belki bizim için bir mucize olmaktan çıkacak. Çünkü çalıştığımızın karşılığını bu turnuvada alacağımıza inanıyorum. Yani Türk taraftarlarından hani beklediğim tek şey destek. Zamanında VAL finallerinde nasıl yapılan Watch Party'ye 5-6 kişi gelip o saatte bizi desteklediyse, aynı şekilde EMEA Ligi'nde yapılan Watch Party'de gecenin bir saatinde Tokyo için yapılan maçlarda sabahın köründe gelen insanlar oldukça biz yıkılmayacağız. Champions'da bunun devamına getireceğimiz emin olabilirsiniz. Bundan da ben de eminim, takım da emin, kendimize güveniyoruz. Champions'a görüşmek üzere.
So tell me why it can't be like this. I just wanna know what I'm gonna miss. So tell me why you don't feel like this. Where did you go? There's no time for this. So tell me why. Yeah. Let's go. Let's see who swims best. I went rogue, severed my life fast. You and I are one and the same. So why am I caught under waves? Drifting out, I wanted to be saved. So why do you have a show just the same? Let's go. Let's see who swims best.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
It's like I'm calling nothing. Scream to the void and it gives me a tone. A silent voice coming out of the speaker. Just stay awake, it won't take long. It's like I'm calling nothing. Scream to the void and it gives me a tone. A silent voice coming out of the speaker. Just stay awake.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 teams are fighting to move on to the next stage of the competition, including the reigning world champions. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 7 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live from the Shrine Expo Hall in Los Angeles, California. I am your host, Young-Soo, and joining me on the desk today, it is Mimi and Valen. Guys, welcome back. I am so excited for today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We're coming towards the end of the group stage, and we have some really incredible elimination matches to get those last few playoff spots locked in, Valen.
I'm so excited to see Navi versus Loud play. That's going to be my special one, but also FUT versus T1 in the rematch is going to be such a banger. I'm so excited to see how things pan out, and it should be an electrifying day today.
Yeah, the stakes are just so high. You either go to playoffs or you go home. So
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see where we go. But before that, I don't know about you guys, but I follow all of the pros on social media. Every
Oh,
single
all of
one
them?
of them. Even you.
Even me?
Yes,
Even
I follow
him,
you.
that's
Yeah,
impressive.
even
How about my
you.
teammates?
All of them.
Can
and
you
your
name
coach.
them?
And all your coaches. Well, I can
What's his
actually.
coach's name?
I'm
But
gonna check.
before we do that, let's play a game here of pro or fake. Honestly, I've been noticing that some of the celebration tweets post-match has been a little bit bland, a little bit generic. All of the, 2-0, GG go next
well
kind of thing.
played, yeah.
So I want to see if you guys can spot which tweet is actually the real tweet of a post-match even celebration, or which one is being fabricated. You should be good at this. You're an
I
actual
think
pro.
I got this.
You know,
yeah.
even though we're bad
I know
at
how
the
they-
game, we'll come back stronger. T1
Yeah.
fighting. All good.
But let's start with the first one. This is going to be from Captain from FUT. Which one of these tweets, actually it's not from Captain, it is from Artist. Which one of these tweets do you think it's a real tweet from Artist?
Oh,
and
wow.
which one is the fake? Since you're the pro, Valen, I'll let you have a go first.
They're both spicy. Which one is fake?
Yeah,
I gotta say, next game, the top one is fake.
The top
because
one's
he
gotta
didn't
be
include
fake.
his 2-0. If you win 2-0, you have to
You
include
need,
that.
how will people know that you didn't lose a map? How will you know you beat Zeta Division? There's no way of knowing. You have to provide that information.
Yeah.
Also, I know for a fact Artist is the type of guy to forget the name of a player he's playing against. I think he couldn't even remember Billy's, not just their duelist name, but also the team's name at one point. Gotta be the second one.
Okay, you're both agreeing with this, so let's see the answer. Which one is real? Which one is fake? You guys are home and also here in the Shrine play along as well. You were both right.
Let's
Wow.
go. I knew it. He had to include the 2-0 or else it would have been.
Yeah,
of course.
The deduction was beautiful. I really like that. But let's have another one and see if you guys can agree on this one as well. Same rules. One is a real tweet from a pro after their win, and one is a fake one. Let's see what we're gonna get for this. It is from. I think this is the one from Captain.
What are these pictures?
Yeah. So which picture do you think is correct?
Okay, so let's break this down for a second. First of all, I see some insane consumption. Is that KFC? And like
That's a lot.
someone riding on someone's back, and then the other one is a green gorilla. It's translated from Turkish though. I don't
Yep.
think that helps
Nope.
at all. Okay, I have no idea. Shrine, will you cheer if the gorilla picture is the real one?
Oh,
There's like
okay,
one
no.
guy who believes.
They
So
definitely
it's
think
gotta
it's
be the
other
second one, right?
Yeah. What do you think, Valen?
You know what? I'm going to say that the gorilla is the real one. I'm going to go
Oh,
against
There's no way.
A split decision.
I don't know where he
between
even
the
would have found
desks.
that.
Okay, let's see. Let's reveal it. Which one is the pro tweet? Oh, you were
Dang.
wrong, Mimi. You need to. You're the pro. I feel like you need to.
Yeah, I'm a pro guesser.
Yeah.
Do more tweets.
I was hoping that
It's not even called Twitter anymore.
Yeah,
I
you're a
guess.
pro Xer, I guess. There you go. Well, let's have one last one. We'll see if you guys are going to be right. You're tied right now. No, that's a lie. You're winning, Mimi.
Yeah,
I'm going to
2-0.
give you that.
It's over.
Yeah, it is actually
2-0
over.
victory versus at Valen. He'll come back stronger. GG, well played.
Well, this is for Fatinho. This one is kind of hard. Either he's saying that the rematch against EDG, we'll see if the garbage team is them or us, or the 2-0 versus crew.
Spanish
What do you
community,
guys
I'll
think?
make
What
you
do you guys
proud.
think?
The top one is real.
The top one is real?
Because I remember in his post-game interview, he was saying, he said the exact same thing. that he
Would
said
you
right
tweet
there.
something like that?
But
The
also,
first one? Probably.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the thing is
Okay.
also, if he said it in his interview, is he going to repeat the same content on Twitter again? Or is this production seeing the interview and making this?
She's too smart.
That
She
makes
is
me think
way
it's the
too
second
smart.
one. You also have to appeal to the fans. Spanish community, I will make you proud. If I'm a part of the Spanish community, I'm like, oh my God, he's going to make us
But the
proud.
thing is,
And I'm so happy.
Would you 2-0 crew and then say that to the Spanish community though? Because that is a big derby.
I mean, there's a difference between
Yeah,
the like the
yeah.
LATAM community and the Spanish
I know,
community.
but it is a bit of a rivalry. Okay, we're gonna
suppose.
see who is right here. Let's see if he was trash talking or if he was making the Spanish community proud.
They're not proud,
There
and I'm
you
not proud of
go. He
myself.
was spitting bars. You were right. You were right.
So we're tied.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how the game works, but nice try. 2-1 versus at the
You guys
guard.
can juke it out on Twitter. I want to see you
We'll
two
make our
going
own
back
and
and
see.
forth. Yeah, yeah. Well, all through the event, make sure you guys use the hashtag VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can feature your tweets on the broadcast as well. And be sure to take part in today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know who is the best follow on social media out of these three people. Boaster, Chet, I mean, it's Chet or Kong Kong.
gotta go with
Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we will have the results later on in the show. I'm voting for Chet. It has to be Chet.
It has
I
to be
agree.
Chet.
Yeah.
I mean, just his complaints on Twitter are always immensely funny to me.
It's iconic.
We always
I
roast
love
each
it.
other. Have you seen me and Chet roast each other?
Yes, I have.
Those
I
are
have.
great too.
No one sleeps like him or starts any drama like him. He's an icon of of Twitter.
He's too legendary, in my opinion. So I might skew the votes a little bit because I'm definitely voting for Chet. But let's take a look at our current champions bracket. We are getting very, very close towards the end now of the group stage. Of course, as you guys can see, the two massive matches to determine who's going to be joining the other four teams in the top 8 as well. Na'Vi versus Loud, and then FUT versus T1. You two, I honestly cannot tell. I feel like this is going to come right down to the wire, Mimi.
It absolutely will. I think this Na'Vi Loud game especially, it feels like we should have gotten this match so much in history, but we really haven't. This is going to be maybe the start of a new exciting matchup to form. Both these teams, I think, are finally getting into the form they need to make it to playoffs, but it's now at the point where there's no more second chances.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to see the two storylines of Sadhak versus Angel on the IGLing and Aspas versus CNET on the duelist role. We haven't seen that ever, so you know we're in for a treat today.
Oh, I'm so excited. I am so excited, but we are going to take a quick break here. We'll get to know our players a little bit better with a game of Who's That and dive into today's opening matchup right after this. We'll see you in a bit. All right, the fun is just getting started. Before we get into our first match, we're going to play a quick game to see how well you two know our players in this tournament in a game called Who's That? So I'm going to show you guys a board of players, and I'm going to give you a couple of clues. If you're able to get who I'm talking about after the first clue, you'll get 2 points, the maximum number of points. If you need a second clue, you're only going to get 1 point here. So it's going to be, I'm going to see how well you know them and how quickly you can get it.
This sounds not derivative of it all, not based on any board game that could be trademarked whatsoever, and very original. So I'm
I
excited
made it
to
up.
play it.
It's purely me. It's all me.
Okay, I'm
I made
impressed
this
by
up. I
that.
should copyright this actually.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the group of players you have to be guessing from. The person that I'm going to give you a hint for is in this lineup. Okay. They are in this lineup, so everybody at home and here in the shrine play along as well. Let's take a look at your first hint, your first clue. Now listen closely. This player played on teams such as Dreamland, Sedated, and T1 Academy before joining his current roster. Who do you think it is? Mimi, I'll start with you.
I'm trying to look at this list of players again. T1 Academy, so it has to be a North American player.
If I have the answer, can I say it now?
Yeah, if you go
Wait,
for it.
it's Jojimo, right?
Oh,
I won,
wow.
right? That's 2 points.
Yeah, he got it straight away. It is Jojimo indeed.
I got
2
you,
points.
John. I know your history.
Mimi, I'll give you 1 point there because you also knew Valen just got there before you did.
I mean, it was kind of a 50-50. It's
wow,
either him or
you didn't
Calm.
even need the second clue. The second clue was
Dude,
actually...
I forgot Job played on T1 Academy.
Yeah,
that was a
yeah, yeah.
crazy
That's what
era.
gave it away.
The second clue is he played Omen, Astra, and Raze in this tournament. So I'm pretty sure you would have got that.
Yeah,
based
would have
on those
narrowed it
clues.
down.
Okay, well, that was an easy one to start with. Let's go into the second one. We'll bring the board up again so you guys can familiarize yourself. And this clue is this player's most played agent ever of all time is Sova, and he has played it 128 times.
Okay, we got a couple
There's a
Sova mains on
few
here.
Sova
Could be a
mains on
Leo,
here.
could be a Calm.
There is a few Sova mains. Okay,
I gotta go with Calm.
You got it again? Who do you think?
I think Calm.
You think Calm?
That
Alright.
boy's been playing Sova for forever.
Do you get more points if you don't wait for the next clue?
Yes.
Do I get less points if I guess and I'm wrong?
No, depends. If you get it right, you get more points.
I'm guessing Leo.
It is incorrect. You are both incorrect.
Okay.
So I'm
Wait.
about to give you the second clue, and you're definitely
Another
gonna get
clue?
it based on that. This player made his international debut with Gambit in 2021
Really?
and won Masters Berlin.
Wait, Chronicle's most played agent is Sova.
It is indeed.
It is Chronicle, right?
It is Chronicle.
It is Chronicle.
Okay, you can both receive a point there. I really wanted to throw you off with this one because I felt like nobody was ever going to say Chronicle based on the
Yeah,
fact.
it feels like it should be Breach, right?
Yeah, it's not. It's actually
Like he's played
Sova.
so much Breach throughout his career. I guess he did more so back when he was playing for Gambit.
But
That's
this is-
interesting though.
I mean, that's how flexible he is.
Yeah,
like, you guys
yeah.
didn't even
I mean, this guy
realize
plays
it.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one last one and see how you guys do here. Valen, you're still in the lead here, so you have a chance to take this home. We'll bring the board up one more time to familiarize yourself. You know now it's not Chronicle or Jojimo.
Unless it
First
is.
clue is he has 39% headshot percentage so far in this tournament. So man's been shooting heads.
Headshot percentage is famously the stat I always pay the most attention to.
It's the
so I should
second
really
most
know this.
important one after cast. Yeah, there you
Ah,
go. Yeah.
I honestly have no clue, man. I feel like it could be
It could
any
be
of
anyone.
these players.
They're all so
Well,
talented.
You
Take
would,
a punt.
I'm gonna have to say Forsaken.
Ooh, good shout, good shout.
okay. I feel like it's like some random player that you wouldn't expect. Like, what if it's just like Rhyme? He's been playing well this
Yeah,
tournament.
that's your guess?
He's had some crazy clutches. It's not Rhyme, but
Unfortunately, you're both wrong, but you do have a second clue, okay? Let's see if you can get this one. This guy has not one, not two, but 3 numbers in his in-game name.
Devi.
Devi.
I'll give Mimi that for speed, purely for speed. You
What?
guys you've tied again in another game. What's
No.
going on?
We didn't tie
We
the
need a
first
third game. We need a third game.
That's not
wait,
how that works.
Did you not tie in
No, I won the first game.
Did she?
It was me.
Did she?
It was me.
Yeah?
Trust me.
Okay.
Source, trust me.
I trust you, but it was Devi indeed. It turns out that you guys actually know loads about our players, so well done. Yeah, good job.
I think I guessed who it was.
Devi.
Yeah.
There you go. You did guess it. Well, let's move on to our elimination match of the day now. It is Na'Vi versus Loud. And of course, like as you said, Mimi, before, these two teams have never faced each other. This is going to be the first time we see these two teams go head to head.
Yeah, it's so strange just to think that they've never played each other, because these are two teams that have, I think, particularly last year in 2022, been two of the absolute top squads, both of them picking up a tournament win in their former cores back then. And this year have both been performing really well, but have been on this kind of downward trajectory throughout 22 that both of them are trying to get out of here at Champions.
Yeah, I want to see what both of them think about this matchup as well. So let's send it over to Doug, who is standing by with Loud's Les.
Hey, Les, very quick question for you here. You guys innovated Harbor Viper comps. You were the first to do it. You seemed so dominant on it, and then you moved away from it. but now you're back on it. Can you give me a little bit of insight into the decision-making process regarding that comp in particular?
Trocou de composição, essa composição a gente sempre teve muita confiança, porque a gente sempre teve muita dominância nela, né? A gente dominou o VST Américas com ela, então a gente tem muita confiança nela. Tutu é ótimo Harbor e Cauê é uma ótima Sky nesse mapa.
Overall, we have like a lot of confidence in this comp. We have like some very good results. Even back in VCT, we have a very big dominance in that. And Kawan and Two Ways, they perform very well with that.
Best of luck to you today.
It's not just the Viper Harbor that is back. I feel like Loud as a team, Valen, they got the win. Finally, they're on the board. Do you feel like, though, this means that the champions of last year is back, them in top form again?
I think so, especially when I saw how well they were playing together off this comp. Also, when you kind of get things flowing, all it takes really is that one spark to kind of bring your team back together and have like the confidence together to win this whole thing. Because I've been there as a player before where I had that one huge win and it just sparked like a whole new level of energy within the team, and it really makes you believe that you can be back. But not only the energy and the confidence, but even in their play, they're peaking together. The Harbor Viper comp, they're flooding out perfectly, using the comp to its full potential. So I think with that, I can confidently say that they're back.
Yeah, in this match where they were playing the Harbor Viper, their retakes in particular were in peak form, always using either that Harbor Wall or Viper Wall to get out and then flooding together. The synergy that I feel like was lacking for so much of these last two events. Remember, it was a 3-match loss streak since they won VCT Americas. This is only the first win they've picked up since, which is really unthinkable for a team the caliber of Loud. But we're again seeing those things that defined Loud, the great synergy, leading the way in compositions and playing things that really work into their style. And I think absolutely that's going to be something to reinstill their confidence and maybe make them a contender yet again in people's minds for this tournament.
Yeah, it's such a great timing for them as well. But the good news for them is, of course, they faced one EMEA team already with the Viper Harbor comp. It was really, really successful. And for Na'Vi, they have never beaten the Viper Harbor comp internationally. It's always gone to OT and they've always lost. And there's a reason for this, Mimi, because in EMEA, teams just don't play this comp. Na'Vi, they don't have the opportunity to practice against this.
I think for Loud, this is a really good stylistic matchup. We saw them absolutely dominate versus Team Liquid did this composition already. I think it's just such an impressive style that if you haven't scrimmed against it, I feel like it's really difficult to adapt if you're seeing it for the first time or second time, really.
Yeah, when you don't scrim against a competition versus a composition and you go into it live in a match for the first time, it is very hard because you're seeing things that you haven't seen in practice. The team is pulling out little gimmicks and little set plays that you're really not used to. And it's one thing to try to mimic it in practice and maybe have like a practice squad try to help you against the comp because no one's running it, right? But even then, when you have such a good team like Loud, for example, playing this composition, you're going to face things that you've never seen before. So with that said, it's very hard for Na'Vi to adapt to this, and I wonder what kind of their practice looked like going into this matchup, knowing that Loud is back on this composition.
Yeah, Angel's has his work cut out for him today, I feel like. We
sure.
heard from Les already with Doug, but I want to hear more about how he felt with a win over Team Liquid and today's matchup against Na'Vi, so check this out.
Com certeza fiquei surpreso, né? Porque a Liquid é um time muito bom, é um time que ficou em top 1 do VST EMEA, mas a gente veio muito bem preparado, a gente queria muito essa vitória, né? Então acredito que a gente queria isso, não esperava isso, mas a gente queria isso. A gente tentou pensar, olha, como é o nosso último jogo, nosso ano foi muito bom, a gente tentou tirar a pressão, se a gente perdesse estava tudo bem, a gente ia para casa, o nosso ano já foi bom, se a gente ganhasse, maravilhoso, nosso ano ia continuar. A Raven deles, eu acho que eles não eram dos melhores mapas deles, muito por isso que a gente fez o pique. Eu acredito que a principal diferença é só que a gente conseguiu ter uma boa leitura e veio muito confiante, consertando os erros do jogo contra a DRX.
Peek out from Sada, nothing found. Liquid have not gotten backside yet. They're trying to stay forward. Sada gets two. That's the spike. It's another disaster for Liquid. Everything's falling to pieces.
É um time muito bom, é um time de grande respeito, sabe? Então, é um time que tem individuais muito bons. O Suigetsu é um ótimo sentinela, o Andy One é um IGL diferenciado também, que tem ideias muito novas. O Shao, pô, não tem nem o que falar do Shao, sabe? É um grande jogador, foi provavelmente o destaque junto com o Suigetsu na Dinamarca. Então são jogadores com individuais muito fortes e que mesmo que não estejam na melhor fase deles, eles são muito bons, a gente tem que tomar muito cuidado. Mas a gente tá em eterno aprendizado, a gente não pode se considerar o melhor time, então tenham paciência com a gente tá sempre aprendendo.
Some very respectful words there coming from Les, who is widely regarded to be the best in his role. And Valen, he's going to be going up against the guy who's widely regarded as the second best in his role. Les versus Sogetsu is going to be great.
Yeah, no, this is a special treat matchup because they're both so well in their role and they have such unique play styles that you really can't replicate as other players. I would say Les is much more aggressive and he takes his aggressive timings, tries to bring the fight to the other team right away. And Sogetsu, he loves his Cypher, right? He's playing ratty, taking his frags, and they're both just so mechanically talented. When you watch them, you're like, how are they pulling this off? Especially on a support role like the Sentinel, they make it look like they're the star of the show.
Yeah, I think what defines Les is really his lurks when they play on this attacking side, the little gaps that he finds and how he manages to exploit that, and also helps it out, call the team around it. He's talked a lot about picking up the secondary IGLing role, and when I talk about Sugetsu, all I can think is just about his clutches in these late round situations that you're talking about. He's not going to be as aggressive as Les, but when he's last alive, when he's put in those positions, I feel like he wins them really more than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything scarier than a Sugetsu and Shao duo when they're the last two players alive. The round is never lost. But I do want to talk about Na'Vi here because you both said that you believe with Loud's win against Liquid, they're back. But for me, I feel like Mimi, if Na'Vi win today, then that's their chance to prove that they're also back.
I agree, and I already think that they are not fully back, but they are backer. Something like that.
They're backing.
Yeah.
They're on their way to come back.
Sure. Na'Vi made
Yes.
some improvements heading into this event, I felt. And I actually felt like the DRX game, we saw some good stuff from them, right? In particular, I think there was some really good calling on the defensive side. They dealt with the, with the Yoru comp from DRX pretty well. But again, it was this close overtime loss that slipped away. And it's kind of continuing this trend for Na'Vi, where they've only beaten their countrymen. They've only beaten EMEA teams since lock-in. It has been this big struggle internationally for Na'Vi, where people have been really waiting to see when will this team fully be back to a form where they're contending for championships.
Yeah, and I think when you go through problems like losing to non-EMEA team, or sorry, only beating EMEA teams, losing to non-EMEA, it kind of shows a lack of, to me, a lack of kind of discipline when you're playing against other teams. You kind of stoop down to their level because Na'Vi is known as a team that is very good in their fundamentals. You know, you have an IGL like Angel, but why is it when you play teams that maybe have a more loose style, they kind of play down to that level? I'm not really sure. So hopefully if they can figure that out, I'll consider that they're back.
Yeah, I feel like today is the day they're going to prove it. But there's not all bad things because Valen, I know you got a telestrator prepared because Na'Vi, they do bring some extremely great stuff, executes and so on that we need to be looking out for today.
Yeah, I would love to show the telestrator. It was from the game versus Liquid here, round 17. First, I want to talk about Sogetsu. He has no utility left here, and that's because he threw his Viper Orb and he threw a Molly for Octi. So he's setting his team up. He's trying to make the round look the same. That's why he's throwing his orb towards U-Haul. He's trying to cut off the line on short. So the other team has no idea what's happening while they set up this explosive play towards Hookah. So what happens here is they have the double duelist comp, and they're being pretty innovative with this Hookah pop here. They have the Sky and the Brimstone taking long, while the double dive come out. We see the satchels come out, the raise nade, and the stun. If anyone's playing on site, they are dead. But that's only step one complete for Na'Vi. So right now they understand they have the bomb down, and this is a huge swing round for both teams. Economy's low, alts are high for both teams, and they know they need more map control. So what's gonna happen is Shao rips his Skyle, and they're gonna fight for elbow control. But Liquid is also a great team, and they know that this is gonna happen, so they trailblaze back into elbow. And you would think they have a trailblazer and a raise ult, but no, a little rose ult happens. Zip in with 2 key frags, takes back elbow control. So it's just showing the proactiveness from both teams, right? They go into the bomb site, they get it for free, but the job is not done there. They still have more to take, and it shows that they're just thinking ahead. And this is credit, I think, to the whole team, but also Angel probably calling in this mid-round situation. And right here, the round is done, and they're going into save mode. So great round from Na'Vi, kind of showing the fast pace.
And it also shows, I think, that Na'Vi have those good early ideas. They can run these more preset executes, lean into a little bit more structure at times, but they're still a squad that in these late rounds, when things go wrong, they have the individuals like Zipan in that round towards Elbow that'll step up and find the right time to take a risk, to make a play. And I think Na'Vi have found a better job of finding that balance thus far at Champs.
Yeah, the thing is, they did that against Liquid. Can they do that against Loud? That is the question. Of course, Loud, they are the reigning champions, but there is another world champion here in this matchup, and his name is CNED. He's standing by with Doug.
Hey, CNED, very quick question before you go in. When Loud was asked how they would deal with Na'Vi and how they would deal with you specifically, they said, we're not worried about it. We have Aspas. What do you have to say to that?
We have Angel.
Best of luck.
We have who?
We have Angel, fair play, fair play. But I gotta mention this though, CNED versus Aspas, we're kind of getting into a rhythm of seeing the OG Turkish Jet, the one that won the first World Champions Mimi, going up against the Jet that everybody thought was the best last year.
Both these players defined an era. I think no one can really debate that CNED was the best duelist player of 2021. And I think Aspas proved himself in 2022. You also have Ye in that discussion, of course, but this guy won champions. It's 2 world champions facing off. But for both of them, it's now this question in 2023, in a new era, what are you as a player? The game has changed. The way you have to play as a Jet player has shifted a lot since both these guys had their peak. And I think for both teams, they're trying to recapture that.
Yeah, and I think something that's big for both of these duelists is can they flex onto other roles besides Jet? Because, like you said, now the game is a lot different. You're seeing a lot of these star Jet players picking up the Neon, picking up the Rays. Sometimes we see Yoru out of CNED. So it really shows the flexibility, which I also think is a high trait, like a very good trait for a duelist like this, because it just shows that you can play multiple agents. It helps out your IGL when you can play other agents. You don't have any crutches. But yeah, it's hard to point out the differences because they're just both such flashy star duelist players, you know? They're both so great for their team, and really it comes down to just who's 1% better today.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, who's going to take it.
But to your question of flexibility, I think both these guys have shown the ability to play a lot of different roles, but I think it also has been a weakness at times. For Loud in particular, when they were on this 3-game loss streak from Tokyo into the early stages of Champs, one of the big things was they weren't having Aspas play Jet. They were flexing away from Harbor Viper. They were trying to adapt, but it wasn't working. Sometimes there is just a style that fits your players, fits your team best, and I do like it more when Aspas is playing the Jet or sometimes the Rays versus this Neon comp that Loud has been playing on quite a few maps that I don't feel has fit them super well. Whereas on the other hand for Na'Vi, I think they've always been defined by their flexibility, and CNED I think has actually done a really good job of being that more flexible player, especially on the roles like the Sage, sometimes the Yoru, whatever it may be.
And the Omen. Let's not forget the Omen as well. Honestly, for me, I agree with both of you, but I'm selfish and I want to see Aspas Jet versus CNED Jet. We've never had it before, and if I don't get that today, I'm going to be really, really sad about it. But it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you guys at home, who's the best follow on social media? And Chet didn't win.
in last place?
What?
Who's Chet again?
That's preposterous.
Who's that guy? I only know Boaster. That's the guy who like, has the funny walkouts, right?
No, I mean, compared to Chet, his social media game is not even close, in my opinion.
Those are the spicy takes. Chet has the spicy takes. Boaster's like the upbeat, like happy, like, oh, look at that post. We love that. You know what I mean? There's the differences there.
He's a happy guy.
Happy
Chet,
guy.
not that happy on Twitter.
Chet's gonna change his Twitter now, I feel like.
I could never see that. I'll pay you $100 if he becomes wholesome and happy.
I'm gonna pay him $50 just so I can take the, I'm gonna pay.
That voids the agreement.
Hey, we shook on it, but I'm gonna give you guys an even more difficult task than it is to vote between Boaster Chet and Kankan, and that is who is going through today. Do you think Loud are gonna make another run? Players or Na'Vi, they're gonna come back? Where are we going?
I gotta go with Loud 2-1. I think it's gonna be a close game, but with players like Les and Aspas, I think they're gonna be able to take them over the edge, especially with the experience, man. Like, it's such a treat, and I'm gonna have to go with Loud.
A lot of this is gonna come down to the map pool, but for me, I think it also is Loud favorite in this one. The form that they showed versus Team Liquid was excellent. Some of their key players were hitting their stride, and I just haven't seen that yet from Na'Vi. But also, if there was ever a match to do it, they're so good in these lower bracket, high pressure situations at international events. So I do think it'll be a very close game.
Okay, well then very quickly, give me some EMEA hope with T1 versus FUT. What are we feeling for that one?
I think FUT should be favored to win that. They looked great in their first match versus T1, and T1 looked better in the lower bracket, but I still lean FUT there.
I have to agree. Although I love my boys on T1, I got to go with FUT. They look like the better team when they played last time. And going into the rematch, I think we're going to see the same thing.
Oh, you guys, you're giving me hope. You're giving me hope. But we got to get through the first matchup first. And also, of course, like I said, it is a very, very important day because you're either going through or you are going home. There is no in between when it comes to the stakes we have set up for today. And like I said, 4 teams will be going through. They're going to be trying to make their breakout here. It is Na'Vi versus Loud, FUT versus T1. It's do or die, and time to kick off day 7 of VALORANT Champions.
T1'la ilk karşılaşmamızda maç tamamen beklediğimiz gibi geçti. Oyun tarzlarını anladık takım olarak. Daha hırslı geleceğiz ve daha sinirli geleceğiz kesinlikle.
I definitely have like a huge problem with confidence issues. Back in like NA, I never had this kind of confidence issue, to be honest. I definitely did struggle in the beginning of the season, but I know it's slowly building up. Part of the thing that helps me is like my teammates encourage me a lot. Even though I make mistakes, they do help me to build my confidence.
T1 heading back to that this side of match. They put their best foot forward. Now it's on to the lower bracket.
Onlardan yani daha iyi olmak zorundayım. O yüzden daha iyi olacağım diye full antrenman atmaya devam ediyorum.
저희가 이번에 진짜 이 그룹조에서 나가서 플레이오프로 진출할 때 다른 모습이 된 T1을 보여드릴게요.
T1'ın bence hiç şansı olmayacak bize karşı.
When we're gonna face Loud, it's gonna be very exciting. It's gonna be fun playing against the recent championship winners.
Sinceramente, estou muito ansioso para esse jogo. A gente nunca enfrentou eles. A gente acabou caindo na Dinamarca muito rápido e eles foram campeões.
It was a dream for me to play on stage and win a tournament, and last year I managed to do it. As a person, I think I've grown a lot, having to understand how it is to be a professional player, what responsibilities you have, all the fans seeing up to you.
Eu sei que a galera tem muita expectativa sobre a gente, eu sei que a galera quer muito o Brasil ganhador mundial.
Loud, finally some promise here. One more series to make it to playoffs. One more game against Na'Vi.
Tenham paciência com a gente tá sempre aprendendo e a gente também quer levantar o troféu com vocês.
With tournament life on the line. Na'Vi don't look lost.
We like to be remembered for being the underdogs that everyone doubted that won champions.
So for the remaining matches, both today and tomorrow, the seeding changes just a little bit. So a team coming from upper or winners is actually going to be the higher seed regardless of prior seeds. So in this match, there's going to be Na'Vi. So you'll get to choose Team A or Team B.
Team A.
Team A. So Na'Vi will be Team A, Loud, you will be Team B. So we'll start with your first band.
Haven.
Haven. Your band?
We ban Fracture.
Fracture. And map number 1 from Na'Vi.
Pearl.
Side on Pearl.
Attack.
Attack. Map number 2.
We'll do Ascent.
Ascent. Side on Ascent.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bands starting with Na'Vi, you have Bind, Lotus, and Split.
Yeah, Lotus.
Ban Lotus. You have Bind and Split.
We ban Split.
They ban Split, so map number 3 will be Bind, Na'Vi side on Bind.
I think Ivor is fine.
Right.
Oh, defense.
Defense? Okay, we'll run through this, make sure we're all set. Okay, so let's run through this. I appreciate that. So for first set of bans, we have Na'Vi with Haven, Loud with Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl with Loud on attack. Map number 2 is Ascent with Na'Vi on defense. Next set of bans are Lotus and Split. Map 3 Decider is Bind with Na'Vi on defense. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, guys. Well, guys, have fun.
Yeah, have fun.
Just one best of 3 is standing in the way of playoffs, but there could only be one. For the other, between Loud and Na'Vi, it's going to be absolute heartbreaks by the end of today. Mimi, I feel like this could be one of the most important games in all of these players' lives.
It absolutely could. Both these teams have lifted trophies on a global stage before. For Loud, they're the reigning champions. They have the pressure of the Brazilian fans behind them, and they've been struggling. It was a 3-match loss streak up until this lower bracket, but they looked renewed in their game versus Liquid, and the question for them is whether they can carry that through the rest of the tournament, or a Na'Vi, who's also struggled this year, will find the right moment to peak as well.
Yeah, and all that also starts with a map, Vetoes 2, Pearl, Ascent, Bind. Valorant, I'm not surprised with the picks, but I am a little bit surprised with which
teams picked them? No, me too.
Yeah,
I mean, you saw Na'Vi pick Pearl and Loud pick Ascent. You would definitely expect that to be flipped.
Yes.
But I'm very excited to see Bind as a 3rd map. Personally, I'm hoping it goes all 3. We're in for an absolute banger on all 3 maps. And usually I would kind of comment on the pressure for both teams here, but they're both international winners. So I don't think either teams will be struggling with, you know, feeling too much pressure or nervousness. I think they're both dialed in, ready to take on each other. And wow, starting off with Pearl, Loud picked attack, so they're kind of going for the route of setting the pace early. They want to make sure that everything is in their control at the start of this BO3. And man, I'm so excited to see. I want to get in the match as soon as possible.
Yeah, me as well here. And for map number 1, I think the big question is, what is Loud's identity now? Could they define Harbor Viper? This was the first map that it was good on, that everyone played it. They were always excellent at Pearl, and they've lost a few games recently. People started to figure them out a little bit, but it's now been quite a while since we've seen them on this map, and pretty much everyone else since the Pearl changes have started to move away from Harbor Viper. And so the question is, does Loud stick to the meta they defined, or will they continue to try and find something new?
Yeah, and the new thing I think is Double Initiator. A lot of Sova.
Which Na'Vi plays.
Right, and Na'Vi plays that comp, and at least for my team, we took Na'Vi's comp all the way at the beginning when Pearl first came out. So it's exciting to see them kind of go back to their original roots. They probably have a lot of pocket strats ready, and let's get right into it.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they seem to be ahead of the meta almost with their comp here. We are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select very soon and find out, Mimi, if both teams are going to stick to the last comps they play. Whoa, as you can see, Loud, they've moved away from the Harbor
here as
Viper.
well. This is another shock for Loud. They gave us a surprising comp on Ascent just the other day, but now they're cooking something new up. I think the strengths of this composition on both sides of the map are going to be extremity control. You have a breach stun, you have a breach flash that you can combine with your Fade Haunt as well, and it also gives you more powerful retakes. But this is a very different approach than what most other teams are doing. No one really plays breach on this map, Valen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with B-long control here, just using the Fade. Also the breach to help, but oftentimes teams are using like KO or Sova drones to help take B-long, or if they don't have either of those, they rely on the Harbor Cascade to gain that control. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Loud kind of control that B-long area, how they pivot off of that control, what kind of reads they're going to be making off that. And Sadhawk has been playing a lot of breach on the other maps, so this seems like a comfort pick for him, and so they had to be practicing this for a while at least.
This is also Tui switching over to Astra as the solo controller. That's a lot easier to do now with the B-long changes here, and yeah, Loud pretty quiet as of late, looking to get that energy back in the mix for them. But this agent, it's a lot easier to anchor now when you're playing on that Astra, and it will always be strong when you're playing into the retakes. You can be using the sucks on the Astra, the stun as well. Really, my biggest question is what has Loud cooked up? Is trying to find a new identity the right call, or if they overcooked things in their elimination match?
Well, the stage is set, the players are ready, and all that's left to do is send it over to your casters for this one. Give a warm welcome to Doug and Balla.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Balla, I mean, this matchup has so much potential. You think about it on paper, you think about the run that they've had getting up until this point, it could be really good.
Absolutely. I mean, this is so many champions in this one. This is the conclusion of Group D. And we're not getting the Pearl that we thought we were from Loud. This composition is such a shift, and they've instantly taken Street.
Seems like they're going to split that way. The Haunt's already been cleared, and they're just really aggressive up Link. Aspas has already gotten the first kill. Zipan's got a lot to deal with. CNET tucked, able to get two in an excellent response.
Loud not caring at all about the util that Na'Vi hit him with. The dart getting down B long, and that knife suppressing everything. So no stars, no smokes. And unfortunately for them, no more players either. 2v3 is going to be tough to get back in when the spike's on site.
Les is playing pretty far back. They've got the spike surrounded. Tui's is going to have to make a move, or maybe just buy some time for Les to reposition.
Yeah, but he can't get caught when the smoke falls.
Yeah, because then the play's essentially over. A delicate dance for the controller for Loud. Has to stay alive, has to draw attention, and do so without losing his life in the process.
30 seconds left.
Les now has arrived. 30 seconds left. The first swing is going to be a little bit of a tag, but not much more. Les falls to, he's left by himself. A 1v3 will not convert as the pistol goes to Na'Vi.
All that waiting for the flank, just for it to get ripped apart by Sugetsu. And we get our first instance of CNET against the Brazilians. The 2021 champion versus the 2022 champions as well. He just ripped them to shreds there. And I think this is what I really like about Navi's Pearl, is it gets CNET activated so easily on this jet roll. No concerns about what he's gonna play. Is he gonna be able to float something else? Is he gonna have the raise that's capable to actually challenge? No, on Pearl, this is CNET's playground.
Lots of info off that knife to open the round.
That's the second time too. The first one, they got 3 suppressed inside of Street. Here 4 at the beginning, but they did get that orb at least.
Oh, and I like how Na'Vi played that too. The information that they got on A allows them to take so much space down B long. They just grabbed the orb down B long. They've taken all that space. They've left CNET here. It's very nicely handled.
The tug of war between the macro games of these two teams so far, actually very interesting, you're right. 1 for 1 on the orbs, and Loud know they don't have that space, so they have to go recommit towards the safe side. Another split.
Here the flash pop, Xiao feeling some of the pressure. There's power in numbers for Loud. Question is, how much more can they find? Na'Vi still have 2 members that are playing backside. Courtesy of Zipan and Sugetsu. Oh. And the spam through off the C's is really nice.
Spike planted.
We've got something on our hands here, folks.
Les is heating up.
It's just CNET and Angel that are left. And you remember, you go back to the beginning of the round, they were the ones who were opportunistic in their space gathering.
Yeah, and with the way that Na'Vi like to buy here, I'm maybe considering a save instantly here, because Angel and Sugetsu save on this attempt at the anti-eco. So they'll be able to buy next, and CNET with a Vandal too. Yeah, he's backing off. Angel's gonna keep this Bulldog, pick it up, and that's still gonna result in a good buy, but Loud just rip apart this anti-eco.
And they did so with nothing but a Marshal in the hands of Aspas, and I mean, he didn't really do a ton of it, maybe a little bit of damage, but yeah, it was all the pistols.
And they're chasing down the guns too. This could be critical.
Let's see if they can grab any of it.
One more. Not gonna find it, but still getting the Bulldog down is pretty important. That would have been a dropped weapon for somebody else. And look at these shots from Les. He's full blind there. The C's gets a connection,
wow.
And he gets that spam.
That second shot was so nice.
What a monster.
Nice.
And that's the guy from, if I'm looking to see what type of form Loud is gonna have on this map, I'm looking at Les. He's plays such a critical role now, especially since you're not running the double controller, you're not running the Harbor Viper. He's almost the sole lurker with Tui's too.
They're going to try to regress and take this fight a little bit delayed. After the dump of utility at the beginning of the round, as the barriers drop, Angel's Guardian cleans up Sadak.
That's ridiculous. Again, 2 players saved here from Na'Vi, by the way. So they have worse weaponry in this round, for sure. And the interesting thing there is they're going for a re-clear. Normally they do that with Angel's drone.
Spike down A.
And he's just using the Guardian to take them all down instead.
We're about to have one of those vintage Angel games where he just pops off.
Boy, I hope so. Look at Les. He just got through A main to clear art, which allows them to get on this site. But Zipon, is he aware of this angle? He is, but not aware enough. A little bit of a whiff shot there.
Angel with the dart, nothing tagged. Les playing very cautiously beneath it. That's going to be a kill on Shao. Les is still very weak. And while Loud are making a run at this, there's still so much work that has to be done. Yeah, and it just went from bad to worse. Tui's is going to have to 1v3 if they want to pull this off, and it just got a little bit more difficult. That crossfire, the spam, it's too much to deal with.
After 3 rounds, does it kind of feel like everybody's playing by themselves?
Yeah, a little bit.
Might be because these first kills come in so fast from Angel, but for Loud there, I mean, obviously losing Sadak early kind of takes away from the punch you're going to have to execute on the site, but what a response from Na'Vi, and again, thinking back to saving that one Vandal, thinking back to the buy that they do, they instantly respond, and it's put Loud on a really terrible position economically. Just one Vandal, hero bot from Aspas. They've got the lockdown, and that's what they're going to try to favor. CNED's in a position on top. Gets away from the stun, and now he can go up.
So you got 2 with Killjoy Utility and CNED with the height advantage on Aspas. That was the rifle.
Look at that, too. That's a dart going up. Even if CNED doesn't peek on the right timing there, you have a player looking backwards to break that dart while he peeks. Nice combination. With just one dart, making sure you're doing something off of it. That's Na'Vi on Pearl to a T.
Sadak picked up the Vandal, and he's playing from further back. Tui's getting one with the Sheriff.
Les can get activated too. I mean, he was the hero in the last one. I think the intention was to get that lockdown down on B.
I mean, if Les plays his cards right here, he should be able to grab the weapon that was dropped by Sugetsu. I thought they were going to try to control it a little bit more. Angel was posted up on it, and you see the rotation through. As Angel goes off, CNED fills in on the space, and Les really doesn't have a way to get in to grab that weapon.
What's the intention here, though, from Loud? Because they go throw the stun over here, 30 seconds. Tui's is on the other side of the map. I'm confused, very confused on what the intention here is. Tui's maybe a late flank if they get the site, but they've got to get the site first.
Yeah, that's a really big if. And they're going to have to do so in the face of 4 Na'Vi members who have full weaponry. Kawanzine has already fallen, 14 seconds left. They've got to commit to getting the spike down very soon. Shao with the spam, not landing. But it's going to be enough to reposition. I don't think they're going to get the spike down, not at this rate. Sadak's got to commit, and he can't. The pressure from Angel was just too much. And there's just not going to be enough time. What a chaotic round.
And again, to me, that kind of felt like multiple ideas where everybody's trying to implement their own say. Les was in the middle of the map for so long, too, while Sadak was calling to hit this A side. And that might have been where the time issues stemmed. It's not a great start from Loud, despite having players who look to be on form, even Sadak in that one. A very nice attempt. But that was low weapons again. Now they have 2 key ults. I would love to see what the ideas are when they start getting these ults to layer up, because this breach is very unique on this map.
Oh, I thought they were going to keep that attack side up for Aspas, but at the very last second, switch back to the Vandal.
The fact that he's even considering it as an option is pretty interesting, given he opted 1 time in Masters Tokyo over 2 series.
You see the setup for Na'Vi defensively. They're concerned with what's happening mid. Not really willing to give up that space or fight for it as much as they can. Sadak and Loud hold, excuse me, Aspas. Jeez, what a brutal opener.
Yeah, that's huge. Completely controlling mid here. CNED with the off, though.
And now they know.
And that's the breach ult, too, so if they wanted an execute, suddenly that's gone. Look at the spacing right now still. Trying to get through, make sure there's nobody fighting sewers. That's why Kawanzine's waiting for Les here to regroup with Aspas. But they're going to choose to go into CNED.
But it's just CNED. And it's just CNED with 45 HP, no armor.
He can stay here.
And they know. You see it pinging on the minimap. Aware of what the gaps are in this ult.
He does have a molly. Les does, so does he have a lineup for it? I don't think so.
And you see they're even freezing on this. Wait, they're just going to peek into this? 2 Cloudbursts out to obscure vision. CNED still healthy. The fact that he survived as long as he has is massive because he continued to make plays.
They're so scared. Plant's still not down, Doug.
CNED's going to be able to feast if they continue to wait. Les finally cleans him up. Numbers in favor of Loud, although less weak. Just 5 HP. But the spike planted, you see if there's any utility that's going to dump up on top of it. Zipon's going to get cleaned up. Kawanzin gets both.
So cautious in that one, but it pays off. Ultimately, not enough players for Na'Vi to deal with that hit coming through. And they were so cautious against CNED with his op. But what a swing round to win. Look at the plant position. It's crazy that they end up planting there where he's kind of in the open to players from spawn. But he's protected against CNED, and they don't choose to try to flush him out after that lockdown. Those early picks paid huge dividends down the line. And we might get early picks again. Down
what a
hard.
trap!
There's a dash.
The flash and the Haunt.
Spike down mid.
Both Jets activated knives and dashed into mid. And we come through with Loud actually behind in this one, despite getting the first kill.
That was so mad. Hopefully we get a good look at that one more time because that was just so fast. But through the quiet, CNED still has his blades. Aspas not nearly as fortunate. Rolling Thunder online for Loud still.
They have to start being able to get success with these dry walks. And
oh, that's not the success they were looking for.
That's not the way to do it, no.
And that's another instance in which Sadak dies with the Rolling Thunder. Mind you, they haven't really had the opportunity to execute with it, but...
The dart for the spam, oh my goodness, Tui's in trouble there.
Instantly cleared. Sugetsu hasn't, however. He's still playing backside. Now understanding some of the presence. Angel with the Hunter's Fury. Not going to tag on anyone, but it was enough to bait it out. Just the tap. Now where do they go from here? Ults, or excuse me, Spike still in the hands of Les.
This smoke is going to fade from a CNED.
I mean, you're pushing into this 4-player defense. Well, 3 now.
Still haven't planted.
And there's still so much to do. I mean, Tui swings into a high-low that you wouldn't be expecting in a situation like that, and it's so miserable to deal with. Les, you've been good, but man, the blades from CNED are just too much.
That's just crazy there, too. I mean, the cautious approach from both teams. You saw it there again in that last round. Nobody from Na'Vi peeking after they get the advantage, and Loud holding on for so long to make something out of that round. This early engagement is just ridiculous.
Man, what a mess of an opener.
The fact that Sadak doesn't stun until after that CNED push comes through is quite confusing, given Auspas dashed on the line.
Just a share for Sadak. Kawanzin and the aforementioned both with ult still.
They're
and
aggroing
Navi
again.
Yep, and continuing to do so down mid of all places. Aspas is here though. But it seems like Navi are taking a step back.
I wonder if this is a complete read. Look, 5 stacking from Navi. That's why they're backing off right now. Realizing they have so much space on this A side. And CNED will scramble back towards the B. I think that was definitely a miscalculation. At the beginning of the round, an Angel versus Aspas. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we're having one of those Angel games, man.
We definitely are, 8-4. It's just crazy.
Talk about how he's rolling back the years and all that stuff. Angel seems to be in really good form right now. 85 HP, fishing for another is finally, he gets it.
And that's ahead of the stun there from Kawanzin again. He's peeking past double doors before Sadak deploys the fault line.
So once again, a lot of pressure and a lot of ask on the shoulders of Les.
That's good for him to have broken that molly before the rest of his team got here. Are they going to breach shoulder? Are they going to do anything to get on this? Look, Navi's playing so far back, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and in a 3v4 where Tui's has 5 HP.
They're going to use the wall too, but not blocking out flowers, so they are spammable here. 15 seconds.
Gravity well at the back. They dump some of that util. Les just took so much damage from one shock dart, man. Where do they go from here? How do Na'Vi find a way out from this? As it seems like Angel's going to be the late lurk, but Les is ready for it. Angel's just quicker on the draw. 3 on the round for him. And surely if you're Loud, you cut your losses. You don't continue into this.
They have breach ult. They're going to use it. Looks like maybe off the stun, maybe off a kill.
This is just so difficult to deal with. And yeah, Angel with 4. Zipan gets the last.
And that's not... Most of these rounds I'm looking at, especially when Na'Vi get a slight advantage or it becomes, you know, it's even throughout the mid-round, Na'Vi is always so careful to continue to close out these rounds. And I think Loud need a timeout because this is to me looking dire. The amount of missed peaks, mistimed pieces of utility. It's not going to be sustainable here against Na'Vi, who are punishing you for those mistakes as well.
Yeah, they seem to be in really good form. And you're right, a timeout comes through for Loud. I mean, Angel is just diffing them almost by himself in a lot of ways right now. I think about that previous round. He gets 3 kills in isolated 1v1s against stars on the other side.
For the oldest player in the tournament, too, the guy is 33 years old. Doing it against the best player in the world, potentially last year, Aspas. These guys won last year. They won this tournament. And here they are on what should have been considered one of their best maps after the Americas League. We all thought it was, and they just completely abandoned their identity. Trying hard to cling to something new. And I think in that opening match that we saw from Loud against DRX, when they played some of these breach comps on other maps, we had not the most clean picture of what that might look like in the future.
Do they invest these ults, the ones that they've been holding on to for so long? And what else do Loud do on the other side of this timeout? Fast Prowler towards Link. So gets you waiting to see if there's a dumpy utility. That's a second Prowler they just used to clear out, and I don't know that they've really gotten very much space with it at all.
Yeah, but Sugetsu's alone, so if they continue to follow up on this, he's going to have to pull out a multi-kill with nothing.
Sugetsu, 1.
Where's the trade?
That's easy enough. That aftershock is going to help. What? Oh, the gravity wall is the only thing that stopped him from getting a 3rd.
But again, people peeking ahead. They had that aftershock prep the entire time. Tui's and Sadak literally util out, so when I asked where's the trade, it's not coming. But yet they're still peeking.
Angel with a glowing Vandal looking to add on to it, and he does.
Absolutely a flat start here from Loud out of what is a very expected matchup, one we haven't seen from 2 teams who have had so much success internationally, even this year. At lock-in, Loud, runner-up, Na'Vi, 3rd, 4th place. And here we are. An elimination game, the first time we see these 2 teams playing, and Na'Vi feel like they're running away with it.
Left.
Such drastically different expectations, and it's a game that is often decided by form on the day. And right now, it just seems like Loud are still in bed, man.
Got one.
Other than Les. Les really seems to be the only bright spot in an otherwise brutal start for Loud.
That's interesting, too, because, yeah, they're getting rounds because of the heroics.
Yep.
And love this. Just closing this out very easily, putting the Cosmic Divide up, checking exactly what he's going to do, waiting for that pull to come out. He could play off this very well, though.
Is he going to 1v2 this? Take it around? Oof.
Come now, come on. Diffuse, diffuse.
Just not quite enough time for him to really make anything of it.
Yeah.
Even if he gets
We defend this place all.
one, in most instances you start to be able to play with the time, but there, no, you got to take them both down. So much for Shao to work with.
Dude, this 2K by Sugetsu is just dumb.
It shouldn't happen.
No, especially that kill onto Kawanzin.
Granted, it was a nasty shot. And Angel's still frying as well, but yeah, when you come into this with an idea, with this breach, with this fade, it's definitely new. You're trying to catch him off guard with some of these util combos, and Loud is just not achieving that.
Yeah. Timing just seems a little bit disjointed. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, they're doing everything correctly.
Starting to have so many tools, too, to deal with some of these situations that Loud is putting them in. And if they're going to play slow, I mean, these retake ults are massive. This lockdown, the Hunter's Fury from Angel, it's brutal. Sadak still hasn't used his breach ult. He's had it since like round 5 or so.
Yeah, Kawanzin has had his since like 6 or 7. He's been holding on to that one for a little while too.
They're not even on site.
Invested, and it's going to be in a round where Sadak has only a Sheriff. Yeah, there are a couple of other guns flanking it and surrounding it, but it's used to get onto the site. There's no counter to this Hunter's Fury. Sadak's dead. But they got the spike down. They also invested the Nightfall. They're throwing everything into this round.
Yeah.
Desperately needing to find success.
They can start playing art. I'm wondering where Sugetsu chooses to use his lockdown if he does, and he does. Not pushing the player's art or A main back too far, though.
Keep an eye on Kawanzin. He's going exploring.
A turret just got put up, though.
He's going hunting. Sugetsu's ready for it. He clears out the turret. Unfortunately for him, Sugetsu took a step back.
That's pressure on the back line they have to deal with now. They have to be aware. They're going to go for the defuse, though.
They're not concerned for it at all. They're just turning their attention towards the site, and it's going to work out. Zipen's already gotten it halfway.
Yeah, the Gravel didn't come out in time. Navi!
Les, the spam there cleans up one, but still has so much to do. Did he buy enough time? It's so close. 0.64. The kill comes through at the end, as does the defuse for Navi.
It's disaster. They had that round in the bag. You called out the time, less than a second. Tui's didn't get his Gravwell back in time to pull him off the half defuse. And it's domination right now.
Unreal.
It's got to have been a cooldown too, in my mind.
Yeah, 1000%.
That's just crazy. They were relying on that. And Loud is going to have to try to do something different, go into CNED for potentially the first time. CNED's been getting free reign on this B long side. We haven't really paid attention to it because Loud is just taking mid or A. But half the time he's deep B long, getting so much information for his team, allowing a full stack towards A.
And he's been patient with it too. He doesn't take B long and then continue to push into spawn. He just holds the space. Contains what Loud are trying to do on the attacking side.
Unless they're coming back to him right now because he has that lockdown, but another A push means another A retake potential. They're going to use it for the post plant, which I love, instead using the flash, and there's finally a go button from Loud here.
Yeah, I like this too. Perhaps seeing that there was no one on site in the previous round, given the Rolling Thunder they invested, they're a bit more cautious in what they spend this time around. Still an op in the hands of CNED. Keep an eye on that, Sadak. Trying to push his way forward. They invest the Cosmic Divide too as Angel falls. Sadak on the swing. Oh, gun barrel spotted. Sugetsu on the swing. The kill in favor of Sadak. That was right next to him. But he takes a step back. Now gonna re-aggress. That op barrel really long. The Seas and the Prowler getting info on the other side of the wall.
A nice pivot there too to use the Nanoswarm to push him back even further. That will be the round here. And Navi's gonna try to do damage. Remember, Loud has struggled to get rounds put together. If they lost weapons here, that really hurt. Whereas Navi, plenty of bank. And that's what I was expecting the entire time. Where was this execute? Where was something to do with the breach and fade to just push yourself on site?
Yeah.
It's not like, I mean, Navi does have a decent amount of delay in the form of Sugetsu, but not much more. Not as much as you get from like a Viper Harbor or something like that. So I'm pretty surprised, but it is similar to what we saw from Loud against Team Liquid on Split, where just consistently waiting. Finally, though, a fast push, and we might get it again.
This time it's going to be towards B, though, and remember the op is here for CNED.
Good shock.
Fault line to push him off the angle, has to dash away. So space gathered.
Look at the damage that shock did, and he might even get even more on Aspas. Aspas down to 68 HP, Sadak 92.
Dude, Angel's just got like heat-seeking utility right now. Prowler's gonna go real far away. Take a step back. Angel with the dart. They're gonna try to flood up behind it, the snap onto the first.
Take flight.
And now the drone to follow. Xiao's still so far away from the play, but they're waiting for Navi to all gather up and then push forward.
Xiao's one kill off of a Cosmic Divide. That will ruin the B-Long player's ability to play into this.
Oh, I mean, it's done if they get that. Final boss down, Aspas 68 HP, still playing backside. Kawanzin close by. The swing out. And Zipan and Xiao get both. A 3v2 here. Cena taking a lot of damage, and there's the Cosmic Divide that you were just referring to. They have to push ahead of it, but they don't know that Cena's in the smoke. First shot goes wide, but it buys time. It's a distraction.
They don't
Nothing
know they're
but
off.
a fade. They have to face check it. A 1-for-1. Tui swings through and gets Loud the fourth.
Last round in the half.
Might have been a slow start here from Loud. Because as this half comes to a close, they are turning right back up.
It's heroics though, Bala. I mean, I guess if the heroics are going to continue to work, sure. But man, these rounds have been so close. I mean, look at Angel's face.
Everybody thought they had that when that wall went up. And yeah, it might be heroics, but I'm seeing a shift in the game plan in these last 2 rounds. Much more emphasis on hitting with the breach, with the fade. These sort of tools. It gets you the sights so frequently. Force them to play these retakes. Force them to play the advantage or the disadvantage of this map, which is those B-long post plants. They're so tough. They're expecting a push here, Doug. Na'Vi.
Revealing area.
They get some peeks into mid, but they don't go even further. And Loud was waiting for it. Tui's was just sitting there. Look how deep they've got Aspas. Something interesting is about to happen. Potentially a fake, potentially another deep flank that we saw in Pistol Round with a different player.
They got the Nightfall in line for Kawantin. Seems like that was all they were really concerned about. And now flipping of the map, you see the abundance of money. They're dropping of the op for more of a reliable weapon. Oh, that's a nice haunt too. Is anybody getting some tag? I mean, surely you know that the hit's this way now. You see it for Na'Vi, they're starting to scatter and rotate over towards B. Nightfall dropped, it's gonna hit what, 1-2? Zipan just dropped Aspas as he was dashing into his face. 2 members of Loud already down. Loud, Na'Vi, oh my gosh. They just got obliterated by Na'Vi. Prime Gaming flawless as they get 8.
Zipan and CNED re-peek through, and the reposition from Zipan is perfect. He gets back out behind the screen after this first kill, using Aspas' smoke to do so. Look at that shot.
It's just mad too. I mean, a different timing on the dash, and he doesn't see him, right? The Cloudburst covers it all up, but because of that slight time window, he's able to hit the spam into it. And then the exec is blunted. Careful there, you might show too much emotion. It's an 8-4 half in favor of Na'Vi. You wouldn't believe it, but we just had Zipan talk about feeling like the underdog. Let's take a listen.
Na'Vi, the underdog.
To be honest, I think we had the upper hand because of the veto and etc. We had a good preparation against them. So yes, I think it came down to our own mistakes today that we need to fix. But I see the potential in the team coming into this tournament. I think as a player I tried to maybe become a bit smarter and become less aggressive. Also changed a bit of roles. Usually I was only a duelist main, but now with flex and initiator. But yeah, also when I started playing I didn't know anything about like the fundamentals or team play like this. I had no clue about this stuff, so I think I learned a lot about this stuff the last 3 years.
It's just seeing it, and it's just seeing it with the ops, certainly not the weapon you want in a situation like this, but he's gotten one. Is he gonna be able to get the second? Yes, he does!
To the fans all over the world, thank you for supporting us guys, even if we're not playing that good right now, and thank you for always being there for us. We'd like to be remembered for being the underdogs that everyone doubted that won the champions. We didn't expect much from us, you know, we had a rough year, but I see the potential now, we just have to fix the small mistakes.
They consider themselves underdogs, and yeah, the year that they've had may have been a little bit leaving some to be desired, but they find themselves up 4 rounds at half, Bala, in this opening best of 3. Elimination on the line, and so much to gain if you're able to survive.
This would only be the second time that they miss a global playoff in a tournament that they attend. It was only recent for Na'Vi at Tokyo. And for Loud, it's actually the same story as well. They've only missed 1 time back at Copenhagen. Despite that, both teams bombed out of Tokyo. So I think both teams are feeling the same way after the criticism that they've been getting online.
Yeah, sure.
They've got to feel kind of like they've lost that backing from the community in terms of expecting them to be able to win a tournament like this.
Well, also, I imagine in a lot of ways, failing to meet the expectations they set when these rosters were put together. When they departed on their maiden voyage, and they find themselves in a position now where one of these two teams will not make the dock.
Look at Na'Vi right now. They've already collected both orbs. They've collected control of both A main and B main. And now they can regroup with the spike that's still laying in spawn. They've maintained mid control as well from the barriers, so they have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Meanwhile, Loud have this trap set up off the turret contact with Sadak stunned. So if they go into B-Link here, Na'Vi needs to be ready to sprint back out, which I think they're expecting. Look.
Yeah,
Spike's going towards A. They're peeking into street right now.
Well, I think the thing is, too, for Na'Vi, they got all that control without having to invest very much. Zipan has his knife already back up. Angel just used his dart again.
Oh, and that was a dart from A main. So they break the setup in B. And they head right back towards this split with the drone coming in, forcing these players close.
Oh, what a snap from Aspas. Tui's able to get a second. That was clean. Angel, where are you going, bub? Sight's behind you. You have the spike. Go looking for the fight. Go get the spike down.
Oh, well, it's actually considering how to play in this scenario, knowing there's a lot of players in Art. Knowing how Xiao's already on site, they're going to try to take control of this. He needs to win these fights.
Oh, but he manages to get out of there without taking any damage, which, given how the first couple of shots went, is a major success.
Les is putting them into the pen right now. They are completely boxed in.
Is it comfort for Na'Vi, or is it a problem? Down in numbers, completely surrounded, as you were mentioning, leaving Angel by himself, currently top fragging on the server and looking for more magic. 91 HP, the classic does not connect as Loud get the pistol.
And they needed that one.
Desperately.
Important round to throw it all you had. And you're seeing already the trap play in B-Link. Na'Vi spring that very well. There needs to be a follow-up, and there was from Loud. Playing up close inside of Art, this smoke. Na'Vi wasn't, you might have said that they weren't spending util to get the space that they had, but they also weren't getting the util out of Tui's. And not having the tools to get through it. So I want to see that continue from Loud. Being able to float on the map, give them the space, whatever it might be, and also place, there's a deep stun here, led up by Sadat that can go all the way A main for these two players that are pushing up. Without the haunt tagging though, they might not go for it, and Sadak might release. He already used it.
Yeah, he used it at the very beginning to set up what you were just discussing. Drops the fault line, they're able to control the space, get the orb into Kawanzin's hands, who's now halfway to having his nightfall.
And that is pretty good prophylaxis from Sadak to set up that fault line so that they don't want, Na'Vi does not want to go into A main at the beginning of the rounds at all, because that catches everything and you have no ways to dodge that. So good conditioning.
Bring them down.
Prowler to clear out main, nothing found. Just Tui's filling on the space behind it. Na'Vi with 3, make that 4. Pushing up towards Art, trying to create some pressure across the middle of the map.
They're really trying to find something for CNED here. With this Marshall, the Sheriffs were really good for Loud on this second round. In that first half, Knife spots nothing playing into side secret.
Meanwhile, Sadak's fault line just came back up. Kawanzin has his haunt too.
All this A main control too allows for such an easy pinch onto the players who are trying to get this spike down, and they should try to get it at all costs.
Oh, Xiao was so weak. Oh my gosh, it was the Aftershock that kills him?
Where did that even come from?
Great shot out from CNED to get one though. You would think it's gonna crumble, and that's exactly what happens. Aspas with 2 and Loud with 6.
And that pistol was everything. To be able to go into a round like that. Aspas with those ghost kills at the end gets an op as well in this bonus. And it feels like they're gonna have a big attempt to reduce this, not from 4 that we saw at the half, but to even it out right away. There's that Aftershock.
He had nowhere to go, man. Yeah. He had no choices. I thought the Prowler was gonna get him. He had nothing but a sliver of HP.
A ghastly bite.
What tools do Na'Vi have? Angel's close to having his ult.
The drone early towards B long, Tui spotted.
And despite the drone not lasting as long as it used to, you can still clear up close here. Especially in combination with knives from Zipon.
Concealment.
Tui's reading the timing and that start that he dropped as soon as he saw the drone. Turns into a smoke, but they're already past it. Sadak already invested his fault line too.
Speaking of investments, that op is going to be real tough to use here when it comes down to it on this retake. But if they do go for a B long post plant, then all of a sudden that kind of changes.
Yeah, I mean, just having Xiao as the controller, there's not as much to break those sight lines.
We have Aftershock as well to break out players trying to play close while they defend the back of sight.
And you are absolutely right. They're not intent on trying to play this down long. They want to take the fight out onto the site. They want to scrap with what Loud have to offer. The dumping of utility backside is Loud. Les pushes into it. In the nano gets two. And now they swing back out. Angel continuing to frag. Hey, the guy really is in rare form today. It's just a tap, though. That gravity wall's good. And they have so many different angles they can peek out from. This is far from a done deal.
They're going to get half already?
I don't think they're going to be able to. That's big from Aspas.
Span.
He's going to have to hold this the whole way because time is short. He's going to have to get it, and he can't! 0.6!
Surprised that Cowanzine is not actually pulling off of that. That is very closely timed. But man, how long it took for them to get on it. I think they probably should have made that decision already. Yeah, there's just, you should have known too. Probably wouldn't even have had time to get off of that, but Loud, I mean, they lose a big opportunity. It was just a bonus. The only big thing here, Aspas with only a Marshal since he invested in op last round, but he also one orb away, so if Angel doesn't control B long here, he can certainly pick up the knives.
Oh, and you can tell they want to do it.
He's looking to counter this. That star as well could be real nice. He's calling players over.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Can he get out?
Oh, just barely. I mean, look at his HP.
So that disadvantage they had with Aspas's weapon, suddenly he has one of the best in the game. Whew.
A bold peek out from Aspas.
And I think that's a lot of time spent there from Na'Vi to try to counteract that and not having success on it. In fact, losing Angel too. Suddenly, you're down to 1 minute with very little tools to get back into this. They noted that there was no KJ util right now in street, so they're walking down. But Cowanzine does get the info anyways with that jump spot.
Aspas is there too. You see that attempt at high-low. Speaking of high-low, Aspas trying to get high ground himself. Savant's timing almost successful.
He missed all five.
Yeah, he invested everything. Still has the Marshal. The knife out. You see Sadak playing up in the smoke, playing up in heaven. He's getting spammed, trying to get peppered through the wall. Les has joined him though. Perhaps that will be enough.
Oh, through the smoke.
I mean, the reinforcements instantly dealt with. Instantly disabled. 3 rifles though for Loud here. In a 3v4, Xiao in a really comfortable position as Zipan is too. This just seems like another lockout from Na'Vi. Tui's just gonna have to 1v4 to keep this interesting, and he just can't. I mean, Na'Vi looks so good right now.
A 4v5. And yeah, they did get, you know, they got some HP down on Aspas at the beginning of the round, but
Headshot.
what is this? They just walk into street and nothing found by Aspas at all.
No. I mean, even the proactive decision-making to fight for that orb, knowing what was coming.
Yep.
I love that.
Causes fits in the Loud camp. And down 4 now. I mean, I think we're starting to see a little bit of why Loud was avoiding this so that they could revamp the map. Here's a dash in with the stun. Aspas getting really deep. And they swapped that late round, by the way. Aspas had a Marshal the entire time, and then they made the call for that play, and they find nothing with the Stinger. 2 Buckies, too, bought up. So that Les can play backhaul, and Tui's can play on his smoke at A. The problem is he doesn't have any more smokes.
They're investing 4 towards B right now on the defensive side. They have the alarm bot and Link. But that's really all the map control they have. No real idea if anyone's pushing up towards Art or anything like that.
And Loud was stacking B, gonna opt
Yeah.
away from that. And I wonder why, because Tui's is hearing nothing right now.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just off of timing. Expecting that they would have already hit and they haven't yet.
And it's not the right call. Angel's bringing his team back towards that B side, which is empty. We know that. And Navi, Sugetsu's gonna try to figure out exactly what's going on the rest of the side of the map.
That's so sharp out from Sugetsu. Lets himself get tagged by the Haunt, still gets a kill, keeps rotations from Loud towards A.
Yep, it's important too. When you go and hunt for where they're stacking, oftentimes you wanna try to bait a reaction out from them, try to spring the trap that they might have set. If you get tagged by something, all of a sudden they're like, oh, there's a player here, let's go for it. Let's make noise.
Yeah. Oh, they've invested the null command. They do have a luxury of a ton of money and a couple of other ults still to play around. So I guess why not?
I think specifically just trying to avoid any flashes Sadak might have here is pretty key, because they have no way to get through that smoke.
There's one of the flashes they were looking to avoid. You see the repositioning, a clean shot out from Sadak.
And they just want to go down to Spike now. Not give any more ults. Sugetsu could be a guy. He does fall, does get his lockdown up. And Aspas picks up a weapon, so not falling to Spike important there. Oh, Sugetsu 1 off of the lockdown, excuse me. But that's 3 in a row now for Na'Vi.
And the final timeout spent by Loud.
None for Na'Vi in this game so far, too. Despite that first half finally coming back into favor for Loud, it still was 8-4, and Na'Vi never felt the pressure.
Yeah, talk about having control on a situation. Financially, you've always been okay. Your ult cycles have been really nice. You haven't even had to invest timeouts, just because you've been able to use what Loud are using on the other side.
And I'm thinking, how are these Loud players feeling in this moment right here, where they're facing elimination? Hasn't happened that often for this team, especially the youngsters coming to these global events. Players like Tui's, players like Kao and Zine, especially given the rumors surrounding this team, surrounding the fact that Aspas, this might be the last time we see him in a green jersey. And the rest of the players too.
So difficult to maintain mental clarity when you have all of that weighing on you. And not to mention the demons of the year looking over your shoulder. Memories of Tokyo weighing heavy.
And down 5 on a map they really should be good at, a map that should be challenging Na'Vi. I know Na'Vi is, what, 7-1 on this map, but still, this is where their bread and butter laid. Back at lock-in, back through Americas, when they had such success, when people thought they could challenge the likes of Fnatic. Where has that gone?
Hey, it's gone stale. It's gone stale in an attempt to reinvent and reinvigorate. They find themselves repeating some of the same questions. How do we get past this deficit? And meanwhile, for Na'Vi, you know, we've touched on it a little bit, but they're literally doing everything right.
So often this drone from Angel is getting full control of one of these mains. Recall to get CNET across and almost takes down Les too. The important thing is the shift in setup here from Loud after that timeout. Tui swap sites with Les, which they've been doing quite frequently throughout this map so far. It's what you'd expect. But that turret usually was in B-Link. It's set up differently, in front of where that smoke has been landing from the single controller on Na'Vi Xiao. And they're holding on to backall.
30 seconds left.
Timing on the knife, and that's what draws out the fault line and pops a little bit of what they have. But CNET pushing forward, backside, Les is the one who's gonna have to challenge, but he's flashed, he can't see a thing. What a setup from Ziban! And then you've got the ult out from Angel. This is beautiful! The Rolling Thunder's gonna cause serious problems though. Did they burn the clock too low? Look at CNET, he's got behind enemy lines. Only one found, 4 seconds left. They've got to get getting the spike plant down, they do.
Oh.
Angel and Xiao left alone in a 2v3. And do they know Xiao's position?
Could he single-handedly secure the round? Could he single-handedly get Na'Vi to map point? Will they clear him? Do they know? The fault line, they're aware. Calentine on the swing. The fault line causes problems. Angel left by himself.
Still tough to flush him out, and he's repositioning.
That glowing Vandal's gonna have to find so much more value, and it just can't. A 3K from Calentine is Loud get to 7.
On a round where they threw everything at it, though. Talk about Na'Vi doing things perfectly. That round, they certainly burned the clock a little too low for my comfort, and finally we're gonna get a timeout because of it. Shocking. I don't think Na'Vi expected the breach ult to come in at all, especially with the lockdown in play, thinking that there's no way they try to close the gap against it. But that's just used to delay. You burn the clock. That's what happens. You get slapped in the face.
We talked about how nice the exec looked out from Na'Vi, but you're right. Ball, the counter punch that Loud threw was just so clean. And that gets us to the position, as you were just mentioning, where Na'Vi finally invests the first time out that they've had to all map.
Yep. For reference, both teams get 2 timeouts throughout the entire map, unless it goes to overtime where they get 1 more, but they could use it at any point. Remember, we talked when Loud elapsed and used their second earlier on. This does give a chance for Fraud, the legendary coach on Loud, to get back into his team's comms and start to encourage them. And I'm seeing Aspas pick up an op right now on my screen, so Na'Vi are gonna start to have to answer questions as they're not on match point, as it still is within 4 here. It's very much a possibility.
Again, you take a quick look at the scoreboard and you would never expect, at least on Na'Vi, what you're seeing. I had no idea that when CNET said in the interview earlier today that Angel was the answer, he was right.
I'm scared here for Na'Vi. When we saw that stun earlier from Sadak into A main, we didn't see the Na'Vi players commit into A main. This time they might just do that. Only 1 stun though. And in fact, it's the opposite now. I think Calentine is in danger of getting trapped.
It's such a really nice setup to get a main control, but you're right, now that that is dissipated, what do they do with it? The dart, the dash, and the suck.
It just broke the setup, the crossfire that Tuiz and Calentine had. They were both stacked up with each other.
Spike drop.
And CNET's dash pushes them way back. All this to get the orb for Xiao, and we've all seen, especially in the good old glory days of Pearl before Viper Harbor, how much influence this cosmic divide can have on the B site. Just having it, how that has to change your setup for Loud.
Fade utility cleared out, and Na'Vi seeming like they're bunching up and getting ready to strike towards A. Sugetsu, the late lurk. Angel has his dart online. Keep an eye on that. The drone's the first thing out. You see the cloud burst. The knife back sight to make sure no one's back there, and you see the dart lit up too easy. He had no shot. Aspas, though, trying to be able to control things with the op. The site is still lost, and the spike is still planted.
Oh, Angel's dead.
You're right, but Zenith once again with the counter. The blades find success. How do Loud get into this? Perhaps waiting for the cosmic divide to expire before they pounce. The flash and the haunt to provide some cover, still cleared though.
CNET needs to get value off of Xiao's life. In fact, Xiao finds the time to get out, so. That's a spam from Sonic, he just jumps up.
That is outrageous. Xiao hasn't had a clutch moment for a while. He very well maybe do that gravity wall, gets the first, the second out on the last. Was so close, but just not close enough. As Loud get another.
My ultimate is ready.
With plenty of time to spare. The patience there pays off.
And you imagine despair possibly setting into the camp of Na'Vi. Couple of rounds lost, control not maintained.
How many times have we seen this aftershock takedown play? That is nasty from Sadak.
He didn't see a barrel. He didn't see anything. That was just the...
That's just not fair, man. And that could have changed everything, too. Instead, leaves Xiao in a 1v3. Now again, Aspas going quick for this push. The stun misses. Any targets that he might have, but it clears the way for him to get this peak all the way top mid.
Such a nice setup in case anyone was close. Oh! Angel counting his lucky stars there. Meanwhile, CNET has nothing but stars to count for the rest of the round. Another proper heater of a shot out from Sada.
What is going on with the two IGLs today? Both of them taking such risky moments there. Sadak, of course, was not expecting this at all.
No, blindsided. And you question how he got there because there's an alarm bot on the other side.
A knife there. He's always playing backside lesses, so he's very targetable by Zippon.
And they're going to push that backside that you were just mentioning. Targeted with utility, targeted with the Bulldog.
And this has already been a problem for Loud in the last round where Na'Vi hit that B site. He got suppressed, was not able to pop the Nano Swarm for the players to push him back site. So he lost control of that now. Leaves his team again in a 3v4.
Na'Vi playing tight on site too, not playing for this B long play.
And again, we have this Cosmic Divide, but everybody playing in front of it like you just mentioned.
They just handed the op over into Tui's hands. Aspas is going to want to make a play here. He's dropped down below. Kawanzin dealt with. Angel was wise to it. Just 2 remaining for Loud. And a 2v3, make that 1. Tui's has to save the op, he's got to get out.
Taking that back.
Na'Vi are going to get to map point.
And a big blunder there from Loud, despite even having some success in the early round. Aspas could have gotten a kill. Very advantaged, fighting mid. And then Sadak too with that off angle, but that knife suppressing less. And nobody calling it out that they could be down mid. It's just crazy.
Oh, that hurts so much to look at a second time. Easy now. Don't break it. No tech pauses here, Les. 12 for Na'Vi. No ult currently in play, but Angel's close to his.
Again, retake is possible here from Loud. And they're just trying to get these peaks from Aspas over and over.
Yeah.
Recalled Star actually forces him back. Angel's gonna find these 2 players pushing as well, which might end up pushing them into Aspas, but he didn't spot the jet.
Na'Vi are going to push into Art.
These timings. It's what won them the last round. This time they're going one through Art. Kawanzin cannot get picked.
He was by himself too. There's really no setup here unless he takes a step back, and there's a cross with Tui's, and there it is! CNET falling, spamming through the smoke is Tui's as he looks for another, but the counter from Zippon is clean. They're trying to tuck tail, they're trying to get away, and there is no exit. Kawanzin stops them in their tracks. 2 remain for Na'Vi and Angel and Xiao. Spike still in hand, and there's an abundance of money for Xiao, but Angel not nearly as fortunate.
He can't peek here too, because Aspas is on the angle. He has to give it all to Xiao. There now he can. With that smoke getting put off, it cuts off Aspas's angle.
Do they go forward here? 35 seconds left. Just a pixel.
30 seconds.
This start, they might spam.
That Nightfall is going to get a lot of info.
And they spam the Prowlers here if there's any left. No, none from Kawanzin.
No. There's nothing to follow up behind that ult. If you're allowed here, you want to get out of this, investing as little as possible. You've already dropped the Nightfall. You want to keep the lockdown if you can. 13 seconds left. They're going to commit to getting the spike down, and it falls apart. That 2v4 was just too much. Kawanzin with a massive round to get Loud to 9.
I mean, look at that replay too. Kawanzin's timing could not have been more perfect on that chase down. Look, there was the Sadak aftershock behind him. They think that nobody's going to push through, but he's ahead of it by just a second.
He had 12 HP when he pushed into that too.
Yeah, imagine that goes wrong.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're seeing Na'Vi with advantage and Kawanzin life given and taken away from his own teammate. This is a weird buy here from Na'Vi. They walked in the stun 3 players. Thankfully, they got that Haunt. Otherwise, they would have gotten sprayed down. No follow-up, though.
I mean, they've done that at the beginning of every round.
Yes. It's like Na'Vi forget about the conditioning that has come through, but also maybe just defying it, knowing it's never amounted to an actual push. It's always been for control only.
It just feels like blatant disrespect, I agree. Calling their bluff, so to speak.
Look at this advanced position here from Aspas. That's where they're walking towards right now.
He's got the op.
Na'Vi have been known and confident in their splits, so have to see if it becomes a thing.
Also note Les's positioning. You mentioned a couple of rounds ago he had been normally playing backside. This time shouldering towards mid.
Oh, that took down the alarm bot right there. With the Hunter's Fury, that's a dash forward from CNED.
The knife to make sure no one's around, but now you're not going to have that for the counter on the lockdown.
Aspas is real in trouble right now. 2 players pushing down B-Long and also through Street, but he's still going to get it.
He's got blades and instantly dropped as soon as they were popped.
Stun here keeps him back for now. They need to recover the spike and get onto it.
CNED's stuck. He's dead. There's no way out, but he's got it covered.
Hello?
He's got freaking Secret Service detail.
Hello?
And they're never going to catch him. He's just on the other side of the wall. But Kawanzin and Sadak stabilize. Can Sugetsu do it by himself? A 1v1. 8 seconds left. Spike out of hand. 5 HP. The shot's not landing the first time or the second.
No time.
And there's just no time. Holy smokes.
That was close. That could have been it. Na'Vi could have ended it right there. Sadak for so long could have killed him. I don't even know if that would have changed the situation.
No, I don't think so. Given how it played out, probably not.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's mad to me that both of these teams are playing on knife's edges and everyone is smiling on the stage or behind the scenes. We're out here losing our minds.
Well, this map one, listen, we got a long way to go. Back into it. And right away, Angel's gonna try to push off Aspas from this op angle.
Dude, that drone is so nice. Given that Aspas would be holding the lower angle, it gets such a high vantage point.
And he switches it up quite often. Look at this Tui's playing in the smoke that actually caused them trouble when they were trying to attack into Na'Vi.
Meanwhile, keep an eye on this trap. If they decide to go towards the link, you've got the alarm bot crossfire from Les and Sadak.
As that smoke falls, they use that Prowler. You're absolutely right. If he buys time for this fault line to come back up too, they could definitely have a trap play. And they're re-clearing both sides at the same time in A main. Angel!
I mean, half a second. The only thing separating life from death for Angel, for Na'Vi.
And it's the 2 new players too going for a proactive play. They've got more coming.
Look at how far up Kawanzin is. You're right, Tui's is there with them. That 1-2 punch. It's a devastating duo, and can it clean them up? CNED's op stabilizes for now, but now it's less. You thought you dealt with it all.
30 seconds left.
But there's more on the other side, and Les's timing is going to be gorgeous. There's no idea. They have no idea, but the pixel betrays them. A regress from Sugetsu.
All he needs to do is just buy time now. They're going to go into Aspas.
It's just contain. It's just contain. Walking into the slaughter is Sugetsu as he cannot find the space he needs.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
Down to 1, and on your screen you see it. Na'Vi feels the pressure right here.
I mean, what a timing.
What a call as well from Na'Vi to try to come back into this, but Kawanzin and Tui's just shut it right down. There's no play. Na'Vi says, yeah, they got 2. Let's make sure that we clear back that space, get those 2 players down. And it just does not work. Feels like they got the killer instinct. You saw Tui's in that game against Liquid really turn up for his team.
Yeah.
And here again, the same thing. The thing about this timeout, guys, that I want you to note is Na'Vi is dead broke. They've got no economy. Guardians, Judges being bought up right now. So it's got to be a rabbit pulled out of the hat here. Magic needs to be made.
What's the old situation?
They've got some good ones to take the sites, but good ones in response from Loud as well.
Sure.
As we see him again, we'll note them. There's a lockdown here, that's easy. No command 2, CNED has his knives, so the economy might not hurt as much, but that breach ult, we saw the effects of it when the clock winded down. That was a 1 round.
And I mean, given the fact that CNED just blades into Judge, I can't imagine they want to go slow. They're going to want to go slow, but we'll see how things play out. As Loud 1 round away from taking us to OT. And Na'Vi, who held control for so long, find themselves on the receiving side of losing 5 of the last 6.
I'm looking at Aspas' position for the first time. He's going away from B here to play with Kawanzin and Tui's.
Help them up. I mean, Kawanzin is 1 point away from having the Nightfall. If they have that and the Rolling Thunder,
Xiao 1 point off of his too. On the other side of the map though, can't recover the orb. So much into this.
CNED's blades and Sadok's fault line. I'm surprised he's held on to it.
They're gonna stay on this. He's gonna stay back sight here, hope that no mollies come into his position to keep him away and cancel this lockdown. Oh no!
Oh, he's gotta get away! He's stuck! He can't find a way out and he's dead!
He forgot about the knife! A crucial mistake that Loud have made before, and that might have costed them the map.
Les on the counter. Kalanzine has arrived with Nightfall, but the Cosmic Divide defines a great line. How do they reinvent their exit through this?
Can't spam now, but Molly's coming in. Angel might give up his life for Zip-Ons. Still time, though. And they planted the spike in the meantime.
So costly, there it is on the res, but Tui's has an ult of his own. They bring him back to life. They've got the Nightfall that they're gonna invest, and that's gonna just cause so much chaos on the site. The flash from out into heaven, and you see both ults used, dissecting everything. One finally dissipating. Aspat's pushing forward, op in hand. Do they dare peek on the other side of the wall? Now they funnel out, it's a flood.
Time running short.
Na'Vi trying to hang on to the control of the situation. It's a 3v2, less than Tui's, the youngsters. The young bucks, can they do it themselves at 2v2? It's all on to Les. 89 HP, the first found, but no idea of the second. Time running short, the gravity well will certainly seal it. Na'Vi somehow maintain control and take map 1.
What a way to end this game. Both teams waking up at the end of the map. And Na'Vi will maintain a very solid record on this Pearl.
What a freaking banger of a map, man. The group of disappointment continues to deliver. We're going to a break. We'll be right back.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With AimLabs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With AimLabs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading AimLabs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
joined by Doombros after that map win against Loud. And Doombros, the one thing I want to ask you is, you're a team that is known for being very flexible, playing a lot of different things, having a massive playbook. Do you think that plays to your strength when you're facing Loud?
I think there's a fine balance between comfort and flexibility. I think for us, we always struggle to kind of find the right line between doing something new and doing something familiar. Against Loud, I think it's actually more important to play to comfort, to play simple, because like we're aiming good, like we're playing good together, so we just need to do it even better. So on Ascent, you're probably gonna see actually something very unorthodox from us. Yeah, it's gonna be weird, so yeah, you'll see.
I'm very excited to see what's gonna be. Thank you so much, Doombros, and best of luck.
What people don't understand is when they say unorthodox, it just means normal, because they're always playing unorthodox comps and stuff. So I don't know where they got cooked up, but let's talk about this map. Welcome back, Mimi and Valen here. It went right down to the wire towards there in the end. But after the first half, Mimi, I think we all expected maybe Na'Vi would pick up Pearl.
I mean, that was a heartbreaking way to end it. Sadaf just fumbles the bag a little bit in the final line there with the ultimate. But I think this was defined by the first half. And this composition for Loud, they still played to the tendencies they had with their old comp, where it was a lot of these rounds where they're trying to take a pick in mid, break down the utility, but it's a lot harder to do without the harbor, without that wall 2Es normally throws. So they were ending always in these late executes, but in those early round kind of areas where they were taking mid control, they kept on losing these opening picks to Na'Vi. And Na'Vi is a team that's so good at just scrunching down the map, playing together, and never giving away those advantages, which gave them that really great position into the second half.
Yeah, and you talk about kind of scrunching down the map and kind of confining Loud into one area. I think a big difference is they had no harbor, so the cascade wasn't in play to get a lot of that free map control, especially towards B long and A lobby. So the push-pull wasn't there. It was a little bit more obvious what Loud was trying to do, because you actually have to show where you are with the breach and where you are with the fade. Instead of the harbor, you can kind of do long plays and kind of cascade and fake map control. It looked like they were much more simple this game, and Na'Vi was ready for all of their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Angel was diffing them most of that game, so that tells a story in itself. But Mimi, what did you think about that comp? We've never seen it before on Pearl from any other team. Was that the right choice, or a risk not worth taking?
I still like the Harbor Viper better. I think the reason they did it is because back when Pearl came out, Fade was still really good. You could use the cats for everything. She was refreshing really quickly. She was at a strongest point. She's been nerfed since then. And when she got nerfed, well, then people just started picking up the Harbor Viper, and then that was the meta composition. I think that this comp has always been something that is possible. It has a good idea around it on Pearl. The meta's just never been in the right place for it. But I think Loud took a really big risk in trying to play it that didn't really work out in this one. It's just such a defense-sided idea that when their retakes weren't working, it didn't feel like there was that extra thing to justify the risk taken.
I mean, the crazy thing is, it still came down to the wire, Mimi. They didn't get owned whatsoever on that map, and it's time to take a quick stop in the AIM lab shoot around with Les. He was trying his hardest, you know, alongside Kawa as well, Valen, to try and take them over the line. It wasn't to be in the end, but the duel between, you know, the likes of him and Sugetsu was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I think Les played phenomenally this series, but the only thing I would critique is the hold towards B. Oftentimes they were kind of giving up the B bomb site and they were losing the post plant, which is why I think they struggled in the second half. So what I would like to see more is kind of him playing in sight, which he did oftentimes, but was getting overwhelmed with utility. So that means the support staff has to help him more and kind of flood in and help Les. But regardless, he played phenomenally. Look at him shooting around. He's getting ready. He's kind of hitting his flex, shaking his mouth. Yeah, he's getting ready for map 2.
He's actually playing at 16,000 DPI for the second match, so he's ready to go.
Yeah, just like me. My sense is pretty high. But let's talk about this second map, because we heard it there from Doombros that they have something unorthodox prepared. Again, it's Na'Vi. It could just mean that they're playing the most bog standard comp ever. But I like that word unorthodox, because the last time we saw Loud play this map, Mimi, I think it was a pretty unorthodox comp from them as well.
I feel like there's a chance this Ascent might mold me a little bit, because I did not love the comp that they were running last time. Again, I got the idea. I think it's a solid idea to have the breach so you can pick up better extremity control, but I think what you're sacrificing in refresh utility from the Sova, in having that KO in the mix, is just such a big sacrifice, and I didn't feel like Loud has prepped enough on it to really justify making that decision, in my opinion.
Yeah, a comp like with breach, it requires a lot of set plays, especially on attack and defense, so a lot of preparation has to go into it. it, and it really didn't look like it was fully there. We didn't see enough trap plays coming, but the breach has a lot of potential. Some plays I want to point out, if they run the comp, is these cat traps where he'll sit in pizza in mid and just hold a stun for mid on top with flashes. So, and likewise towards B main, holding B main traps. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Loud to come out with these like new set plays that Na'Vi haven't experienced yet, which could win them the series, but it kind of comes down to if they prepped on that or not.
Well, let's find out now and see what agents we're going to be getting in the Prime Gaming agent select. Na'Vi, what have you got? What is unorthodox about this? Oh, wait.
Oh.
This is
That's
what I
very
mean.
reasonable. I mean, this is a reasonable comp. They're switching off the Cypher over to the Killjoy, and thank everything, because Loud is back to normalcy.
Yeah.
They've always been one of the best Ascent teams in the world. I think at a time we're the best Ascent team in the world. Their fundamentals are great on this map. This comp makes so much more sense to me. I'm very happy about this.
Yeah, and one thing about Loud is, of course, Osbos and Kawanzina are playing phenomenally, but whenever I watch Loud play on Ascent, Sodhawk is one that really sticks out to me because with his KO utility, he's always going back and forth between A main into cat fights, being so proactive with his flashes and stalling out hits with his nade that he's been a perfect util player for them on this map on the defensive side. So shout out to him, and we have to see, you can look at how they're going back and forth between mid to A main and all the set plays that they can do with the flashes. It's really great to see.
Well, Loud fans here in the Shrine, they need your energy. Send it to them and see if we can get a third map here. And I'm going to throw it over to your casters, Doug and Bala, for the call.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. Yeah, it's a packed out house here in the Shrine in Los Angeles. I'm gonna need you guys to get those cheeks back in the seats, because if the first map was any indicator of what we're in for, Ascent is gonna be a wild time, a change in compositions from Loud and Bala. Elimination on the line, end of the year on the line.
And what a sad, sour note it would be for Loud to go out 0-2. But it is their map pick. It is back at it. And it's time once again for this game to start, this pistol get underway. And I think when Doombro said they have a surprise, I'm surprised that they didn't have anything cooked up, because this is the bog standard. They love to run the fade on this map, despite not having the Sova, which can counter the lockdown. They are so good at still making space in this situation and dealing with that combination. Makes it very unorthodox to play against, but one we haven't seen. We haven't seen Loud go up against them. In the past, you would have expected this to be a massive battleground for these two teams, but they just have not tested each other until now.
Unexplored waters between these two juggernauts finally clashing, this time with the stakes as high as they have ever been. Loud on the attacking side, a heavy lean towards A right now, as it seems like they're going to want to split into a lot of the teeth of what Na'Vi have on defense, but Zipham's the first to fall.
And Knife did not get the Killjoy, so they still have those nanos available if they end up pouncing here. Angel did use his smoke. He's going to try to peek over towards A main, maybe get something into tree. But the rotate's getting pulled right now. And Louder working this very well against Na'Vi.
A little bit of a deep smoke.
30
as
seconds
another
left.
countered, allowing CNED and Angel to both drop out from heaven. No real idea of what's up there. He's got the dash proc, instantly has to reposition, 67 HP, looking for another angle. Finding comfort in the confines of the smoke, and CNED with the second, very clean. I mean, this 1-2 punch of CNED and Angel might have just secured the round. They've gotten almost all of them. Holy Les! Oh, he had to get one more, and he just wasn't able to do it. The high ground was too much. Na'Vi get the pistol, but fireworks out of the gate.
I was going to say, Angel and CNED saving them, but at the end of the day, it's Xiao. He came out fast through heaven there. Clean up that final kill, and good movement too, because if he falls, all of a sudden you have to play this little footsie game. Which, honestly, is how the round started too. Both these teams, after they got that initial pick in mid, waiting for smokes, TPing into them, playing with the dashes. Just looking and waiting for the teams to lose track of exactly what's going on the site. Well done from Na'Vi to allow that to happen. Those couple kills from CNED, huge.
Oh, I think on the other side of things too, very reminiscent of what we saw on Pearl. Les with a hot start, but the pistol lost. We'll see how they can convert. Aspas once again with the Marshall.
Yeah, early in these games, the Des touched on Les's performance at the beginning of Pearl 2. And overall, it felt like he was the guy trying to will them back into that map. Give them some energy. And it looked like a cohesive unit at the end, but at the beginning it was slow going. Trying to get their bearings about the game plan ahead of them. See if that same thing begins, because that would be real bad when you need every attack round you can get on this.
CNED looking for the challenge on the second. Sadak is bold to face. A little damage dealt. Angel's position here could be really nice. The first couple of shots are errant. He has to take a step back.
No pressure. He had on this Killjoy setup, and Zipon's knife is perfectly timed. Still not quite sure exactly what Loud are doing, though. And you're looking to see CNED actually spot into mid right now. Just because Angel and Shao are actually really up close here. They could fall, and if they fall, that's two guns that are easily given back.
Scoop-upable, some might say, but I mean, it's just Loud that's getting picked to shreds.
Yeah, it's a tough setup to break, but very risky one to go at anyways. And we're not going to see that magic that we saw from Loud in the first map. After that eco, it's a Prime Gaming flawless instead from Na'Vi.
But I do think as much as things change, there are a couple of things that remain the same. And much like we talked about Les and his hot start on map 1, we've got to talk about Angel's hot start on map 2. I mean, you imagine sometimes there are flashes in the pan for the guy, and you go, well, that's not sustainable, right? You know you can't do that again, but it's an excellent start for the IGL.
Well, I think it is. People always describe it feast or famine.
Yeah.
And it's specifically here, the LCQ run on this map. Angel was doing a lot of feeding in this instance. Here so far, not so much. And starting on the defense, I think, is a different story.
Yeah, he's the one eating now.
Oh, early peek from CNED. Doesn't get any damage done to him, but does do a little to Sadak. A risky peek, and I think Sadak's going to try to clear up mid, knowing where the jet is, but there might be a trap here.
What's across? There's really nothing else on the other side. I mean, even if Shao swings, he has to wait a little bit for reinforcements to arrive and spawn, which they've just now done.
Well, don't forget, too, Angel could have flashed at any moment from tree. And they will re-clear and go down mid right now. This is crazy. In the mid round.
Oh my gosh, CNED. Les tried countering at just the right time, but he was overwhelmed.
I mean, what is that from CNED? It felt like 3 bullets. Sprayed wildly. Oh my God.
Hello. Talk about wild, talk about aggressive, ambitious, and bold, but perhaps it's enough. Only one found, and oddly enough, it was the person behind. CNED still with 3 in the other round for Na'Vi. The bonus secured.
Gotta see that from CNED again.
Yeah.
It felt like 3 bullet shot, not aimed at the second, and still it found his head. Look at this.
What?
The lineup is beautiful. That's just crazy from the Turk. And that's a bonus converted from Na'Vi. That's a huge momentum swing. Loud need to. Again, it's so difficult to stay in this map if you're not going to start accruing a few attack rounds. And they need to come at some point.
I mean, given how this map plays, sometimes it feels like 4 rounds on attack is a win.
Especially when you have a little bit more standard of comps.
Yeah.
When you're not playing with any of the Viper or anything like that, which did come and go out of the meta.
Shadows traveling.
Talk about abandoning ideas too. Loud instantly after that one game they played against DRX, abandoning the breach comp that they tried. Look at this, they're getting aggressive again on Cat. Aspas here.
Oh, the paranoia was so good. I mean, that's the only thing that saved his life.
Yeah, he didn't know how close they were either, because he could have seen them for sure. CNED still dueling in mid.
The alarm bot is still up too, so if CNED wants to take a step back, he can reposition and know there's still cover with utility.
Oh,
no way.
That turret's not going to be able to get timing, but for a second there, it looked like Sugetsu might get picked off by Les. But it's passive from him. That looks like it's pointed at him.
Yeah. It looks like it's just staring. You're right.
30 seconds left.
The alarm bot's spotting mid. The turret cleared. The door follows too. You only got 2 members from Na'Vi back site. If Loud want to make a run at this with the pistols that they have in the Stinger and Tui's hands, they're going to have to do so with some ferocious velocity. because reinforcements for Na'Vi are coming. The defense has started to rotate through spawn. They're starting to feel some of the pressure. 10 seconds left, and the spike still isn't fully out on site. That flash is so good out from Zipan, man. How do they get through this? The Sheriffs are working. Sugetsu feeling some of the pressure. The spike not planted. The kills come through, and Na'Vi gets 4.
They still get all the damage done. Though from Loud, and remember that was an eco. That was just a couple of Sheriffs spot up. So they still, I mean, despite the fact that this momentum's growing for Na'Vi, despite the fact that that scoreline is growing, that bank will take a hit there. So that's a success in my book if you're Loud on that eco.
Operator in the hands of CNET, 8-2 right now for the start from Na'Vi. He's got Blades to work with too. Oh, that high low, I mean that high low and the one-way is just too much. Angel's not able to find any value as Loud barrel through the defenses of Na'Vi.
CNET's trying to re-peek into this. He's so active, but the drone's still up and he's tagged by it.
Laughing in the face of danger, pure disrespect.
He bought time though for Xiao to get on site.
Aspas falling, Xiao with a really nice haunt.
That's an instant pop there. They're going to use the Hunter's Fury to get him out of that position.
Xiao's dead. Xiao's so dead.
So all that work for nothing.
Sugetsu's gone re-aggressing, and he might find the timing on less. He's going to find the timing on the flank. They bowled that utility out, and Sugetsu almost gets a second.
But Tui's TP still maintains the space. They just got to get through, and they do. Wild sequence.
I mean, chaos ensuing in round 5. But Loud finally on the board.
I don't think that's how the round was drawn up.
No, I don't think so. I mean, what do you even choose to replay from that round?
I know, right? I do want to bring attention to Cowanzine again there. Taking a duel against Angel, that's the first duel. Cowanzine was 4-0 on first kills to first deaths when he was playing the Fade in the last map. And if he could continue that, that's the sort of thing that you look for some extra success as they push me.
Holy aggression. I mean, the haunt found everyone. Fortunate for them, it was just 1 kill.
Yeah, but it's gained so much space in mid at the same time. Smoking tiles.
I mean, look at this crossfire. Sugetsu's here. Les is dead. They had seen it to help in case things got too messy, and that Nightfall's going to hit them all. The C's too, they've got the Prowlers, they can't get out.
They're so low.
They're so heavily suffocated by Na'Vi. The defense does not relent as Na'Vi get 5.
And the final kill there is CNET spamming his knives away through the smoke. The combination there of the C's and that Nightfall decays them so much that everybody running out on site is 1 HP, despite not taking any damage up to that point. Just temporary damage, that's crazy.
I doubled.
That's the thing that you don't really calculate into the value of Fade in some instances, or even as a combination. It's not one that you think of very often.
Yeah.
And it feels like once again we're in this position where Loud early in the game need to readdress what the game plan is and potentially change it up. But I think in this case, Na'Vi has been so proactive on the map, CNET especially, floating so much, reclearing so much, especially in that last round, right? That dive into A main, that draws so much attention that they just walk down mid with no info gained from Loud. And they're so focused on Zipan pushing and reclearing that space that there's nobody really to trade the 2 players who are pushed up in mid. And that's the sort of thing that's really unpredictable, that you can't really deal with as a game plan adjustment. You just need to call out the signs and quickly come up with a way to have a protocol against it on the fly.
And that's difficult to do.
And almost useless in some cases because they might not ever run it again.
Sure.
Wasted energy in a sense.
Turret out.
The force up, light by from Loud, 3 rifles. Excuse me, plus the Guardian too, makes this still a very dangerous round.
I mean, what a cool setup. They had the paranoia out from B, the dash in towards B, and the flash from out tree from Zipan.
Yeah, and it's trying to go deep enough that it's the looking at the players. So he's basically flashing them from behind.
Blocking sight.
It's different variation on this Sharks attack pounce, but
The thing is, it was just Les who was over there. He's already fallen. The rest of Loud towards A. Aspas is already out on site. He's going to have to turn that flash. They know where he is. Epic cleans him up, and it's once again a slaughter. Another Prime Gaming flawless through for Na'Vi.
This is where I was afraid of in this map pool. Both of these maps, it feels like Na'Vi is taking advantage of a Loud squad that has lost confidence in their identity on these specific maps. Ascent is no different. It's a place where they lost many times recently, where it used to be their home ground. It used to be their old reliable. It used to be the one where they barely lost to anybody internationally or at home.
CNED, early challenge, has to dash away.
And these are the things that are difficult. Again, I'm saying, CNED constantly peeking places and never getting punished for it. So you have to be very careful how you approach the center of the map, or any extremities at all if you're Loud, and that's causing so much labored efforts in their defaults. Looks like Counting playing anti-flash for something to come more out on Cat. Instead though, Na'Vi is taking this opportunity to swap players. Zipon started over towards B, CNED swaps his way back towards Market, and they leave Angel alone on A for a long time here.
CNED creeping up towards middle.
He peeks for info right now.
Calling my bot.
He would have gotten a lot, you're right.
And he just did, he just jump spot. And that's 3 players now from Na'Vi, where it was a second ago, nobody except Angel. Now they're gonna have everybody. Still time to
30
pivot.
seconds left.
Loud desperately need to get around on the board here. Remember, on the attacking side, if you get to 4, you'll take those. Look at that deep smoke. They want to push up.
It blocked the flash, though.
They're so aggressive into this, and they have no idea the Zip's here. And you've got CNED, who's there too. The flash out, the swing, but what? What a response from Loud.
Player standing.
Perhaps finding comfort in desperation.
That's a big blunder there from Na'Vi. Might give room for Loud to get back into this game again. Zipon and CNED walked into the crossfire. Yes, there's a flash, but you're walking into a 50-50 angle.
I mean, they've just won so many of those 50-50s so far, though.
Both looking at the same direction, though. Trying to swing to help and deny the plant.
Yeah.
Where Aspas just stays window. Crossfire at its most basic. Look at that peek from Sadak. He doesn't stop running.
No charge. Don't get shot.
A couple style points are going to get Loud a second round and are going to draw a timeout out from Na'Vi. Yeah, that's just Phil.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. That flash, they're running away from it already, right? The only person that's going to flash is Aspas on that angle, but he's playing in the window as an easy way to strafe away from it. And get right back on the line. So, yeah, that's, to me, the first mistake in an otherwise very strong half so far from Na'Vi. And it will cause actually a timeout here.
4-round lead still for the defense, and remember, they did win map 1. They've got Loud on the ropes, but you have to keep in mind how the map plays. That's everything. That guy has massive biceps.
Holy.
You're a big boy.
Yeah, this Cypher Cam is fun. Put your signs up. I still can't read that.
Yeah, I can't read what that says, but I'm sure it was a good sign anyway.
My goodness. Yeah, this is tough. For Loud in particular, I think during this timeout when Na'Vi's addressing the issues, they're comfortable, they're calm, they're collected. They've got plenty of time to still play in this series, whereas Loud, it feels like the time is ticking away. As there's only a few more rounds in this half to make anything of it. And 2 is definitely not enough, despite how defense-sided this map can look at times, even if it's trended away from that in recent memory.
Well, given, different comps that you were mentioning earlier, now we're back to more of the closer to the standard. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. The knife takes flight, getting a little bit of info. Oh, that option.
It's a fight that CNED constantly taking. He's not exactly finding value, but he's constantly
applying pressure.
That's right, unless the same situation gets Sugetsu. That has not been a situation where Sugetsu has died before his util pops off in this map so far. So talk about a huge advantage here, because you have to re-bolster this B site.
CNED's really far ahead of this. He's got the op. He saw his dash too. When does he proc? Les has been good. Oh, where'd he go? He disappeared.
He's gonna peek off the turret. CNED knows. And the knife indicates a lot of market presence, especially spotting that it's empty. Loud, are you gonna go with that info or go towards the A side?
It seems like they want to go A. That paranoia just barely out of reach from Angel. I don't think it tagged.
Oh, he's up close. Angel could completely snuff this play.
And it seems like Loud are the ones who are sniffing out what's going on the other side.
Now it's CNED's turn.
Just up by himself.
That's dash still.
Spam out through the door, and he legged Sadak 5 HP. I mean, he's beaten, he's battered, but he swings out with the classic and he's flashed. Nobody can see a thing, but CNED falls. 10 seconds left. Loud established control, not just of the site, but Tui's puts his foot down mid. One can zip on, do nothing. Loud get a third.
A scramble in the final moments, but that's exactly what happens when you lose your sentinel on the B site early on in that one. And Les, huge in this one. What a spam onto CNED too. Somehow, some way, he was staying alive for so long. Tui's to close it out too. Feels a little inconsequential at the end of the day. But Doombros can't be happy about that. Specifically, Sugetsu's first death there. And they're leaving tools up here for Loud. They still have that lockdown. And Sugetsu has his, but oh, his setup is very deep spread. He's got nanos in mid, alarm bot on Cat, and a turret on B. Somehow he's keeping them all active. And he can start to play retake on both sides, despite Na'Vi playing full 3 players on A. That shock just took down one of those nanos.
And the thing is, they don't know that it's nanos. You wouldn't normally be expecting that. It's often the alarm bot that's placed there.
Slight visual cue if you're watching it, but other than that, nothing to know if you've damaged it anyways.
Right. I think that somehow at the opener there took a ton of damage. 17 HP left in the round. See it smoke out. The drone's going to clear full A.
And spotting the alarm bot there is key, because that's not been there, remember.
Yeah. Do they push into that off of Angel's paranoia? No. Not fully convinced of what's on the other side. They're going to fake this.
They just fake footsteps away. Yeah. More noise in mid too. This flash is going to be a nice line, and Zipon's dead. The timing awful.
The paranoia on the other side too, and they've darted through this. Aspas has gotten 2. Kalanzine joining in on the fun. And Navi want none of it.
My ult is ready.
Insta-plant for Kalanzine, gets him his ult too, so even if the kills didn't come in, if they got that sight, got a counter against the lockdown, and once again, Loud maintaining the tools that they need to really start to balloon this. I mean, we're talking about 4 rounds on attack. They're getting there, and potentially even more.
Yeah, that's a costly gun loss from Sugetsu. I mean, Loud have so much money, I'm surprised they're not hunting more. Yeah, you guys are fun.
We found them. The Brazilians have arrived. Xiao finds 1-2. Will he find his life? Still in the next round, no.
And that's a last gun loss there.
And that was milliseconds too.
Yep.
You're right, that's a huge impact. Now V broke in this instance. Look at these entries. Quick from Aspas. And Angel's just wandering through that nade because it's not smoked. He thinks he's going to be able to get on the angle, and all of a sudden he's in a nade. He has to push forward in that case.
Trying to catch a timing. Perhaps an unexpected one. Certainly doesn't go his way. Navi still hanging on to a 2-round lead, but Loud have awoken. We talked about this fight mid and the value that CNED could find. This time it's just a Marshall.
Where was Angel even standing there? I feel like he was on top of Dice.
Spike drop.
Xiao has this really aggressive angle.
Yeah, off the turret. That's on his right, too. That's going to take contact for him.
A lot of Vlad members on the other side, but they're wise to it. They don't walk up dry. They flash the angle, and they get the space.
It's so interesting, too, here. I think they think that Na'Vi might have forced up, so they're using the lockdown, but there's not much behind this.
And Xiao just playing within inches of his life and ultimately finds his demise nonetheless. How do Na'Vi funnel out from this? Can they funnel out from this?
Look at Les, he's gotten all the way up market too. This is a flank possible, especially with this paranoia. He could even start to run if he wants to.
Yeah, but Angel's on a flank too. Angel's on a flank, CNED's playing up on switch.
And CNED thinks he's cleared close logs right now. Instead, it's a player in the market who can end everything.
Les is gonna do it on his own, isn't he? By himself. First shot a little bit labored, but finally meets its mark. Meanwhile, Aspas joining in on it. Les with 2 on the round, the third around the wall. Sugetsu cleans it up. He's gonna have to do it on his own. And yet again, Na'Vi crumbles.
This Loud comeback on this half is ferocious. Feels much like we saw in Pearl, but with a little bit more of a kick to it. How have we gotten to 6-5? And there's things that are working that you remember from the iconic Ascent that Loud used to play consistently. Kalenzin's Odin coming into effect as well. This last round is going to be interesting. Let's remember the different types of ults that have been up for so long. Sugetsu needs to find value out of his, but there's the Hunter's Fury up for Kalensin. Look at this up from Tui's instead of Aspas here. Attack side up with the flash coming in. Oh! A missed shot. Angel lucky to get away with his life again. Last spot one up too as well. He's using all that bank. What is that?
I mean, when you've got that much money, it works. You see the paranoia out towards mid, trying to catch Angel, but he's gonna push in front of it. Instantly tucks back though. The ult out from Sadak, but the swing out from CNED. Angel in a massive position to make an even bigger play.
Res coming up. Zip-on, can he try to deny? I love this from Aspas, getting extra space, but can't get out now.
45 HP, he dashes back. Power in the jet mobility.
It's crazy that all this has happened still. 40 seconds left. Loud can pivot anywhere they want to. Especially now that Sugetsu's down. There's no KJ util on that B site despite it looking on the minimap. And they're going to commit to this A split. Tui's has a crucial job to clear A main here. And that's what they're really careful of right now.
The timing on it's interesting because they're funneling out without having fully cleared it. Maybe hoping to get your timing on someone who might be there, but Zip-on with 4 HP, down in hell, trying to stay alive. 10 seconds left on them to get the spike down, and it's all gone their way. Xiao left in a 1v3.
Info TP to try to catch him, which dodges the knife, but they should know he's in tree.
I mean, Kalenzin's here with the Odin on the other side. Safety valves in place.
One way, just at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, such a frustrating situation to be in as a player. To realize there is no wiggle room. There is no way to take an advantage. It's another round for Loud, and we're tied at 6.
What an absolute shutdown at the end of this half. It has given energy to the Loud fans. It has given energy into the players right now because they look in control for what feels like the first time fully in this series.
Oh, we got to think about the ferocious comeback they attempted to pull off in Pearl. It was not enough. Maybe this will be. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much. Guys, we have a game on our hands. I got Mimi and Valen here with me, but let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment. This was actually the last round. The Na'Vi won. After this, Mimi was all Loud.
Immediately after this, Loud pause. They win 4 in a row, but this is a brilliant round from Na'Vi. It starts with this nice preset flash haunt combo to take A main control, and then in the mid round, they push into mid and then use this fade ult as Loud are executing to decay them all and just win off of the spam. I thought Na'Vi started out playing with this fade really well. They're showcasing why they play a little bit of a different comp than standard, but Valen, out of that timeout, it was all the way for Loud. Their timeouts have just been so effective at turning these matches around.
Yeah, and I think what was talked about in that timeout, at least from what I see, is just slowing the game down. Oftentimes Loud was kind of rushing their executes or sometimes even playing too slow, but we saw their flow really set after that timeout. And there's a round after I can't wait to talk about because it was such good mid-rounding from Sadhawk, getting canceled on Cat with 30 seconds left and transitioning into this mid-B that was so perfect, and I think that's what gave them the momentum going into the half. But regardless, both IGLs have been playing very well actually right now, so it's exciting to see this battle continue.
Yeah, we do have a game on our hands, but also CNET versus Aspas on the Jet. We saw a little bit of it on the first map, but we're really seeing both of the impact here, Mimi, on Ascent.
We absolutely are. This was dominated by CNET to start, but Aspas has been waking up for Loud, and the energy is back. For the first time in so long, it feels for Loud. The fans are out in force for them. It feels like this might be their opportunity to turn this whole series around and keep the reigning champions alive here in Champs 23.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the second half. Na'Vi, they don't usually start on the defense on this map internationally, so Doug and Bala, let's see what they got for us on the attack.
I mean, Yinsu, given how the map has played out, really the whole series, we know we're going to be in for a good time. 6-6 at half. Na'Vi trying to stabilize, given the disaster of a close. They had to really clean up the first half of Ascent their ball.
This is as close as it can get. And now we flip. And Na'Vi's attack sides can definitely have that same punch. But it's hit or miss in some instances. Look at CNET. He's been so active all series long. 2 maps where he has the ability to be that person for Na'Vi. Shock dart off the turret possible. He fires it off anyways, trying to catch Sugetsu creeping. Angel, again, I mean, this is what he does. He's first contact up mid while CNET holds his Cat, really looking for something.
Which again, I mean, on most other teams, those roles are swapped.
Yes.
Right? It's CNET who's taking mid, who's trying to be first contact, but you have your controller or somebody else covering you, Cat, but this is just the Na'Vi way.
Yep. And oftentimes it leaves them without a smoke. There's smoke. Only a single one this round, by the way. They used it at the beginning of the round to work Angel into that position, get that alarm bot down, get market control. And he's going to use it again, 5 seconds until the next one for spawn.
I mean, they've poked and prodded a little bit, and yeah, Aspas took some damage, but they really haven't found much else.
Yep.
And they're going to be pushing into this 2-player setup out from Loud. I love this from Sonic, just an aid to delay, right? Not even interested in taking the fight, knowing how long Na'Vi have burned the clock.
There's 3 players on this.
It's going to be a bloodbath. They're all fighting on the site. The only 2 that aren't close by are the spike holders. Of course, CNET swinging around, trying to find one. He does. Aspas, Kawanzine up high too. It's just too much. It's just too much.
And it's a beautiful smoke from Tui's too. And the read on the play from him, he TP'd back off of A main, gave it up when he realized the split was coming in, got back on site, gave a smoke so that Kawanzine can flood fight and save the players on site. Sadak in this instance. Right here, look at this. That smoke, there's nobody able to shoot him at that point from A main.
Yeah, there's no shot.
And there's no control of the right side of the site that Na'Vi's trying to go for.
Confusion. Confusion in the face of Na'Vi's IGL annihilation out from Loud's coach as they take the lead. You see the buy for Na'Vi, it's not great. They don't really invest a ton, 3 sheriffs. Light armor for CNET in this too.
This could be dangerous. And they're fighting cautiously. Off the turret again, really making sure Sugetsu doesn't get any space here. A lot of damage done. If I'm Na'Vi here, you're looking to try to control some of these orbs, really start to stack up on them.
Oh, that hurt.
That's massive.
Talk about finding value. Shao just went down and he was the healthiest one of the bunch.
Yeah. I mean, this much damage early in the eco round spells disaster for it. Really reduces the chances. So all these little chip damage setups that Kawanzine is playing on this side, working really nice.
More than just a chip there on Angel.
CNET's behind him at this point.
Uh-oh. They might pull this off. CNET's going to have to continue to be massive. Zipen's there to help. They've gotten out onto the site. They've left Sugetsu to control B.
That's a Bulldog too.
And that's where Sadak is going.
Sugetsu's completely unaware though.
He's got a classic. He's not healthy. I mean, he's dead. He's done.
Yeah, still though.
Bulldog for CNED, you're right.
And the flash as well from Zipun, so they can definitely make a play off of this. Both back sight though, and that knife cancels all of that.
And the paranoia, they go in behind it, surely. You hear the nade out from Sadak, but that was a little shallow. I think that was intended to go back sight. There's the flash, there's the swing, it's just one left. Can Sadak do it on his own? No! CNED with the...
How's that just happen there? Navi sucking the energy back out of this room by hitting a thrifty win. Just buying up a couple sheriffs. What is that?
And I've got to go back to the opening in the round. You think about the shock darts that came through from Kawanzin, all the damage that was dealt.
Yeah, how did they lose that round? And they even took down Angel. There's no smokes there. The elation from Fraud last round, all of a sudden, turning to frustration. Feelings echoed by the crowd right now, too. Ooh. But they're going to make an attempt at this. Les has a Vandal, too. And instead, it's the Eco that's finding some value early on in this one.
On both sides, yeah. I am just so concerned of the potential push.
I mean, they already saw it once.
Yeah.
What do they do to back it up? Shout. Could use Prowlers. Instead, without Haunt clearing bottom mid, Angel's going to set up on Cat, insert himself. He has a Phantom. I don't think you want to go lurking by yourself.
Oh, but again, that's the Angel way. I thought he was going to do it.
Did anybody get suppressed there by that knife? No. Throwing cross map from Sadak. That is the cue for them to go.
Les has a Vandal here, the only one that's standing. Aspas has shown up with the Marshall, currently smoked off.
Big
oh
dog.
My goodness, they're all lit up. And he preserves life. They've got a shot at this. It might just all be Les, but that might be enough. Turning the flash, looking for another, and it connects. Only Sugetsu standing. A 1v4 if he wants to win this round. And he's certainly healthy enough to do it, but he does not have enough time. He cannot ping pong back his way into the round as a MasterCard Thrifty comes through for Loud.
Back to back. Big rounds that should not be won end up coming through. And we're staying as close as possible. Remember, after Loud won that pistol, that was the first lead they've had all series, and now again, bringing it back with that thrifty round win.
And it wasn't in the kills, but the setup from Kawazin was insane.
And they bolstered their economy, so absolutely. These little things. He gets his Odin online, and they get the op online for Aspas. Let's see if he can start hitting.
Yes, he can. He's gonna get a shot at a second. Asinet's dashing into his lap. He's trying to take the fight to him.
Head-to-head coming to full fruition there. CNED looking to punish. I like taking the risk on that. Again, hero buy from Navi in this instance. 2 rifles bought up, sheriffs from the rest. Long range.
That's as clean as you could possibly ask for. But once again, another nice counter. Just 2 rifles left on the side of Navi. And one of them just hit the floor.
Drone perfectly timed as well. Does it clear market? Yes, Kawanzin too aware. And in other times, CNED might have his dash to dash on that drone, but instead has to be cautious with this one.
I mean, the spike's gonna make its way out onto site.
Ooh, that's a great haunt to ping Aspas. Could have been value there for CNED. But he goes the wrong way and leaves Shao in a 1v4.
Even with the information gathered from his utility, and you have no armor, a 1v4, the flash around, he's got to take a step back, spam through the wall, as Loud get another, and that gets us 1 step closer to map 3.
Seemed like Loud has found the state of mind, of emotion, of strategy to end up feeling like that team, that top team of America's, the winner of America's, runner-up at lock-in. For Sadak, for Les, for Aspas, the champs of last year. I think Angel feels this kind of slipping right now. And I think the signs should have been shown way earlier in this game, in that first half.
Two ults for the defense, and they're meaningful ones at that. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have full rifle. Xiao's already taken a little bit of damage. They've taken so much space towards Garage already, and they've inserted Aspas with the op.
Oh. How's he even getting that?
I mean, that was so close. What? How does he know?
And the turret's faced the wrong way.
A costly mistake.
What's even going on there?
Either way, Na'Vi having to find success in space elsewhere. CNET exploring mid. They're going to try to split the side up, the map up as best as they can. That's a clean shot onto Les. You've got Aspas on the other side with the op, and Charles Nettington, what was that?
He didn't even stop. Didn't use counter strafes at all.
No, he scooped up the op too. Numbers in favor of Na'Vi. And once again, an unexpected situation.
Still very doable here from the side of Loud.
And really no reason not to go for it. They've got the money. They have the resources.
Oh, that dart clears all of sight. It's only one on site at Xiao.
Surely you get spammed, right? Yeah, you're dead.
And now they know about the rest. What's going on here? Angel's gonna peek out.
Ill-advised. I mean, Cena trying to hold one side, but there's too much pressure coming in elsewhere. He's got blades. Does he pop them?
Do they know where he is?
Does he go?
Somewhere else?
Does he go? The op shot misses. The blades get popped, and it's too late. Loud stabilize.
There was a chance there. It looked like somehow, some way, they ended up baiting the fact that CNET was offside. It looked like everybody was away, but CNET does not have that info. And so he plays differently than what Loud was expecting. And he makes some noise backside. That's just crazy. I wonder if like a knife or something didn't spot him, because it definitely felt like nobody was looking until he made noise. And Na'Vi, Angel is not happy about that.
No, the frustration starting to mount. Again, the stakes have never been greater. On Valorant's biggest stage of the year, Na'Vi find themselves down. Feeling Loud establish control.
This is ridiculous. What? What is that?
Wait, where's the spoon? Is there a spoon?
Hey!
Hey, that's the last time out from Na'Vi too.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to it. I'm not sure if Loud's gonna allow this to go the same way that Pearl went, as close as possible.
Dude, look at the timeline. I mean, even going back into the previous half.
Yeah, they've activated, man. This is the type of stuff we saw constantly in the Americas League, a new level, a new notch for Loud. They constantly were losing maps where it felt like they shouldn't have and they looked bad on, and then all of a sudden they turned it on and looked like gods in the next. But it's not off the back of Aspas or anything like that.
No.
Aspas still kind of slow in this game. Finally finding value out of the op, though, in multiple rounds, and looking for it again.
And honestly, when you're trying to put together a championship run, that's what you want.
It's looking like Na'Vi want to full send on this A site without any information elsewhere on the map. As soon as this smoke fades, it's time to go.
First smoke. Sadak. That nade is going to cause a little bit of trouble, but CNET's already out. Angel has joined him, using him like a duelist.
Spike down A.
I'm looking for the timing of these no commands and the lockdown. Sadak up close. He might have just ended the round right here without using anything. Look at him go.
Sadak with 4. Give him the ace. Les steals it, but it's a prime gaming flawless for Loud anyway.
The leader and the veteran. Sadak, what is this? Spamming on the first. That's a ping by him. A flash to take down CNET. The teammates break the door and everything is coming in at the same time. The Hot, the Sobo, I mean, that's a setup for absolute success. I feel like I've seen this before from Sadak. And they're starting to play to the crowd, finally starting to get this confidence on this stage that's been lacking in the series so far.
It's been lacking since Tokyo. But it seems like a return to form. Aspas with the op, the first shot just a bit wide. He's feeling a lot of pressure. We're in for something special here as the 1-2 punch is just too much.
Oh.
But Zibanejad, what?
That's the 1-2 punch. Where did that come from? Following up on all the kills. And they've got a free A site.
A ferocious 2K from both. Kawanzin left alone. Is he going to be able to upgrade a weapon? It's just Odin.
That's as upgraded as you can.
Yeah, I guess it is the best gun in the game. 13 seconds to his dart. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer.
As you saw that brief decision there, the knife spots him.
Yeah.
He can either go back up heaven, which is maybe what they expect, or go back here.
The nade to dissuade. Zipman, no idea. Assassination style. He tries to snap on the second, not going to connect. Shao saves the day with 3.
Add Zip onto the mix there. Yeah, his back was turned, but it was what felt like safely watched there from Shao down in dark. What is this? Like, how did this turn around? We thought for sure they were cleaning this up.
Oh my gosh, he almost got that third.
Tui's and Sadak were hungry running down Cat.
Yeah.
They didn't actually need that. Yes, Sadak got 1 kill, but it felt like Les and Aspas were enough in mid. Instead, they throw all their lives away. We're back into it again. Na'Vi all on this B side. We've seen their willingness to start really hitting these sites. And they've got the ults to do it.
I think on the defensive side too, interesting to note, Sadak bought a judge, and it's not from lack of money. This is the play they want to make.
Oh, Zipon just used his ult. That suppresses almost everybody on the map. There's no KJ util left. Loud did not go for an anti-KJ.
And that's the important one. You imagine they're just going to give up the space and try to play retake because of the ults that they have. Les has to stay alive. Gets away.
Oh, lockdown invested, but they're in the site anyway, so that's no longer going to be a factor. Now they have to play anti-lockdown from Les. And that's difficult when Sadak has his own no command, but only a judge from him with 5K.
That knife from Zipman just hit Les, so they're going to have to wait even longer.
Well, Loud still have to do the first step, which is take over the front of site. Now they can play backside because he does it from spawn.
I mean, Na'Vi may have everything they could possibly want, and they've got Sugetsu swinging around. They're going to have to deal with him, and he's just baiting them out, man. Using himself as a carrot on a stick, dangling, drawing attention. But it may not be enough. They've gotten their way out. It's going to be a 2v2 Sonic upgrading a weapon. Zipan trying to dance around the flick, almost lands. Shao needs to be clutch. He needs to cause problems, and he does! Shao with the Red Bull clutch to get Na'Vi 9.
There's no way. There's just no way. Aspas dropped his up, picked up a judge. It was the perfect weapon. And he just doesn't get the kills. How does he not get that on a Shao? He's literally in his smoke, as close as you can be.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen Aspas POV there.
No time for that. Back in this right away.
Loud still hanging on to a 2-round lead. Sadak still with his ult. And the op for Aspas currently playing mid.
These death balls have been much better for Na'Vi than any of their defaults.
Yeah.
And they're still sticking to it, but a lot less ults.
The money for them isn't great either. Na'Vi have to continue to find value, and that is gorgeous.
We've seen that before from Na'Vi. Just getting the spam off the mini-map there with the ult. It's just so perfect. And Angel's not even risking his life there.
I mean, they're essentially using it as a Yoru ult in a lot of ways.
Just crazy.
What do Loud do here? Na'Vi trying to hang on. They have 4 members on site.
Yeah.
Just Sugetsu playing off. And the knife tagged him. So they should know where he is. The op not finding its mark. That nade is going to cause some problems. Seeing it down to 38 HP, and he's dealt with. Remember, you still have to deal with Sugetsu. And now he finds the right moment to strike. The barrage of bullets not connecting. But Loud finding space. Angel having to clutch for Na'Vi. And he's not going to do it. Loud's gonna get the defuse. They're gonna get to map point. Oh, baby.
This is crazy. How often are we seeing these Loud retakes? I mean, outside of that 1v2 from Xiao moments ago, these Loud retakes look impossible, yet they still get down to that final member down the line. And eventually it's gonna connect, even though Na'Vi feel like they can bulldoze their way on this site almost every round. They've fallen back onto old comfort here with this default. It's not gonna be fast.
And it's not gonna be ferocious either. Look at their buy. Just one rifle.
It's shambles.
Sugetsu.
That is an absolutely broken buy. And it's Sugetsu too, not one of the entries, not CNED and not Angel. I don't know how he's in that category, but he is.
Not their second duelist.
He gets a kill anyways, top mid onto Aspas.
Well, hold up.
Was he jump spotting there?
That was the big one. Can they do it with odds stacked against them? Where statistics say you shouldn't be able to pull this off.
Remember, on Pearl, they were on a low buy too, and they closed out that match.
Can they defy those expectations as Sugetsu gets another?
I mean, never doubt putting your faith into Sugetsu in these moments, but that's the spike there, and Sugetsu not able to trade. Still no weapons recovered.
Tui's calm on it, able to
another
reestablish,
kill!
But he falls. I mean, Sugetsu might ace his way into this.
Smoke behind to cover up their tracks. Les is hot on them though.
Kalanzine showing up, he has dart, he has 2 shocks. Odin's still in play.
Weapons finally recovered for other players too.
Well, just Angel at this point. Les, what? Sugetsu with 4. The ace on the cards. As the crowd tries willing him there. Kalanzine left by himself, just the Odin.
Don't forget, this was a round Na'Vi was basically saving. They forced up with almost nothing. And Sugetsu with a hero Vandal gets all 4 kills. And he's not gonna be given the opportunity. Although I think he heard him chase him down right now. He's running into mid.
He's gone hunting. He wants it. Kalanzine wise not to re-peek. He grabbed the op. He's able to carry it into the next round. I mean, that's huge.
That might be everything. In an instance where we've just seen hero plays, all attention goes to the stars. All attention goes to players like Aspas to close this game out. If that's what it's gonna take, that's what it's gonna take. What a round.
Yeah, Sugetsu looking to become the main character. And with a round like that, he very well may.
Look at this peak. Aspas wants it. He wants to take the fight fast. And even though we've been deathballing towards B as Na'Vi, they have been exploring mid in a few of these instances.
This is so bold. This is so bold. You have 2Es above from top cat.
There's nobody playing on B site right now because they're all supporting Aspas going for this kill. Lockdown now. Potentially, yeah, it's up.
The duel's gonna come through. Aspas looking the wrong way, but the snap on his Zipan is good.
Cover going out.
And this is the problem with deathballing. Whenever you want to pivot, whenever you're not getting enough information for you to send it, you have to re-clear so much.
I mean, you're blind.
And that's why Loud is going for that play in the first place.
Complete lack of awareness and a desperate need for reconnaissance to find out what else is going on.
Bomb grenade out.
But hero plays have been made. They're gonna hit this site 4 versus 3.
Can Na'Vi stay alive?
Sadak has his ult right now with 37 seconds. He's not popping it for some reason.
Patience on it, there it is. That's the cue, they've got the lockdown to buy time.
This gets
Na'Vi,
space deep.
once again, burning the clock.
They forgot about the lockdown!
Sadak clears it out.
How do they get in now?
I don't think they can. It's just 3 left. There's still 2 members of Loud on site. And in very Na'Vi fashion, they burn the clock all the way down, and maybe not a moment too soon. Less than 2 is the youngster stay alive, but Sugetsu with another massive play. Can Tui's 1v2 to take us to bind. Tui's creeping around, keeping his position quiet, keeping it secure, keeping it safe. And Navi wisely not giving him a fight. They're going to force him to make a play.
He's coming for it, though.
Tui's spotting just an elbow of the first, closing the door, baiting the fight.
He might get half off that, no.
No, it's just a tap. The door's been broken. Tui's in a seemingly impossible situation. He's already gotten one, waiting for the swing on the second. The turret, 7 bullets. Will it be enough? They don't connect. They don't connect. And Sugetsu's just gonna be able to spam his way through. Oh my gosh, no, not like this. He pushes out. He's already gotten it to half. It's a whirling dervish. He gets the kill, but the defuse is not gonna come through. Navi, stay alive.
He puts it all out, though. And we've got to watch that round from Sugetsu's POV again. What is going on with this guy? This is why the lockdown falls behind him. He stays in the position and gets that shot on the Aspas, then finds this follow-up too. And he's the final 1v1 too. That is crazy.
What on earth?
Remember when I said I thought for sure Loud was going to be able to not let this slip like Navi did?
Right, yeah.
And here we are. Final timeout of the game and final round of regulation.
How on earth have we found ourselves here? For Danny, for Fraud, calling the last timeout prior to the last round of regulation. And this is where you reach into the very depths of your playbook. Nothing left out there. A desperately needed round to potentially take us to bind.
A ridiculous situation in front of us right now. Because Loud feels more pressure to close this map out than Navi did in that first one.
I mean,
if they let it slip, they're out.
Their years on the line, you're right.
They don't get to play another. Or Navi. Yes, they want to close it out, but they get another chance if they lose this one.
The dart to set up Aspas, the turret cleared. Meanwhile, there's already aggression towards A.
The fact that they've stopped this is a huge success point here for Loud, because they were trying to fake a little bit more of a default setup going here, and they wanted to pop on it.
And they stopped it with 2 players on the side of Loud.
And that smoke took a long time to actually go down from Tui's as well. Still going to set up for the execute now that Sugetsu's joined them. They have this fatal.
CNED has a judge. A judge in Blades.
Oh, he could easily make something happen with that.
Oh, Sonic's ahead of it!
He has a judge too!
What a play from the leader! But Angel on the counter. A 4v4, his kills go back and forth. Tit for tat, he's gonna try to escape. Tui's falls, less on the swing. It's all Sugetsu, he's been a hero. My goodness, he's gotten him here by himself, but it will not happen again. We turn attention to bind.
Everyone liked that. That is a hell of a map of Valorant. And we get ourselves one more to boot.
Honestly, given how it's gone, I feel like we would have been robbed if that had not been the case. We're gonna throw it to a break. Bind on the other side. We'll be right back.
From here, all I want is you, all I want is you, all I take me somewhere far away from here, from here, all I want is you, all I want is you, all I take me somewhere far away from here.
what a response from Loud. They bring this series back to a 1-1 and push us to map 3. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Valen. I feel like this series, this is the series we were owed. This is the one that we deserve, Valen. They've never played against each other before, and every map is so close. It's peak entertainment.
No, it's so close, and Loud had a huge round to start the comeback for them, and it was on the back of Sodhawk with his calling. I wanted to show a round. It was round 9 here, and it was just such a perfect pivot from Sodhawk in the mid round. So what I want to show, just for context, Les got a pick on Suigetsu early, and they anticipated CNED to retake this line based on the positioning of Les, and we see them speed up into this cat hit here after CNED showed himself at B. So the cat hit comes, smokes come out, the nade come out, they're redroning A main, it's all looking good, but there's a lot of counter util here from Na'Vi, and it's really good. You see the Paranoia go back into Garden, counter util from the KO as well, and this is great composure from Sodhawk, and this is what boosted the momentum. We see them pivot back into mid for this B split. And I want to take a pause here because we see them pivoting back into this B split, and I want to show you on the map something key. Toys decided to stay at top mid, and he's a pivotal part of this play because he's going to become a lurker later into the round here. So we speed up into the round. They know that CNED is on B, so they just run him down, full running it down. We cannot give this guy any space. Don't let him get any kills, and they don't even trade. They go 1 for 0 on him. And what we see here is Toys earlier, lurking through mid, being patient. We see fast Na'Vi rotators coming through mid, picks them off, and he actually ends up getting both of these kills, and by now the round is really done and dusted. And I really just want to reinstate that this is on the back of Sodhawk calling that pivot, kind of just slowing the game down. Hey guys, we just got canceled on cat. We don't have to force it through. Slow the round down, go back into your mid to B setup, and they won out after this, right? So this was after the pause, they won out, and it just kind of boosted the momentum forward for the team.
And besides calling really well, Sodhawk was also the best player individually on his team. He was having insane moments to keep them in that one. And for Loud, I think a lot of that great calling came from going back to comfort. This is why I was molding so much when they were trying to experiment with that breach composition, because their mid-round decision-making with this default comp, I think they just understand it so well that even against other teams that are great at Ascent like Na'Vi, they're still coming out on top so consistently.
Yeah, the crazy thing is normally when Xiao is on form, when Suigetsu is on form, when they're just clutching back to back to back to back to back rounds, they win. But today that did not happen, Mimi, because the same thing was happening on the side of Loud. Les, Kawa, Aspas, every single one of them stepped up huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous that this didn't come out because of those clutches you're mentioning, but a big part of that, and I think the player who really propelled that comeback into being is Les, who's been so consistent for this team. I think the comparison between him and Suigetsu is so apt because they're both the players that no matter the situation, no matter what they're playing, no matter what the map is, they're always putting up numbers, winning these late rounds for their team, and propelling them into these comebacks as we saw here.
Yeah, talking about propelling them into the comebacks, Les was the one who force bought the rifle after getting ecoed, and he held down B getting a 3K. Like, you can't ask for more from this player. You lose the eco in such a tragic way. How do you do so much chip damage and somehow lose the B bomb site? He says, nope, I'm not losing this game, buys the rifle on his own and just holds down the site. So he's the one who boosted them into this momentum on defense, and I would say Sodhawk was the one who boosted them in the attack.
Yeah, pure confidence there from them. But for Na'Vi, though, we're seeing a little bit of tilt and a little bit of a emotion from them. You know, CNED, Angel, we saw some death slams as well that was going on. And Mimi, in situations like this, you don't really expect Na'Vi to be a team that get overly emotional, so I'm a little bit surprised with this.
Yeah, you were talking at the beginning of the day, Val, that you didn't think either of these teams would really be feeling that pressure, would be tilting it all today, because they've been in situations like this so many times. But I think we do see from Na'Vi that there is that pressure on them, that players will get animated at times, and I think that's a good thing you can channel into momentum, but also something that can get the better of you in these high-pressure situations, especially going into bind as our third map.
Yeah, really, as a player, if you're in a close game, it's very hard to just keep it super stable, right? You're in back
and it makes it even more impressive that Loud did, despite those rounds you're talking about, like losing the eco, being down on your best map. It's impressive that they were able to.
Yeah, I think it's because they were just winning so many rounds in a row that regardless of one fluky round, they knew at the back of their mind that they had the grasp on Na'Vi and that they were going to go to map 3.
I mean, also Na'Vi, they had to play against this crowd as well. The Loud fans, once the momentum started to get going, they were really cheering and getting behind their teams, which is also not an easy thing for Na'Vi to go up against as well.
Yeah, no, the crowd has been electrifying. I would say you guys got to step up when they're down too, though. You know, help them out when they're down. But Loud started to win and collect rounds and kind of gain momentum, and the crowd was on their side too, so Na'Vi is facing two opponents, really.
Yeah, and with the energy behind them, that I wanted to kind of start to talk about this third map because I have no idea what to expect for Na'Vi. I thought the early stage of this map will look solid for them, especially after winning Pearl. I expected this to be a 2-0 in favor of Na'Vi, but now we go to a bind where this Na'Vi squad, they've tried playing Yor, they've tried playing Neon, they've tried playing Sage Comes. They've just never found something that they truly feel comfortable on, and I honestly have no idea what they're going to bring out today here at Champions, especially with elimination on the line.
I mean, 6 different times they played this map, 5 different comps. Like Mimi said, they've been throwing everything into this, and Valorant, so far, none of it has worked. They're not exactly winning with these experiments they've been doing.
Yeah, right. I mean, for one, it's hard for them to pick a comp, but also for Loud, that's tough to deal with as well. I mean, the head coach has a headache probably up all night watching all the different comps that Na'Vi could pull out today. You really don't know what to expect, right? And as a coaching staff, as players, that's kind of tough because there's so many different things you can be thrown at you, so you have to prepare for all of it, and I'm excited to see how Loud is going to deal with that, not knowing what to expect from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and for the side of Loud, I am really, really excited to see them play on this map. They were playing this chamber composition with Sadak locking it in, which sounds strange to begin with. You'd normally expect Aspas on that role, but he was so good on it. In America, so many creative setups, but it's been a while as well for Loud since they've played this map, so there is a chance that they've come up with something new, that they have changed their composition, as we've already seen on 2 of the maps in this series.
I feel like we've been spoiled there. That didn't look like a chamber.
I was about to say that
there
was
some
not
bandages
chamber.
Instead of, like, you know, the typical chamber thing, but we won't speculate. I mean, we'll carry on speculating without getting spoiled because, like you said, you don't know what to prepare for on the side of Loud, but the issue is the reason that Na'Vi keep changing comps is because they're not winning with whatever it is they're trying. So even if it's difficult to prepare for, I feel like Loud still seem like they're going to come out on top on Bind specifically.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Na'Vi has never looked like they found their grasp on this map. So regardless of you don't know what to prepare for, in the back of your mind, you're like, ah, this team hasn't really been good on this map. If we play our game, if that's their mindset, then they should be able to win this.
And remember the stakes here, right? Na'Vi, they won in Copenhagen. They've taken tournaments before. They were always the second best in EMEA, fighting for more than just that. They've had a tough 2022, but so has Loud. You're back-to-back champions, finalists in lock-in, winners of Americas. To see either of these teams go out this early in Champions would honestly be unthinkable, but one of them has to. On map number 3 here, the pressure is truly on for all of these players.
I mean, judging by how map 1 and map 2 has gone so far, it's gonna be a close one. You know, we're not really quite finding either team being particularly dominant on either of the maps we've seen. So I'm feeling an overtime. I feel like we're kind of
We're bound, right? 2 13-11s back-to-back. It's overtime, 14-12 here, right?
Yeah, it has to be. It really does have to be. And for the preparation element as well, I think a lot of this might come down to the on-the-fly calling from these 2 IGLs. They've honestly both performed so well this series. Angel had one of those games on map number 1 where his calls were on point, his individual performance was electric, and we were just talking about how good Sadak was on Ascent as well. So the adaptation on the fly in a really big match like this is going to be everything, Valen. And I'm sure you as an IGL who's been in matches like this before knows how difficult that is to pull it off at the level these 2 guys have been able to do.
Yeah, definitely. But I also think it's the battle of the hot starts right now because map number 2 was going highly in the favor of Na'Vi, but like you talked about adaptation, Loud was able to adapt in live situation down 6-1 and kind of crawl it back together, understand the pacing they have to play at in order to tear down Na'Vi and open up the bomb site. So I think just like in a map like Bind, sometimes the fast pace doesn't work and you have to kind of go back to your slow play, like inserting people into showers, going back into B and then splitting, kind of taking more map control instead of just the fast rushes right away. So it really just depends on how fast you can start and if your quick plays will work. And if not, you have your fallback options of, okay, we got to play slow now. Can we just manipulate and push-pull the rotations and kind of end somewhere together?
I think the good news for Na'Vi is that their star players are always winning them rounds are on form. We're seeing peak Xiao, peak Sugetsu, they're cold, they're clutching out of their minds. So I feel like, I mean, on map 1 on Pearl, we saw them get over the line in that fashion. I think they were a little bit unlucky perhaps towards the end on Ascent, not to take it to OT. But if Xiao and Sugetsu are doing what they did on Ascent, on Bind, I don't know. I think it's not going to be as easy as it seems for Loud.
Yeah, I'm also really hoping, talking about players getting into form, to see Aspas in form. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen that Jet in Americas who was just dominating in every sense of the world. He was far and away the best player regionally. He was really the MVP of Champions last year, probably a top 5 player, if not higher than that, at lock-in as well. But it seems like in these last 2 events, he's struggled to strike that again. And against a CNED, who's actually been so good today, I think that's going to be really important this map.
Yeah, real possibility that neither of them played Jet on Bind as well as we head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's take a look and see if we have any changes from either side, which comps they're going to be moving and bringing to us. And we do have changes. And Na'Vi are going to run the
triple controller Omen Brim. I have never seen that one before.
I have. Fnatic used to run this back in the days on Bind. They were very, very unsuccessful when they did it.
The ancient era coming back on through. Loud, it seems like they're going to continue to cook in this tournament. What I think this can bring is you get the paranoia from the Omen. You can have really strong retakes when you're on defense, scaling out with more smoke. What do you make of this?
So what I would point out definitely is the Omen pick, especially Sadhak being on those other agents like KO and Breach. He's going to be like a pseudo initiator where he has these smokes to make space, but also the paranoia for retakes and getting into the bomb sites. He actually has a lot of tools as like a controller / initiator player, and I think he's going to be very aggressive on this Omen role.
He can also act as kind of a second dive agent, teleporting into his own smokes to help with the entry. It's going to be so cool to see what Loud have cooked up, but Na'Vi on the other side, also double duelists. CNED's back on Neon for elimination at Champions. These comps are going to be insane.
Well, this is it. It is do or die. No more second chances. Let's find out which team is going to be progressing to playoffs. Over to you, Doug and Bola.
Thank you so much, Jinsu Los Angeles. We've been blessed with a banger here at the Shrine, and the good thing is we still have one map to go. Elimination on the line for both of these teams, and with that, again, the end of the year. There's nothing left. This is it.
What a way to go to this Neon comp from Na'Vi, and then a triple controller comp from Loud. I mean, what is that? I agree with Sue. I've seen this before, but not in a stakes like this. This is crazy. 10 seconds till the pistol round starts. Let's get this party started. One more map. Shrine, let me hear you.
Loud starting off on attack, all attention turn towards A. And they're quick with it.
And you can already see some impact with this extra smoker here from Sadhak throwing up top truck. You get no value if you're playing up there if you zip on.
Dude, I mean, look at the site. Nobody can see anything. It's all just green and gray and everything smoked, everything covered. Tui's finding space in showers, Les finding space on site, and Loud finding the round.
In a moment where the smokes fade, they find clarity. A ridiculous clap back after it looked like they were going to fail. When they pushed out, that re-push through showers right by bench, they get 2 kills instantly. And Na'Vi overextend. Tui's with that late lurk through bathroom. At any point, any of these controllers can turn into lurkers. I know that Valen on the desk was talking about how it's you could be, in some instances, a pseudo-initiator, and I fully agree, but at the same time, too, once you get those weird TP plays going. What is going to be the play here? Les with the fast molly to keep Angel and Shao contained down in Garden. And that forces Angel to TP out. I think the molly might have missed, actually, there. Shao got out really easily.
Whoa. Oh, and the other one from Sadhak is massive. Zipan making a run at this round, though, with the Sheriff.
I think with losing CNED and Angel, though, these are the guys who are really doing some work with those light buy rounds that Na'Vi was getting outside of the hero rifle rounds from Sugetsu. I do love how Loud played this 3-1-1 default. 3 players going up long. They get that control of Octagon, and then they have only Tui's watching the back of Sand. That's covering Les's flank. And Sadhak deep watching bathroom, too. It's a perfect anti-eco play. No pushes allowed.
Oh, there's a little something. If they managed to get through Aspas with the Phantom, though, just overwhelms Sugetsu. And that nade hurts. He tried pushing through it to catch a timing, but just not going to be the case. Aspas gets 3 as Loud get the second.
And Aspas on the raise, too, is something that we've been not seeing too often throughout this season. In some cases, been pigeonholed onto Neon and other things that you definitely wouldn't put to his name prior to this year.
No.
It's been the same thing for CNED, too.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
And that's why you see him playing this Neon right now. There's not really a place for him to be comfortable on this. So they use him for the extra stuns, fast flanks.
And very quickly, if I may, I know that Aspas just got a bunch of kills, but Les is currently sitting at 4-0.
Yeah.
The guy's just been on a heater.
And look at that one-way from Sadak. He can take this fully by himself. Very interesting, given the fact that he was trying to do this when he was playing Chamber on this map.
Yeah.
At Tokyo. And during the Americas playoff, he gets a trap play sprung at him, though. He can TP out of this, no problem.
Oh, the Trailblazer, they're hunting. They're pushing him further back, but he just created so much space off of his TP that they can't follow.
And look at this. They have such an abundance of smokes that Tui's just uses one to put him in it if he was in trouble. That's crazy. Oh, Angel. False information there. And they're not following it up with a flash from Xiao, so that's a kill on the CNED given freely.
Another opener onto Aspas, too. Now 2 away from the showstopper in round 3. I mean, they're all lined up in towards short. You've got Angel, who's close by, though, cleaning up the first. Kawanzin falls. Aspas waiting for the challenge, and Angel snappy with it. They get the spike down, though. Sadak was the only one who had control of the right side, but they still have the utility of Les that they can play around.
Yeah, Tumali's time is taken away, but they're going to get pushed here very fast, so will he be able to get those off, and will they make a difference? Because I don't see an orb on the spike.
Les has to be cautious. He gets the first, tries to snap onto the second. Angel with 3 on the round 2. He's swinging for it.
Not half.
Spotting one more. Xiao's going to have to pick up the work that was not accomplished. He's gotten it 3/4 of the way. He's just going to be able to stick it the whole time. Angel was the protection of 4K as Navi get on the board.
And in a moment where they lose advantage early, Loud instantly getting that first pick. Down short with, well, not instantly. It was belabored from Aspas to come through.
Yeah.
But Angel holds the line. Remember, he was rotating off in that instance. That's huge for Navi to continue to maintain that pace, because on Ascent, Loud was 17-7 in first kills to first deaths.
That's outrageous.
Yeah,
17-7.
It was still a 13-11, 17-7.
That's mad.
So in moments like that, you need to see them continue to convert when they lose the man advantage, because it's frequent, it feels like, at this point. Sadak using both smokes to really creep up on CNED right now. The one-way to force him off the angle, and then as well, smoking the front of bathroom so he can just freely walk up. That's a free orb if he wants. And Aspas on the other side of the map too, with his showstopper now active.
Scout destroyed.
It's going to be really tough to actually activate this trap play that CNED and Navi want to play on Sadak because of the TP.
I mean, imagine you try to drop the wall in that situation, but no. Sadak was playing behind it. So you get to feeling some of the pressure. Utility goes instantly back up, and there's CNED. Was patient in showers, finds success.
The fact that he disrespects the smokes is very important there from CNED too. Using the utility from Xiao to help that goal and that mission. They got one molly out of Sugetsu, but there's still one here, and that's where the spike is, so that's another
30 seconds
8
left.
seconds. They won't be able to execute.
I don't know that they're going to find much here with Aspas' ult either. Does he dare clear below him? No, he doesn't! Sugetsu drops him from below! They've been trying to help control what's happening in Hookah, and so far, not good. 13 seconds left, though the spike is not in hand. I mean, Tui's is alive, but he can't get to it.
Yeah, it's top Hookah. No chance at all. And that's massive from Sugetsu there. I don't even know how he hits that. That's a vertical flick on a flying raise with the satchels. It's got to be a disgusting flick.
Yeah.
Or he's just aiming, pre-aiming up.
Yeah.
It's really hard to give yourself the space in those instances where you actually control and pre-aim properly. No. Ooh, it's kind of a messed up satchel there from Aspas. No speed on that. Trying to get the shot fired out on spawn too. Losing Sadak there might have been an impact. Maybe they actually needed his smokes. I doubt it, but either way.
Because they have so many more.
This is an eco from Loud now. Shotgun bought up from Kalanzine. Aspas with still a hero rifle. That was saved in the last one, but given to Aspas.
How do they manage the disadvantage? Loud with very little to fight back with here, as you were just saying. Ult for less and for Tui's.
There's a stun possible at any point with this Trailblazer. It's missed though.
That could have been disaster, but they're going to try to crunch. They're going to try to crunch. Angel's going to swing it from door with the utility out. CNET pushes in with his ult though. Angel getting it with the ult too.
Meanwhile, they lose control of Lamps in front sight though, so gonna potentially give up a spike plant. No, there's a spam!
Oh, he was not deep enough.
That smoke gives so much room there for that to happen. Sadak needs to be a lot more careful.
CNET looking to be more electric with the finger guns and scale up in a position you wouldn't be expecting. Hit still in play. Kalanzine with the Bucky. Going aggressive. I mean, if they can continue to play around the pit, they're going to have a shot at this.
CNET tries to punish off the backside.
That's another. That's another. Sugetsu's on his own. Seeker's invested.
They know he's off with that.
He's been so clutch. He's gotten it down to one, and it's the most difficult one to deal with.
It's so tough. Once that Viper's Pit goes down inside of Lamps, you have room to work through Lamps in the backside. You can worm your way around everywhere, and with that shotgun from Kalanzine blazing the path, Les has so much room to play off the trade and play backside there, where you really think that he's going to be playing laps off mollies or something else. And remember, that was a light buy there from Loud.
Yeah, one rifle.
Why did that reaction look so fake? With the slow-mo and everything.
Early defensive hit from Na'Vi and the swing out from Angel, wanting to take that fight and finding it. Again, an opener from the leader. You talk about feast or famine. I mean, he's been dining on Loud for the last couple of hours.
It's interesting too, Kalanzine was actually doing a good job staying alive as the initiator. Another trap.
Whoa.
To force him out, and Angel just TPs, and he's safe with that wall. It's always able to go up from Sugetsu.
Yeah, he's out of the play though, and that's going to allow Loud a lot of room to work. The orbital strike backside to clear things out, and they wanted to push CNET into a space where he had to take the fight. Les still falls, but Tui's on the counter.
The showstopper came out while CNET was fighting. Was just holding space for Zip on there.
They've got to be careful. Aspas and Sadak are the only two that remain, and Sugetsu's on the flank. He's got him crunched in, and if he takes long, there is no exit. They have to go forward. Sadak has ult. He could maybe flip the map, but Aspas would be left alone. Good man. Trying to clear backside. Aspas falls. Sadak by himself.
30 seconds
so many
left.
angles to consider, so many things to clear, and just none of them found.
Shao coming in from the rear at the end there. The smoke fading. What is that, man?
He just had no chance. That's
and this right here, where CNET is fighting, that's completely giving and holding space for Zipon to come through with that showstopper. And then the smoke from Angel still finding value, even though, remember, he TP'd across the map. Despite losing that light buy round from Loud, Na'Vi still in the driving seat. They forced that situation out once again. And Loud are really not having many more ideas than this initial default that Sadak has taken actually a lot more space this time against CNET. Neither side changing up the plan at all.
No, I mean, we're tied up at 3 apiece. I get it.
Nice flash, though.
No real confirmation that the plan doesn't work. CNET, Tokyo drifting around the corner and cleaning up Sadak. No real chance there.
It's super interesting that they don't pounce off that flash from Sadak, because it's perfectly positioned against the Na'Vi players, but they still weren't comfortable about Lamps. Another shotgun from Kalanzine.
Remember, they had Buckies in this round. Les is upgraded. He's got a Phantom now.
Yeah, the big difference, no pit, though.
Yeah. There was so much value in that ult. You just don't have that resource to you. Angel on the flank. Once again, a situation where Loud are surrounded. Well, just wait for Angel.
I've seen this round before. Never mind, Aspas not going to loop back around. Find Ye on the flank. Oh, wait. That was 2022, huh?
Aspas manages to get the spike down, a little bit of money in the pockets of Loud. But Na'Vi, again, with a ferocious defense that has proven to cost so many fits to Loud.
Yeah, I need to see a timeout here from Loud.
Yeah.
Start addressing some of the different things that they can do. For example, remember back to that anti-eco that they started with. They got the pistol, they got 3-1-1 control of long. Instead, it's constantly Sadak trying to work up bathroom and them trying to work up short. And I want to see an idea, actually, with this Omen ult. Because it's not one that you see quite frequently on Bind, and there's definitely some ways you can weasel yourself into this. Here's the timeout that I was talking about.
And with it comes a momentary pause to collect thoughts, both for the players on the stage and for everyone else watching here and at home. And again, an opportunity to set the stakes.
Yep.
Elimination on the line for these two storied squads.
Yep. This is still group stage. You wouldn't expect it, but it's still group stage.
Bro, I thought he was gonna just alpha that thing. I thought he was just gonna neck it.
Oh, yeah, there he goes.
You had the potential to become a legend.
In terms of stakes, though, you're right. We're in the group stage of these two teams who should be fighting for a championship. One of them gonna go home after this. One of them's off-season will begin early, and it's a long one. And for the Loud players in particular, 4 out of 5 of the players in the server right now, contracts are expiring. So what will it look like in the future? And especially with an early round exit, that could change everything.
Yeah.
Na'Vi as well. It's been struggles this year. It's never looked perfect. It's been a lot of criticism. It's been a lot of cooking. Not quite figuring out how to make this roster work in terms of roles, finally giving Zipan some leash to play on, and we've swapped up this op.
Whoa.
CNET's position, instead of bathroom,
he's playing
Loud
down
expect
long.
this. Yeah, it looks like they spot it now, at least.
Do they confirm that he stays, though? Yeah, he does give up the space. Aspas playing on the other side of the smoke. Both duelists with
the timing there.
With an attempt at a fight, but it doesn't come true.
Sadak is the one still controlling short, while everybody else right now making sure there's no push out long, making sure CNET doesn't get cheeky with that op, but he's swapped up his position still. And Counting comes all the way over just to flash for Sadak, so he can start to throw some smokes out and make it look like it's an A hit. And Trailblazer didn't spot anything down long either.
Dude, Angel's on an island.
Yeah, he's by himself.
Yeah.
Sadak is doing a great job pulling these rotates.
Yep.
If Angel gets in trouble here, he's going to TP and leave the site open.
Manipulated by mind games. The paranoia out too.
The battle of the IGLs.
Xiao's the only one not fully believing. Oh, he takes a step back, but he got his. He got the kill. Sadak was trying to flip the map. Opportunistic timing from Angel. And a kill gifted. They're still going to try to get out. They're still going to try to get the spike down, but they've got the order strike they have to deal with. They've got the Seekers.
Is there going to be a flood, though?
13 seconds left.
That Molly denies the flood. They could definitely get this plant unless there's a spam from CNET.
But what else do they have?
No!
There's no way.
That was a millisecond.
Angel with 3. Aspas holding the line less. The first one snappy. Aspas on the second.
Sugetsu needs to drop the wall for Angel right now.
It's like they're trying to plug holes on a sinking ship. By themselves, each wall bleeding further and further as less gets it to a 1v2, and it's too much.
Na'Vi on this defensive side, I know I've said this a lot, but they have a great hold on the game right now. They just can't repeat mistakes from the last 2 maps. Let it slip even an inch. It's real, I mean, this, oh no, he was ulting away.
I mean, it was a gift, bro.
That is so unlucky for Sadak.
Literally the freest kill of his life.
The culmination of the fake. And it could have been a perfect concert. Wait, look at his possible aggression here. CNET's coming in as well. He's going to hold the long angle while Angel was considering peeking with Xiao's flash.
I thought he was going to. The Trailblazer again, that one way CNET has to give the space up.
Yeah. You can play it from a lot deeper, but We also have this Aspas ult that we need to consider. It wasn't successful last time.
And it seems like they're going to try to do a bit of the same from the last time they had that ult. A pop out from Hookah. That flash, Angel's overwhelmed.
That's beautiful. He's playing in front of the wall too, so no real room for him to play other than maybe his smoke, his molly. Doesn't get that opportunity though.
No. Xiao and CNED both here. Op in the hands of CNED.
Look at this reclear, Xiao.
1 point away from having his ult online as Xiao goes exploring.
Toxins going up.
This is a tough angle to expect after you've already done pressure in this position. They've given up the space. Do they expect it though? That flash clears Hookah, backside, less swinging.
It went in between his legs. Less than Aspas pounce.
30 seconds left.
Planted. Every time you think that Na'Vi have some way to swing this round and this game, Loud responds so fast. And they're already in positions to save. Zipan, he's in spawn. There's no chance. Some damage done would be good though. The bank for Na'Vi, not great, but still acceptable for a couple more buys. Meanwhile, Loud, I mean, saving all of the weapons when they forced up in this in a big way. Nice double peek, bro.
What are you going to do against that?
That's at the end of the round, too.
Yeah.
To have that focus.
Yep.
They're ready for it. That's as the spike is blowing up, they're coming up with a dynamic peak.
How does a shot miss, bro?
That is between, I mean.
That's lit, I mean.
Oh, you legged him at least. That's crazy.
The thinnest of margins separating these two squads. It really has felt like a heavyweight fight from beginning to end.
Shadows. More aggression here from Loud into bathrooms, but it's not just Zadak, it's 4 members.
You gotta be careful here. Does CNED, I mean, he has his ult.
He's just picked this up.
Yeah. Feeling some of that pressure, orbital strike online.
Yeah, we've seen him dive on that bathrooms push before, but I think he understands there's more to it than this. And also trying to rely on Zipan's elevated position with the satchel.
Meanwhile, look at how Loud are weathering this. They're already looking at the teleporter, considering the possibility of a crunch.
It's funny because most of the time it's them forcing Angel out into that teleporter.
2 ults invested. Aspas finding one onto Zipan.
That could have been 2 too.
They still haven't established U-Haul control though.
Yeah, but just mauling them off. They've got them contained. Aspas gonna go for it.
Is he aware of the second? Yeah, the pre-fire, but Sugetsu wins the duel out anyway. Les couldn't join in. They couldn't pinch him. But they maintain control. Satisfied with what they have, Les drops the pits of security even further. But Angel pushing forward, walking into his death as Les snaps onto 3, and the Loud crowd goes nuts.
He is like a shark. And there's blood in his pit. He's got a bite to it. That's twice now he gets his pit down on the safe side. That's twice now that it leads to a round win from Loud. Can't believe we're all tied up, man. This is just unbelievable between these two teams.
And another timeout. This time on the side of Na'Vi.
Can you believe this is a group stage game? I swear this would have been like a lower bracket something later on in the tournament. This group is deadly. And this is its conclusion. We can finally say it is its conclusion. This is the last map, last opportunity for either of these teams to advance or go home. The last map we'll see one of these guys, I don't know who. I can't wait to find out. Right now, Loud finally have broken the economy of Na'Vi. As we get back into this, you see the buy, a judge from Angel. 2 rifles purchased and sheriffs on the rest. That will allow a buy the next round, and these light buy rounds have been incredibly, incredibly dangerous.
I've lost count of how many thrifties and light buy situations have proven to be successful.
It's funny, I feel like we've had less thrifties than expected, even though we're seeing constantly eco round wins.
Ooh, a fake flash on the swing.
That's really nice there. You think you're getting ahead of the flash, it goes a little deeper. You're looking for a peek. Granted, CNED did have one of those rifles, so that's a big pickup. Sadak, he's been the lurker all game. IGL versus IGL, judge in the hands of Angel.
It's a brutal angle, is he aware?
Surely he waits for his team when they're approaching. Oh, Angel just heard them. They made footsteps there. And the Trailblazer's gonna confirm. He's in trouble.
Angel looking to try to find a threat to pull on.
Yeah, look at that as well. Sadak trying to flash off the... Ooh.
He's overwhelmed, but he's playing inside of the smoke. Remember, he still has a judge, and from that distance, nothing is dealt.
And that smoke way too obvious what's going on, especially once you hear him jump out of hookah.
Planted.
And now Sadak actually has this flash to secure the round. He can just flash out hookah when they run out if he wants.
He might just mow him down by himself. He's already dealt with the duelist.
They don't need it anymore.
Nope.
A flood attempt, quickly stemmed.
Toxins going up.
Sugetsu with a nice one on with the Sheriff onto Kawanzin, looking for the second. A little bit of damage dealt, 35 HP amongst the 2 remaining members, and it very quickly dissipates.
And Loud have an opportunity to do what they've not been able to do all series long, win a half. Here on Bind, a lot closer in terms of sidedness than either of the maps we played. But it has been slightly skewed in one direction.
Let's go.
Loud subverting that as well.
There are 2 ops.
Yeah, exactly the same way that Ascent's half ended. Remember, they bought up ops in that last round because they have weapons sitting near.
Yeah. Keep a close eye on it. Who swaps over and when.
Les even has a backup judge here, which he might get to use right now.
Angel's so far up. He's so far up. Abusing the wall that was put before him. He tries to take some space and get a kill and can't.
Yeah, stimming away.
That is a classic Angel play, isn't it?
And they've swapped the lurk to Tui's in this case. Down bathroom, he had massive success in other rounds. With that op.
Pushed off the angle, the second one falls. Les and Aspas with openers towards A. Zipan surrounded, an aid at his feet. The Molly too, the floor is lava, got the satchel away. CNED looking for it with the ult. He's not gonna find any value either.
Yeah, Sadak with a nice way to TP across the way where CNED is holding, easily forces a crossfire from Loud.
Loosen up.
Still chances.
Albeit slight, but they are there. You're absolutely right.
And Tui's might get lurked on here, where he just re-lurked through. Oh no, what is this
That's gonna hurt. Is it gonna kill him? It forces out the swing, he gets the kill, but no real idea that there's someone else there.
And Tui's has walked all the way through lamp, so now they should know what's going on. He's either close bath or down short.
Sugetsu's been so clutch. A 1v2 clutch in a situation like this, no. And for the first time in the series, you're right. Loud enter halftime with a lead.
Switching sides.
It's been so close every other time. 8-4 on Pearl for Na'Vi. And then it was tie game on Ascent, where Loud came back in a massive manner. Here, they're in control for the first time heading into the second half.
And I'm sure you guys are getting tired of us talking about him. Les has 18 kills at halftime. I mean, the guy is looking to close the series out by himself. How do you deal with a player that dynamic? That's the question that Na'Vi have to answer with 1 half left. We'll throw it over to the analyst desk to see if they can answer that question themselves.
Doug, I would never get tired of you talking about Les because he deserves the spotlight. Now, let's talk about the Loud comp. They pulled out a triple controller. Mimi, Valor, what did you make of it on the first half?
I thought it was actually pretty solid. They're using the one-ways to really simplify what angles they have to do with on their executes, to deal with that is, and also when they're going for extremity control, it's really good to put these one-ways up and make it easier to gain that space.
Yeah, it's a very self-sufficient agent, the Omen, because he's allowed to one-way showers and kind of work his way slowly with his paranoia as well to kind of keep that control. And also towards long B, he's one-waying the octagon, so it kind of lets his teammates scoot up for free. And then to end the extremity control, he has his paranoia, so that's why we see him going hookah a lot. He can flex his paranoia into octagon or into sight. He has a lot of options, and I think, like I was saying earlier about the pseudo-initiator, he really is that, because he's gaining space for his team, and having that paranoia to end it and get kills is very important.
And I think that's going to continue onto their defensive side now for Loud, where there are also a lot of good opportunities to take that extremity control with these one-ways. But it's going to be really interesting to see it clash with this Neon comp, because I think that's going to be a big goal of Na'Vi as well. And I feel like there's a chance we often see this Neon pushing through, taking fights past that utility from the Omen one-ways.
And this is going to be potentially the last half of one of these teams that we see, and how poetic it is for a team like Loud. They started the year wanting to innovate, finding their own identity, and they could potentially end the year on this comp. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I mean, like you just said, it's kind of coming full circle, right? Because they started the year off coming with the Harbor Viper, innovating new stuff, and now they're innovating a triple controller comp onto Bind, and we got to see if it's going to end or if it's going to keep going.
Yeah, elimination is on the line here. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. Let's send it back to Doug and Bala for the second half.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, one half, really all it is, one half to decide whose year is done, who advances to playoffs, and who continues this run. Loud with the 2-round lead now on defense, that double controller comp. You imagine will be stronger on this side of things, but we'll see how it plays out.
Na'Vi have been in a similar situation very recently. Not getting out of groups at Tokyo was the first time at a global event. But they didn't manage that. And they're starting slow here.
Yeah, they are cautious with it.
Trying to reckon with that fact. This wall is very old. Blocks off lamps, blocks off spawn. And allows you to take some backside control. From Sugetsu, let's see what they do. CNED has one stun.
Oh, they've smoked so much. Oh my gosh.
How is he aware?
He was just so aggressive. But you're right, Tui's was ready.
It's a great path, but Tui's, I mean, contains and maintains control of the back of sight. Angel's gonna try to dive in it and gets punished. Loud, full control on this retake.
They may not give up a single inch here. Only a few members have taken damage, really just Sadak. And he's the first one on the fight with CNED on the other side. Aspas falls, CNED with reposition, no. Clothesline drop, they're overwhelmed. Loud pushing back, and Shao cannot hold.
And already on the pistol round, you see some extra value out of this composition that Loud has pulled out. Tui's is able to do all of that, stay inside of lamps. A lot of times the Brimstone has to run off so that he can make sure he stays with his smokes for the post plant. In this case, gun out, fighting the entire time. Sadak covers in with that space. Gets 2 smokes down that allows them to flood into the back of sight and counteract exactly what Na'Vi wants to achieve in that one.
Three-round lead for Loud. They've won the last 5 rounds in a row if you go back to the previous half. Talk about having control of the situation. Na'Vi on a light buy, but we've talked about it many times this series. They're good here, they're comfortable here. They've made a whole lot of something out of nothing in situations like this before. And that was almost one. I mean, a pixel, the only difference there.
Smoke to cover from distance. They don't realize Angel is through, though. Unless they go for a reclay, that's probably not going to be a factor.
Oh, the elbow gave him away initially, and that double peek from CNED was perfect.
In fact, it is a factor. You're right, that double peek so strong. Angel giving his elbow first means that he has to flick for that angle. And CNED comes on the more traditional one.
Whew.
Sadak's got to be careful. He has the opportunity to walk back lamps there. That's twice. He's kind of lackadaisically walking across an angle.
They're making something out of this. Na'Vi have gotten 2, but the hard work still left to do. Tui's with 3! Avoiding disaster. Surely what that would have been. But they're not out of the woodworks yet. Na'Vi have gotten the spike down, and they've both upgraded weapons.
Aspas is so slow here to be able to help out Les.
It's equal footing, a Spectre and a Bulldog on each side. CNED healthy, Sugetsu not nearly as fortunate. But that hasn't mattered in the past. Will it matter here? The Roomba detecting the first. Onus on Loud to reestablish control. The nade to provide some cover, and they double swing into it. Aspas saves it after Sugetsu gets it down to a 1v1. Whew.
You were just saying these rounds get real spicy. But what the heck was that from Tui's? You thought it was whiffed. You thought it was over. You thought that that round was going to be lost because he couldn't hit the first shot, and then he hits 3 kills.
Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th burst is what it took.
Low-key, I didn't know there was that many bursts in a Bulldog.
Yeah, I don't think I did either. As the saying goes, 5th time's the charm, and that was enough to get them the round.
Magic like that is what it's going to require to close out this game, though. Fast push down. Aspas against Sugetsu. There's nobody else to fight.
Are there reinforcements? Will they help?
He's stuck.
Zippen just picked up the spike. They're coming to take the fight. Navi's pushing into this. How do Loud lose 2 there? Well handled by Sugetsu, who again was by himself.
And it goes from bad to worse. Les going for a re-clear. And we're 20 seconds into the round, and it was basically wrapped up. This bonus attempt, out of Loud, definitely hurt from that last round. Remember, only 1 player survived, so that's why they try to go for something crazy.
Yeah.
And it could have worked. I mean, Sugetsu was isolated, but ultimately, Na'Vi capitalized with mass. I mean, Sugetsu's been playing so well.
Yeah, he has.
Talk about singing the praises of specific players here. I honestly think everybody's stepping up. And what started as kind of a sloppy game in the beginning has turned into a really beautiful game of Valorant on Bind here. Remember back to Pearl, those were such slow rounds, really draining. You thought it might be a stomp, and then, man, have we upgraded.
I mean, that feels like a different series at this point. Well, we get a chance to check out the skin that Tui's chooses to play with.
Is that the topic you choose?
I mean, we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Nine to 6. Talk about pressure on Na'Vi right now. They're finally the ones who have to try to come back in this game. Look at this from Sugetsu.
I mean, him against the world.
It's such a good angle. There's not really extra space there to move past.
No.
It's really him who has the onus to peek. Because they're kind of put their backs against that wall. So Na'Vi converted, and they're going to try maybe to go fast here. Same thing.
There.
With Sadok a fake TP, which puts Aspas in a position to opt this.
Yeah, but he has light armor on this. Or he has no armor, excuse me. It's a glass cannon. He's going to have to satchel out. He was too aggressive. He was too bold with it. And Na'Vi punish. Pounce as they find the best target they possibly could. And CNED scaling forward. He's taken over the site. He's taken over the round. And he's far from done. Kawanzine by himself, feeling some of the pressure. Deals with the first in another situation where Loud desperately try to hang on to the only weapon that they have.
What do you think of this skin?
Low-key, I prefer the Prelude to Chaos, but that's just me.
This is ridiculous. Counter punch after counter punch. And what looked like, now Loud could have gotten up to 10.
Yeah.
On that bonus. It was a very bold play.
Oh,
and
they're
now,
running this time.
Kawanzine holding on the last gun, which would be carried over in a very crucial way where we've seen hero rifles be so impactful. No Molly! It just misses.
Just barely, and the spam on the angle does not connect.
Trying to keep hope alive here is the crowd for Loud. And the thing is, Na'Vi have broken their economy ever so slightly, so the staying power here is starting to falter. And there's some key things as well that you're looking at with CNET in that last round, for example, getting deep with that wall that we pointed out early. It's very unconventional. It doesn't give you that lurk access, or at least the same level of it, but it does allow you to flip that site, and that's what CNET did against Sadak backside there.
Comfort for Na'Vi, as you wouldn't think they're down 2 rounds, given how this half is gone. They have full rifles. They've got money for days. They have 2 ults they can work with to get to, and Angel are so close to getting theirs on 2. I mean, this very quickly could become an avalanche that overwhelms Loud. But Na'Vi concerned about what might be on the other side, are playing this a bit more precariously. A bit more cautiously, a bit more safely.
I got Spike. Spike dropped.
A lot of control gained over towards the B site. So they're comfortable to back off.
I've got your trail.
Seekers popped.
This way.
Loud has numbers here.
Good flash from Sadak.
Very nice.
They disrespected those zip-ons through there, even getting the plant down.
I mean, they're going to try to push their way out from this. They're going to try to establish some presence on the site and try to get out ahead of things.
30 seconds left.
Na'Vi can flip the map, though, if they want, because they pause for just a moment. Sadak finding 1. They've invested the orbital strike 2 to try to get another kill. CNET's ult, they've jumped everything into this. Concerned about the danger of rounds like this. And they manage it well.
And I have to say, CNET is getting very comfortable on this Neon.
Yes, he is.
They've tried it so many times on various different maps, Lotus, Bind. And now it looks good at the perfect time.
A dueling chorus of chants, cacophonous at that.
We need something to take up what has been quiet from Loud in the last 3. Us just waiting to go down. Me? No, yeah.
Oh.
Just goes down to Spike. For full money in the next. And it's down to 1, Doug. All of a sudden, the cancel bonus from Na'Vi, you're seeing the implications of that now.
Yep. Is it really a surprise, though? And you think about the series and the way that it's gone. For us to find ourselves in this situation, Loud hanging on desperately, white-knuckling as they try to hang on to this lead. And Na'Vi with a wild comeback. They've won the last 3. They're pushing Loud.
Aspas with his ult in this. He's posted up inside of showers.
Blinded.
And Na'Vi, I mean, we saw it a lot on Ascent, deathballing their way to control in this B area. Wonder Loud going to be able to respond to that. They just walk through the orb.
Oh, the flash wasn't deep enough, but Cohen's
he's stuck now, though.
Utility out. Can he try to find a way? He gets the first. It was free. Last on the swing. Angel's dead, and with that goes to Spike. Aspas looking for 1 with the ult. He tried to get high ground, but it's Les who stabilizes.
What a shutdown. Angel tries to go through the orb, but that was ill-advised. Molly comes through. Aspas is there in time with a nade. Everybody vulnerable.
Of course, it's Les.
And Les destroys them.
Who else?
He was struggling to get up to 20 in the second half when he got like, what, 18? And then all of a sudden, big 4K from who has really felt like he's turned into a leader for this team. All the talk of him doing a lot of IGLing, mid-round and calling. Dealing with the map vetoes, those sort of responsibilities fall on what ended up being the Champions Final MVP last year when they won and he took down that trophy.
Got so many ults that they can work with here. You just see Les using his ult right off the
destroyed.
bat. Cohen's still with Seekers. Seen it with the op, though.
He spotted both with that Trailblazer, both Aspas and Kalmanster and Sadak. And even when there's 2 players up top, Trucks, Sugetsu wants to take the fight. That's just absurd, and Sadak has been struggling to stay alive in these early instances. Look at the wall they're throwing too. Less from the other site.
Yeah.
Front lamps, front sight, but nothing more than that.
Showers control has to be established here if Na'Vi want to feel more comfortable with this.
It's the same thing for Loud too,
Ooh.
so. Could have gone around the corner, spotted Angel, and then all of a sudden there's a nade at your feet.
Yeah. But they're going to try to hang on. Angel's timing on this is going to be everything. Attack side pit used. And the Seekers to counter, but there's really nothing that they can do to pounce behind this.
Oh, what are those things doing?
It's just Aspas on the site by himself. There's help from Kawanzin. Yeah, sure. There's help from Tui, sure, and that's the biggest one.
Sugetsu's way close here.
Angel dealt with. The pit could be everything. A snap from Sugetsu is clean.
If he fell there, that round opens up for Loud.
I mean, it very well still may. They're down in numbers, though, and Tui's is weak. Less repositioning and joining in on the fun. The flash is there. You see some of the spam through the pit.
Dropped the pit?
They dropped it.
Wasn't covering the spike.
They want to take the fight straight up. And that seems to have been the best possible decision. Unlock Zipan to get to. Tui's falls. Na'Vi get another.
Only a brief moment for Loud to hang on to this lead, but it's back within one. Of course it is. And again, this pick from Sugetsu onto Sadak is just crazy to me, given the fact that we had Aspas up top there as well. But the Trailblazers spotted both, so they both tried to fall off. Sadak not all the way. Could have been a cool play, but...
Yes, of course it can!
There you go. Oh, aggression again?
Every time this early bathroom fight happens, it feels like it favors the attacker. You saw Loud run a very similar play.
And again, it was when the buy was light.
Yep.
It's just pistols. Na'Vi just seems so ready for that attempt at surprise.
And they've swapped up the wall here from Sugetsu too, so lurk ability much, much easier to achieve here. Orb positioned as well.
I mean, Na'Vi have done such a good job of deflating Loud.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to the economy, though. I mean, how many times have we seen them hold on to scraps?
Yeah. And sometimes scraps is all you need, though.
The stun, the little damage done with the spam keeps him in.
That's one. The stun, though, man, I thought for just a moment. But there's really no shot here. I mean, Na'Vi are putting themselves in a position now where they're going to be tied up at 10. They still have so much money to work with.
Yep. And they're starting to really cycle these ults up as well. Whereas Loud, in some of these instances, it looks like the goal is some of these orb controls. Either way. CNET's hunting from the backside here. It's not that important to get this kill, but
Well, I
don't
mean,
want to give him anything.
Yeah, when you think about ults being cycled for Na'Vi, any sort of advantage, especially when Loud's on the other side.
Is there a knife here? Give me a knife.
Is what matters. No knife, but the 10th for Na'Vi. And again, I have to go back to just how well Na'Vi have done at deflating Loud. I mean, they've taken all the momentum out of the game. They've taken the air out of the arena.
Yep.
They have full control right now. And with that comes a timeout for Loud. We'll take a look in just a moment. I'm pretty sure that's the last one they have.
Yep, Na'Vi with one more too. And it is the last one for Loud. And there's letting this lead slip that they, I mean, again, they won that first half.
For the first time all series, mind you.
And then they win the pistol, they win the anti-eco, it's not clean, and ever since then it's been free fall. Just one round outside of those. And Na'Vi has been stomping on this attack. And these timeouts are when the thoughts really simmer. Yes, you're trying your best to come up and make sure you're focused on the ideas at hand. But within that too comes the doubt. It creeps back up. Are they closers? Or is it Na'Vi who have let go of the pressure, let go of that thought that they might be the ones going home in Group D? echoes of Tokyo are slipping away for them. And instead, chants from the shrine and thoughts of playoffs instead.
The judge for Sadak. All rifles, all for Zipan as well.
Blinded.
And Xiao with the Seekers, a little bit of early info gathered from Loud, but Na'Vi happy to give some of that away.
Silence on the map.
And tension just mounts and mounts.
No challenge down bathroom, no challenge anywhere. In fact, look at Loud's position. Playing delay here on B and playing back behind the Viper wall on A. Not even. Worried about peeking, worried about getting early information. They're giving it up and playing for retake. Sadak with the judge too in lamps.
I mean, they've got to be careful on this because if a retake is the attempt, you've got a couple of players playing too close.
This isn't working out for Na'Vi. They're kind of stunning themselves, but
Sadak arrived.
Did he just ult?
I think he just ulted in, yeah.
He ulted into the smoke.
With the judge. Les still trying to hold him back as Les gets two. Sadak with another upgraded weapon, success found. Xiao left alone as Les gets three. The lead again for Loud.
And it's just genius for the mastermind of Brazil. Sadak ults into the smoke past CNED. CNED realizes what happened, and he gets one pumped in the face. Jeez, man.
I mean, what a gift, bro.
I swear, Fraud is doing more from backstage in the coach's booth than the players are on stage to hype up the crowd. Realizing the situation at hand, they're full focused on the game right now. And Na'Vi, all of a sudden, there's some shakiness here. Some very fast plays coming out on both sides of the map, but also feels like Sugetsu firing through that smoke. They're desperate to just find something. I think Sadak's going to play with the judge the rest of the game here, guys.
He found so much success with it previously, sure. You think about how money's handled too, it allows him a little bit more room to be able to buy for his teammates.
Well, and just think about how many smokes are on the map on this defense.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually really smart.
And how frustrating it could be to face a judge.
But I think on the other side, we have to consider that Na'Vi have handled that so well up until this point.
Yeah. Most of the time choosing the right site, so if he doesn't have that tool to TP back into the front. Ooh, Calzine.
Taking a little damage.
Very risky to just run up jump spot like that.
It seems like they're expecting to flood out from Hookah, and they may be right. That smoke, the molly at its feet. They're going to try to flood out onto the site if they can, but it's a bit labored.
3 players here.
And now it starts to flow, and they've managed to get openings. They've managed to get the space that they're looking for. CNED gets 2.
And there's not even a gun here for Sadak to pick up through the TP because they weren't challenging this space. Again, playing for delay. Really look to Aspas here.
Oh. CNED spotted, no utility to help clear him out. The flash as he gets across, CNED staying alive.
Ooh.
Sadak wanting to make a play. Remember, he's got a judge, he's got a smoke at his feet he can tuck into. Actually spams in and onto Angel. Repositioned, weapon grabbed. It's only CNED, a 1v1, and Sadak wins it out! Leading from the front, Loud series point.
Two in a row for Sadak. And it's all him. All Loud, all day here. How does he manage to do that? Angel saw his foot and then got led to the face. Just crazy how clutch this man is right now. And they got to transition from screaming to strategy, to calm, to focus on what they're about to do after losing map 1, after being the first to be threatened with elimination. to now move forward here and move on to playoffs.
But Bala, this is often the most difficult one to hit. When you think about it, you know, I've alluded to it a little bit, but it feels like two fighters who have gone now 15 rounds, who are both exhausted, who've reached the depths of their playbooks and are just looking for a little extra, whatever's left in the tank, to deliver a knockout blow. And Loud find themselves with a slight advantage. And it all comes down to what's left there, what's left in the tank. Is there enough juice to pull this off, to put Na'Vi away? Think about how questions abounded. Doubts on their performance, on their form. Questions about the future for Loud. Who will stay, who will go? All of that weighing heavy as they emerge from their corners for what could be the very last time.
Oh, Na'Vi through that smoke. CNET has been leading the charge. He's been the guy keeping them in this game. He needs help to keep this season alive. A season that slipped for Na'Vi from promises and promising paths to becoming champions to now here. And there's no success with that boombot that's intended to try to get some value out of clearing Hookah. The one thing it's done, it's kept Sadak alone here. Aspas is not rotating back towards A. Trailblazer down, clears sand. The rotate's gonna come in. Loud, know what's happening. 40 seconds, still a possibility of pivoting. And we have mirrored ults here. Tui's can delay if he wants.
Spike planted.
But he opts not to. Zifan on the plant. The ult still in hand. Is Na'Vi punching back? They've gotten a couple of jabs. And that cross might just be enough. Unless Kawanzin can counter. No. Tui's left by himself. And it's a prime gaming flawless for Na'Vi.
Absolutely right about how difficult this is right there. That one decision. Tui's not ulting, thinking Na'Vi is going to just tap the spike. So he tries to delay for longer. Instead, Na'Vi just stick it. Didn't want to induce a TP.
What a fight.
And this is it. Final round of regulation. Will it be a bell ringing for Na'Vi? Or will we be going to overtime for another round? Judge brought up two judges here. The econ is not great, but a lot of ults to make up for that.
One of them already invested Les's pit, attempting to control A, and he is one of the ones with the judge.
Fast bathroom control too. You need Aspas to stay here. You need him to maintain control. Otherwise, that pit gets pinched.
Blinded.
And with that, Les is likely dealt with. I mean, if you're Na'Vi here, you just want to draw out some of those ults, right? Get them out so you don't have to deal with them later.
That boombot broken by Kawanzin there, so Sadok's position still unknown. But they're backing off anyways. They want to use this opportunity to go for this pinch.
Oh,
and Aspas has a big shutdown in that ult.
That dog was not deep enough. So they're going to re-aggress Na'Vi R and pull out and take the space. Aspas, trigger aching for the touch, and it's just a bit off. He's going to ult, he's going to go forward. Oh, he gets CNED!
They're pivoting back to B!
Sadak with the judge, and the second kill found! Is he going to try to ult out? Yeah, he's going to safety, he's going to elbow. Oh, but he stayed!
The cancel!
Sadak with the play! The savior for Loud! And now 13 seconds left, Shao and Sugetsu with so much to do, and all they can do is watch as the clock ticks away. The bell inevitably ringing, but they manage to get the spike down. Shao 1v4, no! We've had the thrill in Manila, the rumble in the jungle, the slugfest in the shrine goes the way of Loud!
And the season ends for Na'Vi. Loud continue on to playoffs. But the conclusion of the group of death ends on a sad, sour note for Na'Vi, who had a promising campaign towards a championship early on in the year, but it ends with a bow and an exit from the group of death. What a match.
Loud greet the fans, the crowd as victors after one hell of a fight. Both teams pushed to their absolute max. And a freaking gift for everyone watching. I mean, that series delivered.
That was awesome.
What do you even say? I mean, the Loud, again, the questions abounded for them. Yep. Will they return to form?
Yep.
Who is this Loud squad that we knew, that we were expecting? Where have they gone?
Yep.
And on the other side for Na'Vi too, what's it gonna be? Loud walk away victorious, and it's on the desk to break down that series. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Another 13-11, and Loud, they have made it out of group of death, and they will get a chance to defend their title. I've got Mimi and Valen back here with me. Those two have already said it, you know, the casters. What a series that was, Mimi. It truly delivered.
And what a way for Loud to recover. They start the year innovating, pulling out Harbor Viper. The rest of the world copies them, and then they start slipping. They bomb out of Tokyo, and now it looks like there's another Champions run beginning. I can't help but think back to last year where they bombed out of Copenhagen and had a tough group stage in Champions and went on to win that event. This finally looks like a Loud that is back in form.
Yeah, and to add, because the game was so close, you really had to pull out different kind of strategy with that new composition. So all that tells me is that they were very prepped on this. They've been working on this for a long time. And regardless of the back and forth, they always had an answer for what Na'Vi was going to throw at them. What an exciting match. And it had to go that close, right? After the first two, it had to be a treat.
It had to be. And the players are in such great form. Les in particular was astounding this series. I think without his performance, there's no way that Loud could have gotten this one over the line, but they are playoff bound, and I'm so excited to see what else they've cooked up, because I was doubtful of what this triple controller composition could bring, but I actually thought they played it so well on the attack side in particular, the way they manipulated rotations, held on to extremity control with that, and really used it to simplify their executes. It's clear that this Loud team, no matter how people may critique their ideas, they're always going to commit to something new, adapt, and come out with something that can succeed at the highest level.
We do have to say goodbye to Na'Vi though, but this is the thing, on a different day, maybe it would have been Na'Vi that's going through every single map that came down to the wire. It is a little bit sad to see them go out of groups, but it was a group of death for a reason.
Yeah, and I think a big credit is to Les, right? He popped off, he almost had 30 kills for the team, really anchoring down that B site, giving no entry for Na'Vi. And if it wasn't for an individual performance like that, it could have definitely gone the other way at such a tight series, right? So I think when teams are so neck and neck on the strategy-wise, it really comes down to who's in better form, who's going to step up at the table, and today it was Les, and congratulations to Loud for making the playoffs.
But a tragic run for Na'Vi. They were so excited. We were so excited to see what this team could bring out this year, and they always brought it close, but it was never enough at these global events, and it will be interesting to see what next year brings for them. Just a tragic way to go out, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken a little bit about the innovation behind Loud, so let's send it down to the mastermind, the captain, the IGL Sadak, who is standing by with Dryad in the Verizon post-match interview.
The 2022 champions live another day and make it to playoffs right here. As always, I'm joined by Sadak. Everybody give it up for Sadak! With a very close series against Na'Vi. And my first question for you is, you have made it to 6 international events. The core of Na'Vi also made it to all those events and qualified for those events, but it's the first time that you two face each other. What were your expectations for this match?
We know it's going to be a really hard match for sure. Those guys are amazing, really talented. So yeah, it was expected to be really hard for sure.
And one of the things that you've also talked about is since that Masters Tokyo, the team was really working on the mental, making sure everybody was in that right place, right time. And for today, when it's a match that is this close, 13-11 in every single one, what are some of the things that you started applying to make sure that it went your way?
Well, for sure, we didn't give up, and at the moment, like even though in Perth we didn't manage to close it out, I think it was really close, and that's thanks to all the psychological job we've been doing. So I'm really happy for that, and I'm really happy that we show all that we've been working and bring here.
One of the things that you've been working on is that triple controller that we got to see in Vine. Can you tell me about that? How did that come to be?
I mean, I miss Chamber for sure. Chamber, I'm so sorry, Chamber. But Omen is useful in other ways, so we thought it was going to be even better for this kind of matchup, so yeah.
Okay, and I got one more question for you. Every single time that we have one of these interviews, everybody says who they want to face, who's going to be that one team in playoffs that they want to go against. For you, who is that one team?
Bring anyone. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Whatever we play against, it's going to be fine for us, for sure.
Okay. We're excited to see what's going to happen in playoffs for Loud. Thank you so much, Shadak, for the interview. We're going to send it back to you guys.
I'll just keep rolling around you. I'll just keep rolling around.
Just one best of 3 is standing in the way of playoffs, but there could only be one. For the other, between Loud and Na'Vi, it's going to be absolute heartbreaks by the end of today. I feel like this could be one of the most important games in all of these players' lives.
The spike planted, you see if there's any utility that's going to dump up on top of it. Zipan's going to get cleaned up. Kalanzine gets both. How do Na'Vi find a way out from this? As it seems like Angel's going to be the late lurk, but Les is ready for it.
Maybe off the stun, maybe off a kill.
Yeah, Angel with 4. Zipan gets the last. Nightfall dropped. It's going to hit what? 1, 2? 2 members of Loud already down. Na'Vi, oh my gosh, they just got obliterated. Na'Vi somehow maintain control and take map 1. The rest of Loud tour today. Aspas is already out on site. He's going to have to turn that flash. They know where he is. Zipan cleans him up, and it's once again a slaughter. Les is going to do it on his own, isn't he? Meanwhile, Aspas joining in on it. Les with 2 on the round, the third around the wall. And yet again, Na'Vi crumbles.
I'm looking for the timing of these no commands and the lockdown. Sadak up close. He might have just ended the round right here without using anything. Look at him go.
Sadak with 4. We turn attention to Bind. But Angel pushing forward. Walking into his death as Les snaps onto 3, and the Loud crowd goes nuts. Na'Vi have gotten 2, but the hard work still left to do. 2Es with 3! Onus on Loud to reestablish control. The nade to provide some cover, and they double swing into it. Aspas saves it. The best target they possibly could, and CNET scaling forward. He's taken over the site, he's taken over the round.
Nice, guys, insane. Good entry.
He ulted into the smoke.
With the judge, Les still trying to hold him back as Les gets 2. Shao left alone as Les gets 3. The lead again for Loud. We've had the Thrilla in Manila, the Rumble in the jungle, the Slugfest in the Shrine goes the way of Loud.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
in much control. But maybe if I smoke more, they will like me more. Maybe if I drink more, they will like me more. They don't hold back, they got too much to say. They tell you what you like, don't care when it's too late. They don't hold back, they got too much to say. They tell you what you like, don't care when it's too late.
Like Goku. Everybody better spaz out like a terremoto on full blast, wildin' out. Gonna roam upon the block, and you know we got a lock, you know what we're talking about. Gonna rise another level, can never hold me back. I'm
Time to elevate. We about to get fanatical. Living that full-time radical. Get in the groove like Cusco. Get your body hype on.
Welcome back to day 7 of VALORANT Champions, and it's time for our second elimination match of the day. It is FUT versus T1. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined at the desk once again by Mimi and Valen. This is a matchup that we have seen before. It is a true rematch, Mimi, of this tournament.
Upper bracket of this group, we already got these two teams playing, and I think this is where FUT surprised people. They went out there and didn't just beat T1 in a game that most people expected to be close, but they did it incredibly dominantly. T1 was then sent down to the lower bracket and have had to rally back versus FPX to now make it here.
Yeah, now rallying back from the lower bracket, I think we're going to see even a better match because now we're facing elimination, right? So the pressure is going to be high for both teams, and T1 has the momentum coming from the lower bracket, kind of getting that win, kind of getting that surge of energy that the team needed in order to make this happen. But on the other hand, FUT just looks like the better team, at least when we go back to the original game, right? So I think it's going to take a lot out of T1 today in order to complete this win, but let's see if they can make magic happen, right?
Yeah, and for FUT, they played a really close game against EG. FUT is, I think, really stepped things up this tournament if you compare their performance to their earlier showings at Tokyo, right? Not only do they dominantly beat T1, they come out in that EG series and I think have good adaptations against an EG who's one of the favorites in this tournament. They end up losing there, but it does make me think that FUT is still going to be at a pretty big advantage coming into today.
This is the thing though, they were competitive against EG. They didn't just roll over, let them do their thing, and I think that's where things could potentially get scary for T1, even though T1, like you said, they also look a little bit better.
Yeah, I think, like I talked about momentum, T1 is coming off of a fresh win, while FUT is coming off of a loss, right? So that can definitely kind of play with the psychological factors, especially when you're going into an elimination game. I mean, I've been there myself, and I could tell you, like, it kind of eats you up a little bit if you don't have the psychological, like, preparation and the mental preparation to go into this match. But nonetheless, I think both teams have been looking very solid, and it's just going to come down to who's more prepared today.
And that Pearl game was really incredible out of FUT. Being able to push EG this far, get them into the very latest stages of this matchup. Kiwi was having a fantastic match for himself. I thought that their retakes were impeccable when they were playing on that defensive side. FUT continues to be the team who kind of defies what people's expectations are of Turkish Valorant. And that's kind of always been their story, but I feel like they haven't showcased that on the international stage and proved how good they can be against top teams until that match versus EG for me.
I think that's the point here as well. This is probably, I mean, not even arguably the greatest Turkish roster we have ever had. And if they can win today, it will be the biggest achievement a Turkish roster has ever had, ever on an international stage, if they can actually make playoffs. This is the thing that you guys are talking about. They are good, they look good, they're competitive at VALORANT, but they have to have the results to be able to show it, you know? They can't just look good, they gotta win.
Yeah, they have to win, right? But I think for them, they're not really thinking that way, you know what I mean? Like, yes, it'd be great for the players and great for Turkish VALORANT scene if they were to make the playoffs at Champions, right? But for them, at least I hope, it's just another game, right? Yeah. That's the mental you want to have when you go into these high-pressure elimination matches. It's just another game, and they're going to take it one round at a time. And if they do end up getting the result they want, they're going to be ecstatic. And I think going into the playoffs with that kind of momentum, with the community of Turkey on their back, kind of rooting for them, huge accomplishment, they're going to be able to do damage in the tournament, right?
And I think this team has grown so much in the mental. This is a squad that at the beginning of the year, and so you're telling me about how they were telling you that it's like, hey, we lose one map, we're going to be out of our tournament. Because our mental's just going to be boomed. Like, literally, they had no faith in themselves to recover after tough losses. But FUT, as they stand now, I think it fixed those issues so much. Their mental's in such a better place. They can take a tough overtime loss like they did against EG and then just rally back the next map and play just as competitively.
Yeah, it was actually Mr. Farley who said that, so I wonder what he's gonna have for us today. He is standing by with Dryad.
Hey, Mr. Falling, I have a question for you. So you already beat T1 once. Do you have any goals in mind today to make sure the match once again goes your way?
No, there's not other goals. We just beat him once, so we're just gonna prove it we are better than him. That's it. Nothing.
All right, gonna do it again. Best of luck to you.
I'm kind of going to answer that on his behalf because Kiwi and also Kiwi versus Saya is going to be an incredibly exciting matchup this time, especially since Saya has improved tremendously since the last time they faced each other.
Yeah, I mean, Saya popped off in their last series, but Kiwi's also been playing insane, so it's going to kind of be that, kind of what we saw earlier between Sia and Aspas, right? Two just star duelist players for their team, and it's just going to come down to who's more prepared on each other's comps, like who's more comfortable on their agent, and because they're both phenomenal, right? And it's just going to come down to the little things. I think Saya player, tremendous duelist. I mean, I used to play with him back in the day, right? So I'm always going to hype my boy up. But he, you know, he has his moments where he just gets, you know, these triple entries into the bomb site. But, you know, I didn't want to talk about his overheating a little bit. but on the good notes, like he's just as phenomenal duelist for the team. He's going to be creating the pressure, or the space and the pressure on the enemies. And it's really going to come down to, can the support staff kind of keep up with him and support him through that? Because he's so electrifying and so fast when he's feeling it. So it just really comes down to like the support staff kind of helping him into the bomb sites as well.
And Valen, I want to ask you specifically, how do you think the Saya player that you played with back like year and a half ago on the guard compares to Saya player now on T1? How has his style evolved?
Yeah, not only Saya, but all of us from that team have improved drastically. So for him, I think he's always kind of been this electrifying duelist for us, like taking space, and he's very proactive, which a lot of people wouldn't expect, especially out of the duelist, but he calms a lot, and he'll set himself up, set his teammates up for success, and so he brings so much more value to a team rather than just like, oh, flashy jet, getting a lot of kills. He's going to be that emotional leader for the team as well. That's what we needed at the time, and he really is everything you want in a player into the duelist role, which often we don't see nowadays, but he's the perfect package, really.
Well, one of the other win conditions we saw from T1, of course, is their IGL Zeta's chain, the lucky chain. I hope he's got it with him today. Let's see if he has, actually, as I send this down to Dryad.
All right, Zeta, I have a quick question for you. So you are playing this rematch today against FUT. Now that you faced them once, do you think you have that read to get that revenge match today?
It's gonna be hard for them. I will say something, but if I say this, I will be in the big trouble.
Okay, let's see what that is then.
He's got his chain on at least. He's got the lucky chain. But also, maybe I gotta talk about how much of support he's brought to his team. Not just the IGLing side, but the fact that we saw from his coach Autumn saying that he's one of the most emotionally supporting IGL, giving them a lot of buffs when they're down as well.
Yeah, he absolutely has been bringing that to his team. Remember T1, the first time we saw them internationally, they weren't playing with Zeta as the IGL. Back at Lock-in, it was still Munchkin calling for this team. Then going into Tokyo, they switch up the roles, they bring Zeta into that role, and it's looked so much better since. And like you're mentioning, yesterday Autumn was speaking about what Zeta as an IGL brings to this team, and he was saying that Zeta, honestly similar to what you were talking about with Saya, is a player who's an emotional leader, who's helping them to control their emotions even when they're losing momentum. Autumn and Zeta are trying to boost the mental, the confidence of this T1 squad, which I think is so important.
I mean, he's Mr. Do-It-All. No, I mean, he frags hard, he's the emotional leader for the team, and he calls strats. What can't this man do? I mean, when I look at T1 play, I think he has a lot of impact on the mid-round decisions, because T1 is pretty known to start off pretty fast into the round and be explosive, and then they kind of slow it down, push, pull, and so that tells me that he's a pretty good IGL. And on top of calling well, he's getting a lot of key kills, and like the quote from Autumn, he's an emotional leader for the team, so he's really everything you want as an IGL, and someone I kind of look up to as an IGL as well.
Already though in the lower bracket, we've seen T1 change their compositions, bring out new stuff. They looked so much better in that match, but we have to find out today if they've recovered enough to take it to a FUT, who stomped them last time, and stay alive in this bracket.
Yeah, they didn't bring out the new stuff against them, so I'm looking forward to seeing if we are going to get it, because Pearl Haven and Ascent was the maps we got last time. Let's send it down to Gaius and Autumn and see what maps we're going to get this time.
All right, for this match, FUT comes from the upper bracket, so you will be higher seed, Team A or Team B? Team B, so T1, you will be Team A. And we'll start with your first ban.
Ban Split.
They ban Split, your ban, Fracture. And map number 1 from T1.
Pick Bind.
Bind, side on Bind.
Defense.
Defense, map number 2.
Pearl.
Pearl, side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans starting with T1, you have Ascent, Haven, and Lotus.
Ban Lotus.
They ban Lotus. Your ban, you have Ascent and Haven.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 3 will be Haven. T1, side on Haven.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, gonna run through this, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have T1 with Split, FUT with Fracture. Map number 1 is Bind with FUT on defense. Map number 2 is Pearl with T1 on defense. Next set of bans are Lotus and Ascent. Map number 3 Decider is Haven with T1 on attack. Good?
Yep.
All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Thank you. Good luck.
T1. FUT Sports.
This is a rematch where FUT came out on top last time, but there's no point dwelling on what happened there. As T1, they reinvented themselves since, they look great. What matters is what happens today, Mimi. Elimination and playoffs is still on the line.
T1 was billed as the most improved team in Pacific, from looking terrible at Lock-in, going out in one round, to making a run to top 3 in their home international league, and now making it here to champions. T1, they have a lot of pressure on them. They've made such strides already this year, and the question is, from the first match to now versus FUT, is that improvement enough?
Are they going to be able to take down FUT Esports, who are looking to make this huge stride for Turkish VALORANT, right? They win today, they qualify for playoffs and champions, and it's just going to be a huge upsurge for the whole community. So they kind of have that momentum shifting them in the favor of this match. But T1, like you said, have been looking so dominant. They reinvented themselves, fixed the mistakes since the beginning, and they have the momentum from their previous game. It's really just a clash of momentum right now, and who's going to start hot? Let's see.
Yeah, let's talk about the maps as well, because Mimi, we are going to get the Pearl and Haven again, but this time around, T1 picked Bind. What did you make of that?
I like this choice out of T1. I think Bind has always been one of their strongest maps. We saw them play it in their match in the lower bracket against FPX, and I thought it looked pretty solid. They play this Harbor Viper Gecko comp, which I think is really defined by the combination of the Gecko Flash and the Sky Flash, either for retakes or scaling out onto site with Cascades. I think it's a really well put together idea, and it was one of the compositions that helped drive them to that comeback they found in the Pacific League.
I will say though, FUT's Bind is also extremely strong. Valen, they beat Fnatic on Bind back in EMEA, and I quite like that comp as well. You know, the Fade, KO, I'm with it.
Yeah, I think both comps are great for both teams, really, and it's just going to come down to who's more prepared on the map. Like you talked about, FUT has been looking great, but for T1, this is their comfort pick, right? And they won on this map, and they've been looking great. Saya on the Jet role as well, not playing the Raze, kind of sticking to his comforts, and he's shown that he can dominate on that Agent as well, right? So it really comes down to who knows each other better on this map, who's going to be more well prepared, and who's more comfortable, really.
Yeah, it's really a big question, and I'm really excited in Bind here to get cracks on the KO. It's always been the role that has defined, honestly, the season for FUT here. He's so comfortable there, and when we talk about how good the initiator play between this Gecko and the Sky is for the side of T1, that's just the same for FUT. I think they have great coordination when they're playing this Fade KO comp to build up those similar combinations to be able to win out critical rounds.
Yeah, and the difference between those two comps is that the KO allows you to get a lot of fast map control, right? The knife goes off, you know who's in the vicinity, and you take that. But with the Gecko, you have that reclaim system, so you're going to be able to take long B control, insert someone, kind of reclaim the buddies, go back, take hookah. It's a much slower game, and it gives you a lot of options, right? So it's gonna be very interesting to see the two styles go head to head here, and whether you want fast play or slow play, and who's going to come out on top with that.
I also think that this Fade composition is really good against this double slice comp that T1 is running. You can get really high haunts that'll show over that utility and allow for really good spams, particularly to punish when T1 is committing to these plans.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't watched FUT on Bind before, if they're going to run the same comp, they love fighting backside on attack. They would just run you down. They did it against DRX, they did it against Fnatic, but for the side of T1, you know, we spoke about this when they played against FPX. This is a team that didn't really like changing comps at all. Doesn't matter which tournament they were playing in, and Valen, when they did change their comp against FPX, it looked really, really good. We understood why they changed their comps.
Yeah, I mean, what that tells me is maybe they were a bit afraid of change, but they kind of just dug down and stick to it, and they looked like they were very good on it. They're well prepared, and I think that's because sometimes you're afraid of making changes on maps. Like, I've been there, like, nah, let's just keep this. It's our bread and butter. It's really good, but it gets outdated, right? You have a lot of VOD footage on the comp, and you need something new to kind of propel you into a big tournament like Champions. It's a pretty common strat for teams to create new comps and try to keep them low-key going into a big tournament like this, and I think that was the pocket pick out of T1 being shown a bit earlier.
Yeah, we're just remaking the lobby right now for you guys, but we should be jumping into Agent Select in just a moment. Yeah, Mimi, what did you make of those changes from T1?
I really like the changes out of T1. I think coming into these tournaments and having at least one or two things you can bring out that are fresh, that are new is so important. And to pivot over to talking about FUT again, I think that was one of their biggest issues when they made their international appearance at Tokyo. They played very similar to the way that they did at home in EMEA, and the better teams like EG were able to just read them like a book. At this tournament, well, FUT hasn't changed a huge number of comps like T1 has shown. I think they've added new ideas. They've switched up some of their defaults to make them far less readable than they were in Tokyo.
Well, Mimi, you mentioned cracks already, but let's get a quick word from him and hear his thoughts on the team's performance at Champions so far.
İki oyuna da çok geriden başladık. Yani bence şu anlık yani tek eksiğimiz o diyebilirim. Çünkü onları hiç üstte görmüyorum şu anlık. Sadece iki map'e de çok kötü başlayıp yani bu ilk pistolü verip bonusu verip zaten skor 0-5-0-6 olduktan sonra döndürmek biraz zor oluyor ama yine de elimizden geleni yapmaya çalıştık. Çok bireysel ve agresif oynuyorlar. Ona alışamadık bir türlü. Daha hırslı bir şekilde şu an sadece tek odağım playoff'a çıkmak ve tekrar EG'nin karşısında oynamak. Çünkü gerçekten aynısı olmayacak. Tek kafamda bu var. Ve playoff'a çıktıktan sonra tekrar görüşeceğimize inanıyorum.
Orbital strike in play, it's causing problems. Ethan's going to be dropped after the one, but Cracks went down to the ulti. Boostio still holding strong on the side, buys them a little bit more time, and now it's those judges from before. The nade in good position, but he can't follow through. It forces him out of his spot into the open.
No reason for Mr. Fallen to begin to check this, but it has come into his head that this could be the chance! I don't know how Mr. Fallen read that one!
T1'la ilk karşılaşmamızda Maç tamamen beklediğimiz gibi geçti. Çünkü güzel hazırlanmıştık maça. Bu turnuvadan önce bayağı çalışmıştık. T1'la tekrardan karşılaştığımızda farklı bir sonuç olacağını düşünmüyorum. Bu AG takımdan yenildikten sonra herkeste daha fazla bir sinir ve kazanma isteği olduğu için alttan geldiğimiz lower bracket'ta çok daha kendi oyunumuzun üstüne kata kata geleceğimize daha hırslı geleceğiz ve daha sinirli geleceğiz. Kesinlikle.
I mean, as we all said, this is going to mean a lot to this FUT team if they are able to go all the way to playoffs. But once again, they have a difficult best of 3 ahead of them. They got to get over T1
Was
before
that
they
guy
can
just changing his sign every time? The EMEA fans are having to cope so hard to come up with a team to support.
I mean, Mimi, we've lost Liquid, we've lost Na'Vi, we might lose FUT tomorrow. We have Giants as well, so let us cope, all right? Let us have something.
It's all right. I've been on the loud cope all year.
I just want to say that very cute interaction just now, Alan over there.
Yeah, they turned around. My boy Saya player turned around, waved at me and Zeta. So I'm rooting for T1, but don't.
Well, we're in a tech pause. Valen, I think you have a unique opportunity here to explain what's going on with Saya player's setup. I don't know if we can show it on camera, but he has a very unique, like, elevated setup for
I could
his
talk all
mouse
about
and
that.
everything.
You know
can
the
you
lore
explain
to
that to
this.
us? I've
You guys
seen
want
a
the Saya
shoebox
player
before.
lore,
We want
right?
the lore, we want the lore.
Why is
Give
there
it
a
to us.
shoebox? Why is there a
Yes.
platform? All right, so when Sai was playing in Overwatch, he always had a pretty high table, right? For whatever reasons, he always told me that it helped with his accuracy. So I was like, all right, dude, a high desk, let's take it. But these desks are not adjustable. So what that means for him is that he has to raise it with his platform to feel comfortable. And he's been so innovative. Before we had like a little box, but it only had his mouse arm, and now he has an entire like elevated platform that
You
he
can
have
see
his
how
keyboard.
high up his arms have to be above it. It's like a little table on top of the table.
Yeah, and that's his secret sauce. You don't know if the cheats are under there or not, but that's why he performs so
You think
well.
they're hidden in there?
Hidden in there, I think so. No one has ever
Look
seen
at how
below
far
it.
his keyboard is as well. He's like an eagle spreading his wings as far as possible to play.
He plays jet, right? He's flying.
Yeah, he does have the, like, I feel like the widest stance out of everybody on the stage there. But I'm gonna give you guys at home a quick update. We need to swap a PC on stage because of a crash. We are working very hard to fix it, and we will get the match started in just a few minutes. But for now, check out this quick interview with T1's band.
People may say we played well because we won, but honestly, like, we did throw a lot of rounds, still messy in my opinion, and everyone could agree on the team. So I think the most important thing is to go and review this last 2 games and fix up the little mistakes, and I think we'll be good for, yeah. We did actually scrim a lot because they are on quote-unquote APEC team as well. So we did scrim a lot before against them, like on different maps and like a lot of times. We basically knew how they were going to play, honestly. Even though the FUT match was a disappointment before, the FPX game, we actually definitely showed up. Even though we did make mistakes, I think we showed up and won.
David still lands the shot, but he's got more to do. Another player to take down, and it's bad. Consistently hitting 3K after 3K.
Honestly, our communication was probably the worst that we've ever heard in a long time. And we were definitely disappointed, and we tried to fix that for a couple days, and we definitely did fix it. And during the FUT match, if they think we're gonna be the same T1 from before, I think it's a big mistake. Honestly, like, the main point is, like, we're not the same T1 from last time. And through this champs, I think as long as we do qualify for out of groups, we could definitely make some noise.
I'm with him. I feel like if they can make out of groups and go to playoffs, this could be a real dark horse team in this tournament.
Yeah, I think kind of that relief of getting through the groups and into the double elimination playoffs kind of gives you that momentum and like lower pressure, right? You kind of did the hard part of getting through groups, and you go through a lot of mistakes in group stage, which you fix. So it is kind of a buff to go through that group stage into the playoffs, just because you get the match experience, you know, reps with each other, reps on your comps.
No, that was brutal. There's no way we can show just a vicious shark attack on stage.
I support it.
It's a family-friendly esports.
I mean, I feel like while we wait for the PC to get swapped out, we should do something fun. The trilogy of Valen versus Mimi. We've had
I had
pro or
enough
fake.
fun
We've
yesterday,
had
so.
who's that? It's time for where you at. So you guys at home and here in the Shrine as well, make sure to play along. The rules are very simple. We'll see a very, very small portion of a Valorant map and have to guess which one it is. Let's get this started, actually. Like I said, we're getting the trilogy. I believe you're 1-1, right? You won.
Yeah.
Pro
We can say
Fake.
that. It'll make it more
You won. Who's that? So let's bring up map 1 and take a guess, each one of you. I'll come to you first, Mimi. I'll give you one guess. Where do you think this is?
I'm a cheater. Crowd, where are we?
Anyone in
Someone,
the crowd?
please.
Know? Ayo, any team?
No one will.
Team
No one will
Mimi out
guess.
there? No one.
No
knows what
one
this
will
is?
guess. I
What do
think
you
it's
think?
Pearl, personally. It's either Pearl or Ascent. I'm not sure.
You got to double down on one.
I don't have a clue.
Your thoughts?
I don't have a clue. I would just have to pick a random map.
You would have to pick a random map.
I would.
You can't even
I've
pick
never
off.
seen
You
this
can't
before.
guess off the motif. Look,
I've
it's
played a
wood,
lot of
it's a
scrims.
house.
I've played a lot of matches. I've never seen this in my life.
You haven't been flying around in server time?
Oh, no.
Not
I
once?
actually yell at my boys for flying out in server time.
Oh,
Good on you. Good on you, a strong leader.
So you're going for Pearl?
I'm gonna guess Pearl.
I think that's a pretty reasonable guess.
That is a good guess. I'm going to say...
Just guess.
I'm gonna say Pearl as well.
I feel like I
think it
need
is
to.
Pearl.
I
Just
need to
the
check.
vibe.
I need
The
to
vibe.
check with the admins if Icebox and Breeze are included.
They
in this
are
as well.
included. We
'Cause
got- we
okay.
got this
Well, then
yesterday.
that changes things. That changes things. But let's reveal it anyway. Let's see if either of you are right. Well, you both went for Pearl. So here we go. We're zooming out. Oh
It's
no!
Ascent.
It was Ascent. You should have gone with Ascent.
Wait, there's a window there?
There we go.
You guys are freaking out like we should have known. Like you guys were helpful at all.
Yeah, it's right
Unhelpful.
next to Rosa as well, of all places. A 0 point from both of you, and 0 point from the crowd.
You
I'm
didn't
gonna
even
say.
play. You can't act like it's a
I'm
no
the
point
host.
thing.
I
You
have-
didn't even say. Okay,
I'm
well
the
you're
host
not
in this.
anymore.
I
Let's
have
take a look
no-
at the second one. And Yinsu, you're gonna figure this one out for
You
me.
want to swap seats?
No, I'm fine. I'm comfortable
I'm
here.
scoring points for you, Mimi, because it's Mimi versus Valent, so I can't be. Oh, here we go. Let's see what Atta Captain's got. Oh, I wanted to see some sharp.
You're trying to.
attacks
Oh,
even.
that's what you wanted. Interesting.
Yeah.
You're trying to get out of this one. What map are we on, Yinsu?
We are on. Oh, this is. I've seen
It's crazy
this.
because I know this one.
I feel like I know this one as well. I've seen this. Is this Breeze?
I think
Are we
you're
on
right. I'm
Breeze
pretty
right
sure it's
now?
Breeze.
What do you think?
I'm going to go with Fracture. I see floating
Oh,
rocks.
Fracture's a great shout.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go for Breeze. Let's see if I was wrong.
I'm also a Breeze believer.
If I was right, I'll give you the point there, Mimi. This is all on you. It's all on you.
This
It is Breeze.
is-
It's Breeze, right?
You know already? Yeah, it's Cave and Breeze. Absolutely.
Hey, you try to put me on
That
the
was a good
spot,
guess.
Mimi.
Yeah, and you won. Good for you. I'm proud of
for
you.
I got a point for you. That was for you.
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you.
I'm gonna
That's
give
so
her that
Wait,
point.
what?
Yeah. I'm gonna.
I
give
That's
her
not
that point.
fair.
too, I
This
knew.
is 2v1 now.
I'm a knower.
No. I'm being partial
She's
for
out
the
of it.
rest
She's
of
out
it.
of it.
All right, let's take a look at the next one, next map. Let's see. Come on, you got this. You got
I got
this. I'll
this.
let you go first this time. Oh, you got this.
Oh, I know. This is easy.
Yeah, I know this as well.
This
You
is
got
easy.
Bro, you're a pro player. How much you get paid a month to do this? You should know this map.
Put yourself there.
What
Put
map is
yourself
this?
there. Help him out, guys. Help him out.
Did I hear Pearl? He said Fracture. I'm
Someone
going
is
Fracture. I heard Fracture.
screaming their
Fracture.
head
Someone is screaming Fracture.
Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out to you. I appreciate you.
Whoever that guy is, the
Fracture.
Because this is certainly Fracture.
It
This
is.
is our cave. right?
I'm 99.9% sure this is Fracture, so let's take a look at the reveal. You got a bit of a help there, so...
No, I didn't.
Yeah. It is Fracture. It is
I
Fracture.
told you.
As we
Look at
are
that,
zooming
our
out of
game.
this, it is. I think it's the background color that gives it away, I feel like. It's got the Fracture...
vibe.
Mise en scène, some might say.
What does that even mean?
It means like the setting of the
The
frame.
mise en scène.
Yeah. You speak French. You should
No,
know
I
that.
don't speak French.
You do speak French, maybe.
No, you clearly
You
don't.
and Mitchman are the French-speaking.
I don't speak.
members
I
of the
took
clan.
high school French, which does not equate
That's
to
the hardest
knowing
part.
a language.
What's
Oh, what's the shark
sharking-
up to now?
What's
Shark
sharking
update.
French?
No, not the
Sharking
referee.
French.
He's trying to fix the issue, man. Oh no, we're never getting back in game.
I mean, Atta Captain is having a great time. That's what I like to see. I think this is what we spoke about earlier about FUT having sometimes not being able to dig themselves out of bad situations.
Atta
but
Captain, I've never
he's
seen him without a
always
smile.
smiling.
Yeah,
He's just permanently...
World's happiest man.
Literally, like, they will be 12-0 down and he's smiling. He's
I mean,
having a
that's
great
Oh,
definitely
there's
good
another
for the
game.
mental
Game
team.
alert! Game alert! Game alert! I think this is Haven up top.
Ooh, what do you think, Valen?
Could be Ascent.
This looks like the practice range.
Yeah, it
You
is.
know what I'm saying? Like when you go up the
When you-
stairs? Yeah.
I've updrafted in the practice range too many
Hold
times.
on, hold on. Shrine, you've disappointed us thus far. What map is this on 3? Wait. No listeners. No listeners.
No
3, 2, 1. What map?
Oh,
Haven. Thank you. Thank you. Is it Haven? Tilted Towers. I don't think that's right, my friend.
It is Haven indeed. Again, it's the color scheme. It's like the
Yeah.
red, sandiness of it. Yeah.
Oh, I knew it was there actually.
Honestly,
Right there.
I've lost track on scores, but I
knower.
think Mimi is winning. I think Mimi
The crowd's winning.
It's not about the score.
It's about the friends who made a lucky play.
Exactly.
No, it's about the score. What is more fun than winning?
Having fun with my friends.
Yeah, no, you're right. What do I say? I'm a competitor. Of course, nothing's better
What's
than
more
winning.
fun? This fish. I'm enjoying it. It's immensely entertaining.
Well, I mean, he's got a kiwi involved in this now. It's over. It's
Why does
over.
Kiwi not have like a plush kiwi to bring on stage?
Like
I feel like that would be
fruit?
apt.
Like
All
a
right,
kiwi
another
fruit?
map. Where are we?
I want to say Icebox.
Okay, I could see it. I could see it.
feeling
All right, you guys,
Icebox for
another
this.
chance. We're 1 for
Fine.
1 right now. 3, 2, 1. That is an icebox.
I heard everyone say
consensus.
icebox, but I'm sticking to bind.
I think that's a good shout. That's actually a pretty good shout. Let's take a look and see if it's Icebox or Bind, or neither for that matter. Is Icebox? No,
It's
yes,
Icebox.
Bind.
Yes.
It's
No.
not
Yes.
bind, bro. That's icebox.
Say
Yeah.
no. How do you know? How do you guys know off that?
They study the game.
I love Icebox. It's just my map. Yeah.
They're fans of the game. Are you not, Fallon?
I'm a big fan of the game, actually, but I've never flown into the corner of Spawn and found that spot.
I'm not
actually.
gonna lie, I've camped there like a billion times. Yeah, genuinely.
Are
That
you
is my
T1
spot.
Curry?
Yeah. Great shout. That is actually a great shout.
That's like an ancient reference.
That is ancient.
Vintage reference there from Mimi. We have one last one. I say whoever wins gets 100 points. Whoever wins, whoever gets this one.
All or
this
nothing?
is too easy. This is too easy.
It's.
I
What
know
are you
what this
guys
is.
saying? You're wrong. It's a ceiling of pearl.
Yes,
Yep,
It's
Pearl.
in art.
too. I
That's
think
because
so
there's
too.
art. It's art because there's art.
No, I knew it was Pearl from the get-go. It has to be Pearl.
Well, I mean, Mimi said it first, so if it's
Me and I
right,
just lie constantly and only
No.
lie and steal.
No, I'm not going to lie.
Show
I
it,
I would
reveal
have been
it, it's
0
Pearl.
out of 6.
yeah,
I have
I'll
no
give
idea.
you 100 points, Mimi, if this is correct. It is correct. Yep. Good
Yep.
job. Good
Anyways,
job.
100
Do you have
points.
to have high settings for these?
No, I play low settings and I know that.
And it was there?
Yeah.
My bad. I don't look at the
Maybe
ceiling.
my crosshair placement's just that bad,
Your
dog.
crosshair placement has to be at the
No, it's a
ceiling.
lineup. It's a lineup.
It's a line. True,
Lineup,
true.
lineup.
That's smart. Actually, unironically, when you used to play Fade on that map, if you throw the Haunt into the window, you have to look up there.
True. That is true. So you're a Fade player.
I was, back in the day.
What happened?
What do you play on your Premier team now?
Our roles have gone crazy. We're playing, it's Ascent next. We're playing the Reyna composition. I think Sean is going to play Reyna, and he's been forced into it. So that should be fun to watch us not qualify for playoffs.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I feel like that's a bigger update than anything else we've seen today. You heard it here first. It's nap time. I feel like we should read them a bedtime story here. The bombastic side-eye as well. I think we should let them have a little snooze. Have a little snooze. You guys,
don't
at
make
home?
any noise. Be respectful,
Yeah,
please.
make sure you guys set an alarm, have a little nap as well. We're gonna take a timeout here, but we will be back. Don't go anywhere right after this.
coursing through my veins. Give me that rush, that feeling, it makes me go insane. Give me that good stuff, that energy, it's coursing through my veins. Give me that rush, that feeling, it makes me go insane.
I hope you're all having a nice nap. Trying to keep my voice down here on the desk. Sweet dreams.
Wake up!
Wait, make sure everybody,
Wake up!
everybody at home.
It's time for more tech pods, baby.
Use the hashtag VCT and hashtag VALORANT Champions and let me know what Valen is dreaming about in his sleep. I want to see some creative memes, you know, take a screenshot of him having a snooze and send it in. Meanwhile, Mimi, I believe you have something set up for us. We have a little quiz.
Yes, I love trivia. I stole this yesterday during the tech pause. We have another big one today. We're still working on getting the issue sorted. So I have some trivia questions. This is historic Valorant stuff, general knowledge. You guys, big fans of Valorant. You should know this one.
Can I tell
also.
you, can I have a team name? Am I allowed to?
Sure.
I'm a one-woman
What's your team name?
Blame Pampok.
They're not here. How can it be their fault?
They are here. That's why it's their fault.
I feel like that's poorly assigned blame. Do you have a team name, Valen?
No.
Okay, 3,
Blame
2,
Pampok and
1.
Team No.
I have to make one?
Yeah, what's your team name?
I thought his team name
Team
was
Valen.
No.
Team Valen.
Team Valen and Team Blame
Team Valentine. Valentine.
I like that.
That's really
Valentine.
creative. Okay, I'm going to ask some questions. This is to you guys, but also feel free to cheat and use the crowd because they're also very knowledgeable. There's a couple different categories here. I'm going to name them off. Name that roster, memorable matches, stats lab, player trivia, memes, Masters Tokyo, and name changes.
Memes.
You want one in memes. Okay, so there's
memes.
also 1 through 500. How much would you like?
What?
It's like Jeopardy.
Oh, okay. I will go 500.
500 in memes.
Yeah.
Finesse replied, all good in a match-fixing we're not talking about that one. I don't know what that was. Haha, anyways, that didn't happen. Did not read that one. Moving on. All good.
Blame Pampok.
All good.
Blame Pampok. I blame Pampok.
Blame Pampok.
I don't know what that was about.
Yep. My answer is Fennis. Fennis is my answer.
Okay, great answer.
No more, no less.
Anyways, great
Fennis.
answer. How about we do a little bit of a different question, guys?
Go for
this
it.
one also in memes. After signing to Fnatic, Summon FC disclosed. Okay, we're not doing the meme.
Sage,
We're
oh my
not doing
FC.
No. Okay, it's actually fine to say.
Yeah, I got it.
It is.
1
I'm
point.
thinking of some other teams that were also had. We're gonna just move away from the meme category, I think.
Name that roster 500.
I think I win.
Name that roster 500. We
Yep.
can do that one. There's no way that could go poorly for broadcast. Surely, right, guys? Okay, these players were on the crew roster that famously eliminated Sen at Champs 21. Kesnet, Nags, Mazina. Who are the 2 others?
Ooh, I mean, it's Klaus and Agent Select. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's go.
That was a really great trivia game. I think we learned a lot, guys.
I think I win, but it's not as important as this Prime Gaming Agent Select because, as you guys can see, no changes from the last time they played on this map.
Yeah, I'm really glad we've made it into this one. Anyways, yeah, they have the Gecko Sky composition, looking for how they combine that on their attacking side. Watch for their A short pops, where they use both those pieces of utility really well together with the Cascade to take space. Anyways, gonna be a pretty good match.
Yeah, and I was touching on this earlier, but I want to compare the stylistic differences between the comps because Gecko is a very big change. You have the reclaim system in place, so you're going to be able to take lots of map control for low utility cost because you can get it back in 10 seconds, right? You're going to see Gecko taking long B, going back into hookah, claiming that control, and just slowing down the game. But not only that, you have a lot of burst potential because you can combine Wingman with the Dizzy and your Mosh to create exciting executes. And on the other side for FUT, you have the KO and the Fade, so a lot of instant map control into executes.
Well, this is it. It's finally time to jump into game and get things started. Give a warm welcome to Pansy and Hyborg.
Yeah, sorry about the delay, folks. We'll probably take a little bit of a hit on that one, but again, thank you for the patience. But now we're on the very cusp of starting this one up. Yes, it is a rematch. Let's kind of talk it back a little then, because I think the question mark of form is kind of looming over both of these teams, even as it stands.
Yeah, for sure. And I think some of the concerns, I guess, globally looking at a team like FUT coming into an international event, obviously the discussions ahead of Tokyo, we can start to park those now, but for me, it feels like it's almost a benefit for FUT to be playing up against a familiar opponent once again. The biggest question being, were they able to establish comfort on the international stage and then get towards consistency? And I think here, you got to tick in the box.
We'll find out. Couple seconds now until we dive back in. Yes, T1's comp certainly draws my attention. Curious for sure, but it wasn't the compositions, it wasn't any of that that really worried me before with T1. It was some of those kind of post-plant scenarios, those 2vx's and mistakes being made. They have to correct that, and for FUT, I mean, yes, they managed to best them before, but it certainly wasn't ideal. Clean enough, but let's start this up. FUT on the defensive side, T1 on the attack, and already a simplistic start towards the B site. And a captain still unmoved and unchallenged with 2 big picks off the back of the frenzy. Sire player trades it, but a lot of damage done.
4v3 here in favor of FUT. Spike not down just yet. T1 hoping maybe to catch a player overstepping the mark, but Sire at 20 HP. We'll be able to get too aggressive here. Carpe looking like he wants to lead the charge. The fall in, catches sight, but no exchange of damage just yet.
You can see the discipline with FUT here, not overextending. You could understand the want from T1 to try and get this back to a 3v3, but now they start to encroach towards the side. The sound of the spike calls them forward, and FUT are clearing through, leaving it all to Ban, and a nice little adjustment. He's got to get a move on here. No eyes on the spike plant, so he has to try and be relevant to this, and he can't be. Cracks starts off perfectly, shutting down the round. FUT with the first. T1 unable to make much more of that.
No, and I think you come back to the same discussion. The damage there on site, really, he's the one that you want to see get aggressive in that situation. Carpe desperate to try and clear towards elbow, but fortunately, so Mr. Fallen just holding a very tight angle, able to spot that out and disengage really effectively there.
Again, if you roll your mind back to, as this being the rematch, the initial time they met, Cracks was outstanding as well. Highly impactful, really pivotal to FUT.
I mean, I think he is the mover and the shaker of this roster, to be honest with you. With Kiwi, we know where the peaks lie, what he can achieve, but alongside, I mean, players like Atta, who have just been solid as a rock throughout. Cracks really does become that swing factor for FUT.
And curiously enough, I kind of put that in the hands of the likes of Ban when I look at T1. Whenever I see him play well, it always kind of echoes throughout the results for T1. But as it stands here, I'm looking at kind of Carpe, Sire, see what they can do. This round probably not going to be the one to write home about for them. One Frenzy, one Ghost, and the rest on Classics, and it's comfy for Cracks. Catching 3 on the way through. They're going to note these footsteps. And a captain going to know all of this, but the angle from Sire player is very good. Punishes out a captain, and now with that Bulldog, there's a chance in this. The C's not got quite enough to catch him fully. And closed down on by Kiwi. Leaving it all on Zeta. Ain't got a chance. A little dicey with that Bulldog falling to hand, but put back into place.
Yeah, the upgrade nearly paying off for T1, but well handled. Strength in numbers by FUT on the way back through. Only 2 casualties. Well, here, yeah, 2 Spectres and the Bulldog carried across. But damage done, and the plant comes through, so it's going to bolster T1's purchase just a little bit. Sire already 3 away from the Blade Storm. Father Ultimates getting close, but Cracks on the other side of things, 6-1 right now. No command available here.
Yeah.
But again, with this inventory, question the investment if it does come through.
We'll see if maybe FUT can be a problem for T1. This is the best chance so far for T1 now. That lovely purchase. No ults to compliment, but that's fine. Kiwi going anti-flash to take the space, finding no contact. Might decide to cheat the additional player back towards B, but again, we're seeing a slower approach from T1. And curious enough, in their interview after this game, Autumn shouldering a lot of the blame. They're saying he was the one to put fault towards. They weren't prepared enough, not ready for FUT, maybe underestimating them a little bit. See if he's been able to do the work this time.
We can question the prep, sure, but I'm kind of with you. It came down to some situations where the fundamentals, the decision-making was ever so slightly off. T1 trying to feign a little bit of presence towards B. Will potentially draw Cracks.
Well, he's the big one, isn't he? He's got the Bulldog, so if he goes, they've kind of got what they wanted here. Very deep hold, though, from Kiwi and Moj. So this should allow entry towards the side. This is enough utility. It should be ringing the alarm bells.
There's going to be a possibility to find any damage here. The plant will come through. And T1 able to actually drift away from site pretty comfortably as well. You already see on the minimap. Zeta set up outside showers. Does have a snake bite as well as a late round piece here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult post plant for FUT to try and break through. Ban, kind of first man forward in this. Starting to flood towards the site though, getting a little bit of pressure. Got to be careful. Held back behind the smoke, and do they get a half? That's what I'm questioning here, and they absolutely do. Someone, can they stop this, please? Someone stop the defuse!
When the timing of the null command comes through, they can't invest any utility towards site here. And out of nothing, FUT find a third defusal. I mean, even here it lines up perfectly. Cracks falls with an null command. He's body blocking a lot of this damage that comes through.
Oh, that's gutting. That is gutting for T1.
Daylight robbery.
Absolutely. Bonus, yeah, tick in the box. Not how I expected it either. And this is when you start getting those worries from that previous game. You're feeling put out of place slightly, but now all online for FUT. You have the orbital strike in Captain's pocket, but beyond that, you're looking at what's on the verge here. Carpe nearby, Sire player not far off, Zeta as well. Munchkin 3 away. A lot more intent put towards Long now. Sire player looking to try and make that entry happen. Again, noted on the desk for his brilliance and what he can achieve. Bit of a bulldozer when he goes in, but again, already Kiwi's going to remove the lurking element that T1 might have been trying to bank on. That now gone, this proves a little bit of an issue, bigger picture.
Yeah, removing Zeta really removes any slow pressure they can build up towards A site. Problem being, T1 actually positioned. Sire not spotted, but regardless. Well,
shoulder.
Yeah, confirmation there from Mr. Fallen.
Not given any opportunities here. You can see T1 stalled out here. Yes, the re-smoke, but again, the layering of the utility, keeping track of them, and with no lurk, there's no worry in the back of their minds. They can keep 3 players on the site. Nothing is being pulled away. They can creep back around, but look at the time. It's 35 seconds. They're going to be walking in blind towards A. No idea of what's going to be waiting on the other side.
30
Already
seconds
pings
left.
on the map. This looks like the end destination. Flash is ready to go, but it's only one. Does connect. That's going to be Moj. Kiwi unaffected so far. A TP taken. They're trying to bait this out, but look at it. Orbital strike towards Long. They can focus their attention towards the drop out through window. Fallen going to note the players. Any pressure coming forward. They're being stalled out again and again. 10 seconds now, and it's a slaughter. T1 need to fight back, and they need to do it now. The spike's still down. They have 0 chance here. Sire player just wants to try and stay alive, and he barely gets to slip away. Does he get to keep the gun? Kiwi doesn't get him. Here we go. Sire player should be able to keep the rifle, but Mike, there's problems here. I'm waiting for a timeout for T1.
Yeah, I mean, the approach in the first few can't really fault. Obviously, with FUT getting on the board early, but here it's Zeta just overstepping the mark, and this is the question mark, right? This is the doubt that T1 tried to plant with this composition, and we see many teams try to. When that piece is removed so early, it allows FUT total freedom. Again, you even see here that straight away the decision is Kiwi heads all the way up towards heaven. He knows that second piece of utility to deny information is removed. And he can run rampant with the operator.
This could be the burst piece, though. Are they going to try and shift? Yeah, oh, wow. Kiwi, light work on Sire player there. Yeah, messy stuff. But are not falling for any of this. They may get a plant, but they've had plants before. The only difference this time is that Carpe's found Moj. Now a little bit of a heat up here. Pushing forward. Ban coming online. Catching 2 and giving them a chance. Note the HP, though, still a little low, still a little vulnerable. They can stabilize for now. With a tap on the spike, though, they're going to draw the attention in. They've got to deal with it this time. They had no idea. They
didn't know he
was seized. Ban was seized. They had no, not again! This is horrific to watch as T1 are being toyed with.
It's rough. It's a high-pressure situation there, but as soon as the smoke's covering the spike, even though the audio's been cut, somebody has to hard clear it, but to remaining members of T1. Maybe we can really get a solid grasp on that. That's another one that FUT have just stolen from under their noses.
Yeah, this is worrying times. But let's look at the, I don't want to say bright side. Let's look at least the ults coming in. Yeah, we're clutching at straws on this one. But they at least have ults here, T1. And FUT are getting aggressive. Look at this! Disrespectful almost! Taking the fight to them. No fear facing T1. They've already crushed them in the opening rounds. Why not make it worse?
We talked about form, but these are the sort of confidence plays that as soon as FUT establish themselves, have a familiar opponent, you expect them to start making. We're already seeing examples of that in the first 6 rounds here. Zeta identified once again.
And they found the secondary player as well. The only one missing is going to be Munchkin. Might be falling with a jump spot eventually. Yep, there it is. So all 3 players have been identified. FUT don't need to overdo anything. Maybe pull the additional player after just spotting the second, which has been the response. Dragging over Kiwi. See the Spike trying to move on the other side of the map towards A, trying to join up with Zeta, who's taking a little bit of space. He does have the ult. The flash does not connect, but he wants to take the fight. Takes down Cracks, plays in Moj, and now the 1v1 on the site. It's critical. He's got support from Shower. That might change things. This is still not good enough. Mike, this is going from bad to worse. They are looking lost here.
T1 unable to really, I mean, convert advantages in situations where they can find it. I'm talking about finding a 1v1, right?
Yeah.
And winning out in that regard. It's just not happening so far. FUT are in the driving seat. And finally, we're going to see T1 pump the brakes a little bit. Call a timeout. So you have plenty of options here. You noted, obviously, the ultimates, the silver lining of this current scoreline at 6-0, but I gotta say, these rounds aren't really even coming down to it.
No, and again, roll your mind back to some of the interviews we've seen with FUT after their games. They were talking about the lack of consistency, or maybe their attacking side, certain elements. But if they continue in this way, having 6 to the name already, and not looking like that's really going to be stopping anytime soon, yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for saying it. I don't have to. Yeah, it's rough. But still, with that in mind, with FUT being able to carve such a good start here in such a confident manner, putting T1 in this position, this is going to alleviate any of those stresses of maybe having that, little bit of an inconsistency that they've spoken about, that they're trying to work on. Always the last thing to fall in line for teams. So T1 need to be disruptive now. It probably had to happen a couple of rounds ago. We need a little bit more from them.
If you look at the bankroll that's already built up as well.
Yeah.
FUT comfortable in terms of the purchase and actually back on the brink of some ultimates we've already seen invested at pivotal moments so far in this half. 1 off the orbital strike, 2 away from the pit as well for Moj. Kiwi on the showstopper also. So do you want to see T1 formulate a plan now around these ultimates? Problem being, I mean, we've got rifles in, the Stingers here, yes, but it's 2 Bulldogs and a Sheriff. T1 trying to ride this out and do as much damage as possible, but at this point we're talking about the cushion. It's not really going to impact FUT too much.
No, let's see what the plan is from T1 coming into this. So for FUT, they're going to be taking Shower Control, a high priority place for them. On the other side, a very deep hold. Look how far back T1 are sitting here, maybe expecting this aggression that we saw dabbled with before, and it's rewarded. Lovely heads up work from Munchkin, at least going to catch one, and kind of, I guess, quell some of that confidence from FUT, at least in this round.
Oh, overzealous as well. The Prowler did come through from B long on the back of Mr. Fallen, but there wasn't really.
Down.
Yeah, I was going to say there wasn't a double swing. Now we're seeing it though.
And that's clean.
Got your trail.
Now with the burst on short, this is going to be a little uncomfortable because they can get pretty close towards side. Cracks respects it enough to slip away. Noting 2. Pops the ult, doesn't connect as well as he'd want. They want to get that plant down. Trying to find a fight here, that's pretty risky. Kiwi forced to the back of the side, the swing comes in and line up! Ban can only do so much, finds one but falls, and now it's down to Sire player and Munchkin, the Bulldog and the Sheriff, and look at the positions here. Maybe Sire can play, can be the difference maker. Oh, he's caught! They can't catch a break! Nothing is going right for them, and it's a quick dash, and it's just praying that they win the fight on the side, but look at Fallen's look at the position, look at this reposition.
He's waiting for this.
Super deep on the angle, forces the commitment and the catch. FUT are just unfalteringly good right now.
It's another situation where you almost feel like, yeah, we haven't found the entry, but you get the information there's a drifting showers. They try and pop on short, but it doesn't amount to anything. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of FUT. Sire, unfortunately, read on this by Atta Captain. And that was the only real curveball in that round, because if Sire can maybe find 1 or potentially 2 kills in spawn.
And if you're looking at it from a the FUT perspective, it's not one player doing well, all of them have done nicely. Yes, Cracks, I guess, had that opening debut. Hold on. Got a stack coming towards B and a singular player holding it. Atta Captain is going to be in trouble. Avoided the ult for now, does have to reveal himself to the dog, and he's dead. Sire player opens the site. This is completely free of players. It was only Atta Captain here. It was a 4-play stack towards A, expecting that short burst potentially. Ult to supplement, secure this plant. T1 finally with a shot in a round.
This has to be a conversion here. Viper's Pit should make it a little more comfortable. Zeta can't let this drop. 2 players from FUT actually coming back through hookah. That could apply a lot of pressure to the backside of this pit.
Oh, bloomin'
They're desperately trying to find him.
You can see the bullets, so just whizzing past. Ban has caught Kiwi. Nice follow-up as well. Digging their heels in now. Cracks, crazy maybe. This one might be too far even for him. Not gonna happen. Ban, pivotal. Sire player with the entry. They isolated that. I mean, FUT went for a risk there, Mike. They went for the 4-1 stack.
Absolutely do, but first round for T1 to find is a Prime Gaming flawless. The back of a huge 3K from Ban. Again, another situation where with this much pressure coming back through hookah and still 2 players in spawn for FUT, if that pit falls, then there's 2 or 3 players that are pinched. Whether or not they drift into default inside the pipe, but that becomes really problematic for T1.
Consistency. Can they repeat? Can they find another here for T1? Going through the motions. No subtlety to this. Good call for that player to come on over. Mr. Fallen will be probably the one to respond first and foremost in a free fight, but a good trade. Crack's not going to let it slip. This time, though, the sight should be theirs. Crack's actually sticking around so long, catching them unawares. The confidence is brimming in this team, but they are being punished. A 3v3, Spike now down. T1 have been making mistakes in these. This time, they've got to handle this. Sire player in danger, but has the utility to slip away.
So 3v3 here. Operator in hand for Kiwi, almost needs a pick to open this up. Give themselves an advantage on the way back through. Paint Shell won't find anything here.
This is looking good.
Yeah, T1 looking very comfortable here, Lauren.
Can't let this one slip. Beautiful from Ban. Gonna catch out a captain. Looking for the follow-up. Don't get it. Fallen's there. Finds side player, but Kiwi did dip away, but he's gonna go back for more. Munchkin now. A 1v2. No! How does this keep happening to them? He absolutely does have it.
Oh my God.
T1 cannot catch a break this game. That looked unlosable.
Kiwi's halfway out the door.
He was gone.
He was gone with the operator. And Mr. Fallen finds not just the first, but the follow-up as well.
Oh, this is shocking, Mike.
We're talking about, you know, some lapses in decision-making, some of the fundamentals resulting in T1 losing rounds that felt like should wins.
Yeah.
That's another example right there.
This was what worried me in the first time they met. It wasn't the prep, it wasn't anything else, it wasn't the confidence, it was the security in the post-plants, one of those fundamentals that I was hoping to see really ironed out here, but that's a bigger issue now, seeing that re-emerge. An 8-1, T1 able to get a purchase here. No ults to lean on, one away for Sire player, but Kiwi now with a challenge. Oh, it's through the smoke. And Fallen's found one. This is just obscene to watch.
You use the words brimming with confidence. Another example here. Left on Ban and Zeta to try and recover. A 2v5. I don't think FUT are going to give them even an opportunity here. Split across the map.
Oh, there's no mercy.
Yeah.
There is zero mercy in the way FUT are playing. Again, you got to almost tame FUT to respect you at this point because they are playing hyper confident.
I mean, without this guy, you don't get any respect for FUT for the rest of this map.
None.
It's zero. They will keep swinging. I mean, players like Cracks and Kiwi, they love to swing. They love to dry swing.
That Turkish Valorant suits them well, obviously. Ban and Zeta leaning towards A. Cracks is
30 seconds left.
Mosh as well. Ban gonna make a go of this. He's got the spike, but it's a singular mission. Cracks can kind of divide through it. Slow the roll a little. Ban needs some support here. Zeta's got to get involved in this. Trying to creep forward, but they seem all too aware of it. And look at the time, 13 seconds. Looking unlucky as that captain slips through. It's clinical, it's precise, it's a Prime Gaming flawless to add into it. This is just an execution.
And look at FUT's ultimates as well.
Oh, they've got it all.
This opener is just wild.
This is T1's choice. Not much more to say about it than that, really, is there? That one round, that one moment, and you could argue that was because it was a single player holding that B site. There's not many positives here for T1. That timeout didn't correct. And now I think they're just floundering a little. I want to see more from them. I'd love to see what glimpses we saw. Even in Tokyo, there were moments that certainly gave me a little bit of interest in this team. I have to play some incredible opponents. And again, 3 players to hold them back here. T1 playing a similar approach. Knife, not going to find too much.
Concern is in some of these rounds here where FUT are actually slowing things down, there's no real aggression, no commitment towards these deep angles. Forcing the hand at T1. Nightfall going to do it a ton of work, but it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, but look at the
molly
stall
as well.
again. The molly's good, but Munchkin is still alive. And Zeta was a mile away, but he can try and make it over here now. It is essentially a 2v2 standing. Krax is on the ground. Hard to res here with Zeta in this position.
He's got good info, though.
That's absolutely true. 1 flash to play. Let's go down. Close flash doesn't find, so he's got to know that he's got a little bit of room to work here, but that spike is still an issue. Has to get it back to hand.
30 seconds left.
Stall there, a little bit of chip.
Still got a nade here.
Boombot going in. There's that nade coming through. Does not
Bounces out.
find Munchkin. Seeker's there, swings early. Lovely from Munchkin. Maybe the hope they needed. There's Kiwi now a 1v2, not again. Kiwi clearing the corners as he goes. And he's got a double challenge. He found one. It took heroics from Munchkin to get him a second.
Last round.
I mean, there's a world there where Kiwi can satch it out, at least clear that gap and try and recover that, but a second nonetheless for T1. The silver lining of this half, Lauren, would be a 9-3. They come into this though. Blade Storm available.
Yep.
Sire down on the Bulldog. Still got ultimates available for FUT as well.
If they get a third, it's not impossible, it's just improbable. So we wait with bated breath to see if they can maybe make something out of this one as well. Exploring towards Shower early. You can see the set piece they're clearing, but again, we saw last time around T1 actually managed to get the benefit of this one. Punishing Moj on the walkout, the flash doesn't catch, but this time Moj succeeds. So wins out basically one side of the map. Munchkin is gone, the man who went above and beyond for his side to get them their second.
Confirmation as well with no other utility or anything noted on that side of the map. A third player of FUT is committed towards this B-side hold.
There.
So plenty of time for T1. When they commit behind this initial wave of pressure.
Uh-oh. Oh no, they've got a scramble! That was the ult! They took down Ban, he just got the ult online! That could have been huge for taking the site. And Kiwi slips away. Doesn't have to overextend. This now falls down to Sire player. Zeta, Carpe, they have to be impactful, and Carpe's just got the spike. He's on the way over. They've got 3 players to clear on the site. They're being stalled out again and again. Jump spot for Kiwi, they note it. Oh dear, the C's combination, you can't escape! The brutality of this. They can't get towards the site, 20 seconds. Just gonna ult towards A just to secure it. Sire player desperate to try and find a way in. He's got a target, but he ain't got the fight. Carpe's fallen, and it's 10-2.
Heartbreaking round for T1 to have to endure, to be honest with you. Precedent set so early on from FUT, establishing control, and he said just no respect given after that. A number of rounds where they're just brute forcing. Bit of a wake-up call for T1 on their map pick. You mentioned it as well.
Yeah, this is not looking ideal for them. 2 rounds to go into the second half. Yes, we know that FUT have struggled on occasion on that attacking side, but there's going to need more than that. There has to be more, because this has been an execution.
Yes, it has indeed. What a dream start for FUT, though, here. They seems like they're winning everything, Mimi. They win the pistol, they win the bonus. They just keep going and keep going. It's scary right now.
And there were some tragic moments for T1 in that half. In particular, the defuses in the first few rounds were just, honestly, somewhat unacceptable from T1, right? It seems like they are just out of it in this matchup, trying to spam through the smoke. No one actually being able to check that the defuse is coming through. And just a few rounds later, it happens again. It seems like the stars are aligning in so many of these rounds for FUT.
Yeah, and it's rounds like this that really propels your momentum forward and gives you these large leads. I'm really not surprised to see the half unfold like this when you're having your buy rounds end in such tragic ways, like instant defuses, and it's just tragic mistakes coming out from T1. I really hope in the next half here that they're going to be able to step up a little bit, because I'm seeing uncharacteristic simplistic mistakes, and I'm wondering, is that the pressure? Is that being a little like timid in situations? I'm really not sure.
I got bad news for you because FUT are stronger on the attack side, Mimi.
They're very good in this second half. And the thing is that on that other side for FUT, they looked great. So well coordinated on their retakes. It's one of these games where you just see a team where every part of their game plan is working exactly how they want it. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it continues here. With this double initiator comp, their executes are really strong, but this is also a team willing to slow down that pace and find really good value with Mr. Fallen's mid-rounding.
Yeah, and speaking of how well they're coordinated on the defense, it's gonna translate into the attack as well. It's the side that needs more coordination and more micro plays to make sure you come out on top, and they're looking like they're hitting it perfectly.
Well, it's not impossible. We have seen it before. This is going to be a crucial pistol for T1, Pansy and Hypok if they want that comeback.
You're right, Sue. This would have to be a monumental half for T1 if they want to try and turn this around. 2 rounds is all they got, but maybe with the start, maybe with a bonus, it could happen. But FUT are no slouches here, Mike.
Absolutely not, and you've got to argue the momentum, the confidence for a team like FUT. They're going to come out swinging here in the second half pistol. She may be anticipating a little bit of aggression here. Waiting for the reveal to go into showers. We'll clear the space, and that might just be the green light.
Okay, so we've got Carpe with a shorty. Saya not affected by any of this util so far. They are creeping a little closer. 4 players here for T1. They've got everything they need, and now they just got to land the shots. And they've got an opportunity. Look at this from Saya player. Perfect work. 3 back-to-back, and they make a start. And a Captain and Moj now, last 2 alive, and they've got an army against them.
Carpe and Saya to take significant damage. Ban actually as well, down to 70, but need a kill, you need it early, because the spike looking relatively unrecoverable here. That's just headed all the way towards B-Long, I think just to farm up the orb.
Yeah. Not too surprising. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. What can he do, though? Quick little TP taken, so he'll be working through showers. That's going to be Ban's domain, and it remains his. Oj now. Left to die. Lovely from T1. Right, they got the pistol. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I want to see bonus. I want to see first gun round. We have to see it all clean.
Even here, there's a chance for Saya to be spotted on the showers cross, but again, reveal used to clear that initial space into showers, and again, it didn't feel as if anybody really deep cleared Saya. Mr. Fallen running up with the spike to try and plant it, so a little bit lazy on the way in from FUT. No investment here, just classics across the board.
So this should be a nice little confidence builder. A little Eco Cobra round. Saya player could farm up for himself. So far, really only Carpe and Ban getting a couple of steps ahead on the ults. You can see them slip early towards Lamps. This is where I'm a bit worried. The flash goes through and they have no idea that there's this many players here. They slip through, they got the punish, and they flooded the site. Unfortunately, Carpe's on the case, as is Ban, but there's still damage being done. That was just classics. Luckily for them, Ban is on the case today, waking up here in the second half, very close to the ult as well. And identifying that problem early, hopefully they can fill that gap.
I was going to say, yeah, what's the 2 Bulldogs and the Spectre carried across this, so we'll try and offset this slightly. Concern being Munchkin down to 850, I think they'll be fairly healthy behind this. A little ways away from the Blade Storm. It's one thing to really protect one of these purchases. T1 actually switching things up toward B site initially. Collection of the orb, but big info gained on the back of Krax' knife.
Yeah, just noting that Ban has come over towards that B site is going to be indicative of the 3rd player, right? Maybe not if it was Carpe, similar thing, but regardless, you can see that FUT have taken that as a bit of a green light to maybe pressure towards A a little. Zeta and Saya player, the 2 to try and hold back this approach, and patient work coming up from Fallen, not giving away the game at all, sitting very deep here. Team considering maybe a Prowler then, but timing on this, yeah, that's gonna be rough. Side player has to get out of there, but he's noted the presence. Zeta can invest the utility and the stall comes in. 4 players towards A now. Good rotation from T1.
FUT almost need to capitalize on this.
surprised they're walking this. Maybe
Yeah, it's
paranoid or...
paranoid of maybe somebody drifting out of hookah, but Munchkin's tucked in deep on the left side here. And already T1, I mean...
This is good.
The penny's dropped.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that util from Ban coming through. This plays in Munchkin, gives himself a little bit of a window to work with, and smashes through 2. Even looks to make it a 3rd here. Flash for flash, stalling this out. 8 bullets to play with, comes out of it. Gets the shot! Stunning from Munchkin! Another round that he has been integral in for T1. And Mr. Fallen can back away from this. He's got nothing else to do, and Munchkin going a little wild here. He's got 36 HP. He's got to be careful.
Still wants in. Respect Mr. Fallen, but the chance of the upgrade coming through. A prime gaming flawless for T1. We've already started to claw away at that lead.
Right, we talked about it. Pistol, bonus, now gun round. You know, they're converting all of this. This is beautiful because we saw a big investment from FUT there. They've managed to weather the storm. T1 have taken the necessary steps to giving us a game. Are they out of the woods? Absolutely not. There are still 10 rounds against you. But they've stopped the money building. They've kept FUT a little humble here on this attack side. They've given themselves a window to work with.
Expecting a pace change here with the purchase of Stinger and some Sheriffs. Let's try and find something towards A. Sire revealed by the Prowler. No swing onto it just yet. Forced away by the knife, actually.
They're creeping close again. It looks like T1 going to divide the site in a different way. Towards playing kind of shower side with Ban tucked towards
Going to try the same flash
back.
towards backside again.
It might work because you've got 3
Yeah,
players looking
yeah.
this way. Here we go, there's that flash, it's caught 2. Where's the swing there? March, beautiful Sire player! The only one to do the damage, but that could have been way worse. Ban still standing, rotation from Munchkin, but can they get a plant here? Looking to take the space that they've just hard fought for. Ban backfilling this, got his own challenge to deal with as Kiwi and Fallen on the corner. Ban, oh dear, that's a gun. That's another player gone, and a man advantage now towards FUT, but the weaponry again. That rifle is in Kiwi's hands.
That's the only gun, by the way, with where the other kills came through.
Player standing.
Krax has
what?
found Zeta as well.
What is Zeta up to, taking a solo fight like this? I'm not sure if he just got pinned to it or forced to it, but Munchkin now, already positioned, spotted, can't use that flash, has to accept his fate, dinged up down to 5. Oh, that is not a way you want to see them come back into this if you're a T1 fan. FUT ripping it away, exploiting that same issue we saw just a moment ago.
That's actually a beautiful set piece as well, this flash.
Gorgeous.
After the drift up short, and there's no resistance on the way in, so FUT can send 3 people into lamps to play off this flash from Krax. And the thing is, all of T1 drift towards heaven side, towards showers, basically waiting for FUT to push in.
Yeah.
Give them that space and FUT punish for it.
That was a very well executed Musgrove rookie there. That was genuinely very well done, and T1's starting to feel the strain a bit. Pumping the brakes now. 11-5. It's the scary part of having such a big lead on the half that you do get the buffer to play with 1 round going wrong. Oh, the Cyphercam's having fun with the audience. Oh. Huh. Huh, what's that mean?
I wonder why that one's not on broadcast.
That's interesting, it's only in-house.
It's only in-house.
Huh. Just a little treat for you guys in the audience there. No one else got to see.
I saw nothing.
After the quiz, we can't get in trouble. Don't worry, we're good.
Yeah.
11-5. Sorry, Mimi, just back under the bus. 11-5. Operator out for Sire player has got ult. We do have that snowball round though creeping up for FUT here. That's also a scary factor, right?
I'm curious where Sire, well, over towards showers again. How deep does he really push out? Because FUT are leaning towards B side here, so
okay.
3 members of T1 here. I don't know if they're just going to wall off here, try and take the orb, but the pings are coming out from FUT that indicates maybe a little bit of pressure towards this way. No confirmation on the other side.
Yes. A little in the dark, you might
yes.
say. However, yes, the boombot will at least indicate, but Ban is feeling a little audacious standing there like that. Gets forced off the angle. You can feel that kind of pressure starting to build towards the B side. Not feeling so comfortable. And utility going to give him a little bit of respite, but Krax happy to play a little ahead though, getting a couple of steps forward. Falling by his side, and they're not really moving away from this.
Spike not committed just yet either. 60 seconds on the clock, expecting Mods to pick that up and maybe regroup towards B here, but They need a pressure point. They need something to push onto. Maybe even try and invest some smokes towards A, this looks like.
So the flash still catches. Wingman doesn't, but it's still a notification that someone is towards B long. And this is going to be the end goal. You can now see that Moj has joined up with the rest of FUT. They are going to continue on this pathway.
30 seconds left.
Ban is here, and lovely time to invest this. Stalls it out. They're going to have to try and play through this one. Plays in Munchkin. The ult going to be invested as well. Sees finds nothing, and they're stalled out. FUT falling a little flat here. They're going to have to burst on this one. Munchkin is blind, but he's still so damn good. Big pickup from Munchkin. Spots a third, but he's got support here. 10 seconds now. Crack's the only one standing. Oh my word, he's doing damage. 7 seconds. Can he get the plant though? 5. He's going for it. Zeta creeping closer. It's done. Lifeline for T1 with 2 alive.
And it's only the flash that makes the difference here. Operator anchoring over towards Shower for T1. They're happy to commit towards a 3-man sight hold on B. And FUT just feed into it. First flash, I think it only really connects on that player towards Elbow, and it's not fully effective on Carpe. I mean, still swings out, finds 2 regardless.
Oh, Farada captain. Couple of rifles, that's it. You're starting to see that pendulum swing, but they still have to keep such a tight grip on this for T1. One more round drop and it'd be 12 for FUT, so T1 have to keep clean. Can they fully squash the money that FUT have been trying to build up here? Munchkin with a spray. A bit of a connection there, but Kiwi looking to maybe disrespect the smoke. I'm wondering if he dares to go
He
through
wants
this.
to.
You can see the temptation to it. See some, oh, excuse me, a Haunt and a flash. Finds nothing close by. Ban called into attention. Pop flash goes in, doesn't find, but they're going to swing. Lovely work from the Dizzy over the top. Carpe in perfect unison. Yeah, the seize is there, but it's too little too late. FUT and Tatters and T1 have once again held off FUT.
Beautiful response here. Carpe setting things in motion. Still 3 players left for FUT though. Just going to try and find something towards long. There won't be anything. Carpe with the cleanup. 2 assists on the first. Then closes out with 3 kills of his own. 11-7 now the score, Lauren.
Yeah, they built
T1
this
have done
back.
the hard work.
Yeah, here we go. Getting there now. But here comes the danger round, right? And you can see, and just a note, this is going to be a FUT timeout as well because they want to talk about this. They have a really big hand to play here. Plenty of ults, 1 off from the Viper's Pit 2. Everything else is ready to go. Full purchase. So if you're talking about a hurdle, this is the next big challenge for T1. They've got a couple of their own to play with. You've got Seekers there, you've got Carpe's on, you've got the knives coming out. So they've got a lot to play themselves. But this is one of the biggest challenges because you know that coach is behind the scenes talking them through the options, how to invest this, how to approach this. Because this is what we call a snowball round.
Whether or not FUT have really been sitting on just banking on this, which is... That's why I'm so curious to see the plan coming out of this. One away from the pit as well, which would be a massive tool in terms of a post-plant situation. Concern being, though, already T1 finding this much success in the second half, they have a little bit of a cushion. So they can play out a scrappy round. They do have the finances to back it up.
Tense moment now, T1. What a comeback this would be. Now, I don't want to start calling it yet because it's still a little ways off, but they're very close. If they can navigate through this round, I think it's game on. How do you feel?
I mean, FUT broke behind this as well.
Exactly, so it's like, this
It's
is
like
the one.
if this is the one that they pull the trigger and invest ultimates behind. Could be very concerning, but looks like FUT are going to spread.
Aggression. Aggression off the rip. T1 want to take their fate into their own hands. Yeah, they're pushing. They're pushing everywhere. Oh no, Zeta's fallen. Sire player, you've got to go big here. Perfect timing for it. Got caught by the ult and now gets punished by Sire player. Looks for more. Carpe by his side, trying to work in unison with Dizzy, but not going to catch. They know how deep these players are. Those seekers were used to identify this, and now the map is a totally different look to it.
I mean, T1 have got control of the spike here. FUT have to creep closer and closer, clear all this space.
Oh, the timing for Munchkin. Oh no. Terrible time to fall. Force back slightly here, but Ban with the operator. I mean, not the player I'd expect.
He's pretty deep on short as well.
This is a hard position to play. But look at the back spacing here. Look at the backfill from Carpe. Cleared all the way through long. Yes, leaving Sire player a little alone on short, but that's fine. He's cleared a lot of space. So he's got to be telling Ban there's problems. Oh, Ban, they seem so confused. They don't know where it is.
He's concerned about the showers creep now as well.
But the timing on this is everything because Moj is so close by. If Carpe gets this, he's safe.
30
Safety
seconds.
now until maybe he falls. Carpe's got his side. And now this plays in Ban. You still have to be good for the shots. And Kiwi's on the way. He is good for it. Ban holds him back. Plant coming in. A 2v3. Maybe those reoccurring nightmares for T1 could reappear. But this isn't the time to worry about that. But the ult is there for Ada Captain.
Mr. Fallen's in a really awkward spot as well. Molly available also for Ada Captain, so lots of stall here.
Okay, Fallen by the time. Got to play his life perfectly. Gonna hear the
Oh
drop
my
down.
God.
How clean was that from Sire player? But Ada Captain trying to play the clock. Molly going in, all went in. He's putting everything to this as T1 now need to take the fight. They lose the first. And then Molly's burning. Ban! He's down to nothing. He's 2 HP, but he's been taken up from it. A Sire player saving him. The fuse is there. T1 are back in the game.
What a response from T1. Another round on the board. Nightfall, Showstopper, and Orbital Strike invested. Ban, a crucial. What is that from Sire? What?
Oh, that's so good.
I mean, it looked quick from Mr. Fallen's POV, but...
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Finally getting a game between these two. And as you rightly highlighted, there was much money behind that purchase from FUT. It's down to a scrappy buy. And all looking rosy for T1 here. Pressure starting though. Sire play got to be a little careful to not overdo this because we've seen very dangerous rounds like this before when we saw that pop flash coming in. Lots of presence from that.
You see actively T1 trying to deny the space behind the wall here. Looks like might even, yeah,
Beautiful.
Munchkin will be rewarded.
Looking for opportunity here. Mr. Fallen. Where are you? To invest the horn just to clear through. And the angle from Ban should be good for... Bloody hell. That got a bit close, didn't it? But again, no opportunity. Denied. 4 players instantly rotating. Now, I am looking at Moj's spacing here.
Yeah.
That does give me a little worry. How close can he get to this? And now with that little bit of quiet, I guess with that wall still in place, they're not going to be too early to rotate.
Moj does have the pit as well. As soon as the smoke goes up, Sire should know.
Sire player, this is audacious. 5 HP.
You got
5
headshot
HP.
with a Sheriff.
That's... And look how deep that pit is.
It cuts off pipes completely. And FUT are actually taking a very
The
aggressive,
plant.
deep position here to plant.
3 reveal towards Heaven 2. T1 are going to be put through their paces here if they want this done. Nice timing for that to happen for Sire, catching cracks through the ult. They peel away. Oh, Fallen's found Munchkin, a tap on the spike, but it's not going to draw out too much of a response just yet. The spray and the prey, it doesn't work out for Ada Captain. Sire clears through 1. That should be the pit gone. And now just Fallen, he's not got it. FUT falling and T1 staying alive, closing in towards double digits now. 9th on the board. That wasn't like to buy, but T1 weathering the storm.
If Atta pins down that kill on Carpe, I believe, with the Stinger, maybe there's a chance, but T1, look at that timeline.
Look at it.
For this second half.
And it's been so hot and cold at times. We saw so many dangerous rounds creeping up through short from FUT. That lovely deep flash they were utilizing.
I mean,
but for T1 to deal with this now.
I hate to say it, but
Wow.
it needs to be this round for FUT. You look at the purchase again. Moj down at 0. 600, 700, 500 credits. They're walking the tightrope here.
But they've got the, I guess they've guessed correctly, if you want to call it that way, right? You've got the 2 players on the side. They brought over Sire player towards B long. They need to make that quick rotation here, because if FUT burst on this, they will have a favorable scenario and then some. Ult pop from Cracks, underhand flash to clear close. And this is the one they're investing everything behind. Need the plant though. And you can see how wait, man, what just happened? Was that a seize and the molly together? But Carpe and Zeta, they're still damaged, but threat. A 3v2. Sire player and Munchkin, knives are out and about. The operator not going to be what he wants to be depending upon. Munchkin clearing, noting the players, but only one of the two. Sire player closing in towards this. And there's a late wraparound. Moj is behind him. This has to be quick. Oh dear, Krax is just clearing house. And now down to just one. Just about gets the knife through. A second attack. Tap on the strike. He's still going. But the heartbreak at the end was Moj backfilling the space slowly all the way around. The final line of defense keeps FUT in with a chance here.
Well, they have to convert, though.
Yeah.
They absolutely have to, Lauren. Just about getting back towards the orbital strike and the knife.
So
ball.
close, Mike.
Yeah. Wait, it wasn't even a seize, it was the reveal. He just took a couple of shots of spam, I think.
I thought it was the combos. Wow, okay, Krax getting away with that sort of thing. But it took a round from Krax, right? That wasn't easy to repeat and find again. We go back through, the flash might keep these players towards B a little longer here.
Still hasn't forced an extra player from T1 to start the round on A. Luckily, FUT don't explode here. The concern being, though, Zeta's playing ahead of the wall once again. He wants to deny this opportunity to really take backside, sorry.
But he hasn't been playing this too often. A little bit of a catch on the cross, but they're still going to make it in. Carpe, no man's land. There's that high flash, and there he goes. Kiwi with the punish. They know Zeta's here. He was shooting earlier. He's been spotted. The flash. Oh, Zeta! Still going to take down Krax, but that's all he can do. It falls to the three who are so far behind. And look how aggressive they're playing here. Kiwi fallen, Ban's still standing, and they're moving forward. Sire player going to be clearing through showers. They know no one's there. They can identify this post plant.
They've got a snake bite and a molly to come through, though, so FUT can buy some time. T1 have to be productive here, Lauren.
They got to get a move on. And the captain invested that molly. Is coming on down now. Sire player looking to get it towards halfway. He'll burn alive for this if he has to. Dips away, noting the player coming back through as well. Close by. Munchkin takes away on the captain, but still a 2v2. Halfway on the spike. They need to get back to business. And now the 1v1. He's not moving. He's not moving.
FUT just can't drag it across the line, Lauren.
Oh.
The finest of margins.
Sire players.
And it's a cloud burst to decide it.
That is unreal. Oh. You see it here. Just couldn't get back down on time. Gets him a second afterwards. And it would be a miss to not note how bad the money is for FUT.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It almost
Yep.
needed to be 2 consecutive from when we talked about it, when there was nothing left behind this.
T1 back in the game. This would be a comeback and a half. But it ain't there just yet. Another chance for FUT. They're close by. What a catch. Moj gonna find Ban trades. Carpe goes unnoted. And the damage gets done. But it's still a 3v3. Rifle in the hands of Moj. Krax with one for himself. Carpe's fallen. Wait, Sire player, can you save him? Can you slow down the roll? No! Moj is still firing on all cylinders, leaving Zeta with their fate in his hands.
Mr. Fallen's actually going to get the plant immediately here.
He's
Zeta,
gone.
2 snake bites. That's about it.
Time for CT.
Does Mr. Fallen go all the way towards heaven here?
Might do.
They could split this. Crossfire from showers.
They're not sure on the positioning just yet. He's come back around Zeta now. Timing could be everything. It could be heartbreak in a second. And it is so close yet so far. 13-10, the final result on map 1. But T1 almost had him.
And the round they finally get across the line. 4 pistols and Moj's saved rifle from before. Heroics from T1. But it ends in a MasterCard thrifty nonetheless. After a furious exchange along it, this was insane to watch, Lauren.
It just went back.
This was 10-2 on the half.
Just a reminder. And the way it was a 10-2, it wasn't a pretty 10-2. It wasn't a contested 10-2. T1 were barely there, but they turned up and a half in the second. But that's neither here nor there, as we still got a best of 3 in front of us. Do not go away.
brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm joined by Coach Gaius after that map number 1. Very close between the two. And guys, the question that I have for you is, only having a couple days to prepare and knowing that this is a rematch, how was the preparation to come strong once again against T1?
Sen de.
Yani herhangi bir değişiklik yapmadık. Özel olarak onları da çalışmadık. Yani map havuzlarımız ortak. O yüzden de ekstra bir çalışmaya gerek yok. Kim daha iyiyse o kazanacak.
We didn't do any additional preparation. We know what they do, we know what we do. We didn't do anything specific. We share the same map pool, we share the same maps. So whoever is better will win today.
All right, thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you.
That is the look of a coach who nearly got a comeback done. It was a fake comeback from T1, not quite a real one. I'm joined by Mimi and Valorant once again. But Mimi, FUT, they do close out in the end, and what an important map for them to close out.
But if you asked me without the translation to tell you the context of that interview, I would have told you it's a team who just lost map 1, because honestly, that slipped so far away from FUT. But credit to T1 for pulling it back, because from the first half, looking honestly tragic to that second one, I think playing their comp really well, finding a lot of success in their own retakes. It was impressive for them to get it that close, but it is a fake comeback. We're in NA, of course it is.
Yeah, I mean, as Gaia said that they know what they do and they know what T1 do. I think T1 would have felt the same way. And Val, I know you got a telly for us because we saw the tendency that Gaius was talking about.
Yeah, I do have a telestrator. It's round 16. It's actually a Thrifty, and for such a close game, this Thrifty actually might have been a lifesaver for FUT. And I want to point out here that they're just triple contacting into U-Haul. And what they're trying to set up is a backside fight with the KO. Very creative comp with the KO pop flashes, and it kind of catch T1 off guard in a round that they need to catch T1 off guard. And here you see Cracks holding this pop flash, lets it go, pop, and they all fight for backside control. And they actually trade evenly here, 3v3. And just to speed it up a little bit, they end up getting 3v3, which is good for their guns. And they kind of just play the trade game. They get the bomb down soon, and I think this is a slight misplay here from Ban, trying to reclaim U-Haul control by himself, and this just goes to show the great fundamentals from FUT. They take a double fight into U-Haul, guaranteeing that kill, and now it's almost it's in a very high win percentage for them. It's still 3v2, so it could go either way. Munchkin's looking to get a frag here, and Cracks incredible Sheriff aim here gets the pick on the spawn, and now it's almost an unwinnable situation. 3v1 with the bomb down. Munchkin's trying his best to make it work, but these guys are taking the fights together, taking high percentage fights, and they're being creative with their comp that caught T1 off guard. Really, it didn't look like T1 knew how to deal with the situation, and we saw later to close out the game, like you were talking about, Yinsu, they love fighting for backside control. So that's what won them the game, so I just wanted to show how great it is for them to kind of pull that out in such a big round.
Yeah, I'm surprised that T1 weren't ready for it because they do that a lot. And also I want to quickly talk about Atta Captain because in EMEA, this guy was on fire against EG. Mimi, not his best performance, but certainly here on Bind, he showed up massive.
Yeah, he was really struggling in EG, and he'll versus EG, that is. And he'll always be the emotional leader for this team. The guy smiling, bringing up the energy, bringing out the plushies when there's a tech pause, anything like that. But here he was really performing as well. In particular, in that first half, playing this Brimstone, his role was really critical in making these retakes happen. It really propelled the lead that FUT found. And I'm sure also being that emotional leader when they were starting to let rounds slip away, he was also really important in closing that game out.
Yeah, and again, in another world, it might have been T1. So let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment from the game, because Bang was doing his utter best to try and drag them over the line here. It wasn't to be in the end, but this was just nasty.
This was like a vintage Ban moment from when he used to be a star duelist all the way back playing in North America. A 6-shot there, hit with the off, even on the harbor.
Sure.
And then the perfect knowledge of the timing on this Brim molly. One more tick, and he's dead.
He's going to say that was on purpose. There's no way that was on purpose.
He knew. He knew. It was calculated. He was counting in his head.
Hey, if he did, he might be the best player in the world, straight up. If you know the timing of the Brim Molly like that, I'm so impressed. It's actually funny. I would always talk about, like, dude, that's my worst fear. Imagine 11, 12, Brim Molly on the floor. When do you stick?
You mess up the timing.
Yeah, you mess up the timing.
I believe in him. I believe in him. We heard from Gaius already, so let's hear from the coach of the other side. This is what Autumn had to say ahead of Map 2.
This time around, I'm joined by Coach Autumn. And the question that I have for you after that map number 1 is, in pressure situations like this one for T1, is there a specific player who steps up to make sure that the energy is up and to make sure that the mentality is in the right place to be able to come back?
Oh, sorry. I think every player has a talent for that, but main reason why we lost about that game is honestly, we don't deserve to win because we already know their strat and playstyle, what they want, and we prepared. But in that situation in live game, we missed so many plans. So that's why. But like our mentor and boosting our confidence was perfect.
Okay, we definitely want to root for you and see what you guys are able to do for the map number 2. Best of luck to you.
we are going to head to map 2 very, very shortly. He said that they were prepared, they knew, but they just didn't execute it. Surely, as we head to the Prime Gaming Agent select here, Mimi, they need to execute their game plan better here.
They're going to. We saw this match in the first map between these two teams, and I think the biggest issue there was T1 going for really hard executes on their attack side and not taking time to bait out the Brim and KO util that doesn't replenish. So they were just getting ran over by Flood retakes repeatedly for FUT, but they've had time to watch back that VOD, and I'm really hoping for a change in their game plan when we get to their attack.
You guys seeing what I'm seeing? A Brimstone on Pearl?
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean, they ran it
interesting,
last
right?
time.
Yeah,
I think
great
it's
to see.
exploitable, but it was good in that first match.
Yeah, and I want to also point out to T1 because Saya player is going to be playing the Jet again, and he had a phenomenal map 1, but now he has even more support utility behind him. He has his Cascades with the Harbor, has his Sky util to set him up on lines, as well as the Trailblazer. So I think this is going to be a big map for him, especially if T1 wants to get back into the series. Saya player needs to step up big here with the supporting cast.
Well, FUT, they could make history here if they are able to win on Pearl. I'm going to send this over to your casters, Pansy and Hypox, to take us through map 2.
We'll do our very best for you, Yinzu and the desk. I mean, after that fake comeback, I'm still reeling a little. I thought that could have been OT. Who knows where that could have gone? But as it stands, we get into map 2 with FUT having the advantage. Now, I guess the scarier factor is that this is FUT's map choice, and we had seen this before.
Yeah, and we know how it went last time.
Yes,
there's
Remind us for those.
I don't think we need to.
No?
No, there was a bit of a gap in the scoreline.
I see 4 rounds were gathered.
Yes.
I see.
There's no visible change.
I see.
In the comp. And even so, you dig a little deeper.
Oh.
Even back across this year, this didn't sit well with T1. This is one that they've stuck with the competition ever since we're back in lock-in. But we'll see if FUT initially probe him pretty quickly. There's 3 players here set up already.
We can have a bit of a fight and a half. Carpe off to a belting beginning. And look at the damage done on Kiwi too. Yes, he gets to keep his life, but I mean, a strong breeze might knock him over at this point, and they're re-aggressing. I love this. Talk about confidence being in the right place. T1 trying to correct the mistakes of map 1. Not going to let this one slip.
And we were just talking during that interview with Auto. He's talking about the mental not being affected. I'm like, how?
Who are they?
How?
I'd be in pieces.
But at least here, a good indication of T1.
Yep.
In the pistol round, being very, very confident. We're going to take the initiative away from FUT. This is after actually their FUT are the ones to try and pressure towards B-Link. They walk back into a 3-man stack outside arm.
But it's good to see this. I don't want to see T1 coming in passive or a little, behind the curve. I want to see if they can take matters into their own hands and keep determining the outcome.
Down.
If we go back again and we look at the buy, it's completely clean. Only classics coming out. So there should be farming time. Nothing should be too dangerous. I keep saying should, maybe, if and but wait and see. Can they cause enough chaos to pull a player out of place and be vulnerable? Ban should be somewhat safe here. They're not going to keep going through that pathway. So falling away.
They're concussed.
Trailblazer will confirm. These mods just hanging around.
He's hanging around.
Seeing what's up.
Yep.
I love that. Again, the disengage here from T1.
Very disciplined.
Yeah, Ban all the way towards spawn. He's not even curious to explore back in because that's the big question mark on the minimap right now. Again, with no pressure coming towards A side, there's no reason for him to really take any risks.
Nope. And I want to see it being risk-free, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the whole idea. You can see them trying to clear the utility with their own. Gonna catch Zayt with that. Don't think it caught on towards Munchkin, no. So the turret does get handled. There's a little bit of a fact finder, overwhelmed, but kept in check. There we go. Zeta and Ban cleaning up, but yeah, Munchkin fell. Not the end of the world. And a little bit of a fact finder for FUT there. So good stuff from T1. Keeping most standing, and a more traditional bonus round here.
And this was talking about no visible change as well. T1 with the benefit this time around, obviously, to start on the opposing half. FUT did start on the defense last time. So, I mean, if T1 set themselves up, we talked about obviously the confidence being such a huge factor for a team like FUT in terms of, the way they approach certain rounds, certain Kiwi rounds, certain cracks rounds.
Yep.
Maybe the scoreline could become enough of a pressure point here. We talked about the mentor at T1 for FUT to struggle that much to drag that across the line.
Yep.
Such a decisive first half.
It's not a great fit. Hold on. Have you found Munchkin? Was that just straight through the wall, I guess? As he tried to fall
He's
away.
trying to fall away into all, yeah.
Yeah, I think just spam connecting, and that's a bit of an issue as now there's problems across the map. We've seen FUT just find 3 picks back to back. That's a little unfortunate for T1, really. This one looks like it's already kind of found its conclusion. Noting at least one more player as well by T-Spawn.
And I mean, if you ban as well, you don't really want to be holding on to this Bulldog.
No.
Worst case scenario, take away a rifle if you can.
Let's see what Ban can achieve. And for FUT, a dreamy start here in their first gun round. But, I mean, there was barely a fight. It feels like every single kill was just very simplistic for them. T1 not getting what they wanted out of this by any means.
Some sound cues.
Anything else? The captain willing to stick around a little bit. And no catch on that. So Ban, I think, knows how this goes. And yeah, does not want to keep that Bulldog. So Sire player still standing, but those kills, I mean, I don't really even fault T1. Maybe a little bit unfortunate on some timings there, but spin on to the next. Get that buy out now, and let's see what they can do with the bigger guns in hand.
But confidence approach from FUT.
Yeah.
Coming out the first buy round as well. Doesn't look as if there's been any lasting effect from the opening rounds or the opening round victories from T1 at least. 1 off the orbital strike from Atta Captain. Kiwi not too far away from the blades either. On the side of T1, actually, yeah, a slight advantage in that regard for FUT to have such an influential ultimate.
I mean, this looks rinse and repeat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See how it goes now. Does Munchkin get to keep his life? Not caught through the smoke this time. Falls away a little bit of a different side of things, playing a touch safer. I think the fast flank was caught too previously. This time around, you can already see even the adjustment from Mr. Fallen. So Kiwi catching some of that spam, it looks like. Working on forward. Quite a bit of a burst here. Munchkin actually going to find Kiwi. Okay, not bad. Zeta's fallen, though, so the site looking a little bit more vulnerable. Until then, Munchkin great for the 2. Catch them as they try to cross towards the site, leaving just 2 alive for FUT. And the cavalry's on the way.
You've got to make use of the timing on these Brin Smokes as well. We'll be able to slip away and actually have a nano swarm inside the poison orb here. The problem being they have to dig out Sire player on the flank. No utility here initially, so there's no pressure. Modge is going to be holding this.
Oh, he's kept it. He's kept it in check. That's the dream for them. Now it's game on. The pendulum swings to the other side. A tough retake here for T1. As the stall is phenomenal for FUT. Carpe looking to be disruptive, but he's not going to find any of these players here. A tap on the spike does draw a little. But now back to business. They take away Ban, who's trying to get that defuse, and it's lovely. FUT evening the scoreline at a 2 apiece.
And the last 2 members on FUT just so happen their utility works so well together.
Yep.
If they're able to reset into a post-spawn position, like I said, with no pressure coming back through spawn here, Modge's eyes are just trained on the flank.
And heroics from Munchkin to make that competitive. Him still finding not only the first, I think it was on Kiwi somehow with the utility, but then able to dig out 2.
I think the alarm bot even takes effect on, maybe there's a snake bite that came through that I didn't miss, but it looked like the alarm, there was at least 3 people that were vulnerable swinging through the poison orb.
Must have just caught on that. Okay, now, considering the buy we have, it is the hero rifle and Sire player. The rest, down on Sheriff's, Stinger. First target spotted, damage dealt as well. Zeta's going to be reeling off that one. A little bit of a headache for the rest of the round. It looks like a crunch. Oh, Fallen takes away Munchkin. As we continue forward, it falls down to Zeta, who already took that damage trying to play in through short. Kiwi cautious, doesn't want to get too far ahead. The flash was nice, but no opportunity for Zeta to swing again. Just that stinger. Very tough round to make it count, and Cracks is cleared. Yeah, lovely. FUT faultless in this one. 5 standing, plant soon to be had, and that hero rifle not having its opportunity to sing.
Just Ban and Sire left now. Damage, secondary objective, sure, but you almost don't want to feed across an orb toward Modge or Cracks here. Cracks has fallen, so he will get one. Now just Sire player left. Mr. Fallen will find it.
Yeah.
This ult cycle is looking very deadly for FUT. I have to see how things lie for T1, actually. Not so bad, 1 off the pit, lockdown available. and the Seekers in play. But FUT have a fairly deadly combo here for an execute. Mr. Fallen and Atta Captain.
This is 3 consecutive rounds now for taking back the momentum once we got into those buys. Want to see something disrupt that here. Operator there inside his hands could be a factor.
We've switched up as well, the heavy anchorage towards B here.
We're going to get a brawl, aren't we? They try and contest this. No, they fall back. Probably the right choice as well. Oh dear, look at the damage though. Ban, there's nowhere to go!
Wait, what?
Ban! Tunnel visioned in. There was, I mean, the floor was literally lava,
the floor
but
was lava.
Still, beautiful approach from FUT. And to make matters worse, going to just pop down the ult too, force them further away. The counter comes out just delayed. But look where they're going.
It's all a fake. He's going to play inside on the other side of the map with the operator, but he's not holding the angle towards long.
All right, if you're a fan of T1, your eyes are on this man, Sire player. What can you do for us?
The knife's back up for Cracks.
Does he invest it? Absolutely does. Position revealed. Stand and deliver or fall and be crushed by this. Seeker's coming in. Ult's there, but he's got an angle and he's got help. Zeta bails him out. The timing, everything to this has fallen a mile away. Spike down on long. This one is uphill and a half and the angle is being watched. That's a shot missed, but a new angle adopted. And the
headshot comes through. Mr. Fallen, but Sire finds the wallbang. How is Zeta swinging out and finding 3 here?
What a hero.
Did they just tunnel vision on the knife? The fact that it pings Sire?
Must have.
So we saw in a previous round an example of him swinging the smoke out from spawn. He's done exactly the same thing here.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And even
work.
so, the orbital strike, it's not committed
Didn't
towards the
cut it off.
backside of the elbow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of room for Zeta to actually make that exact play.
And what a stark contrast to how beautifully committed that utility was on A that gave Ban no option. And then you see that kind of scrambled execute towards B on the adjustment. Oh. Ooh. Still alive, gets away with it. And Kiwi creeping close at Munchkin.
He's had a couple of rounds today where he just
he's-
looks absolutely lethal.
And monstrous work from him. Kiwi's still trying to slip a little deeper, but they seem very away. You can already see the pings on the map. They're watching this. All set up between the two of them. It's not a fair fight for Kiwi. Oh no, the timing. Yeah. Come back, man. Come back. Don't leave. Okay, it's fine, he's back. But look at the rest of FUT though. Exploring the rest of the map a little, but the flash really well timed to note that presence. This could be the end game plan.
This should be the round where FUT will identify that there's a lot of space in mid here behind double doors, and it's kind of just T1 backs against the wall trying to anchor both sides. Well, we do see a trend develop off that.
Oh, the ult as well, but Sire player catching Kiwi as he tried to slip ahead of it. Cracks on the trade out, leaving Zeta a little isolated, but he's in his own element here. Plant's going to come in very close by, and now there's a bit of an issue. Hard to play out from this ult.
I mean, the pit's almost detrimental
Yes.
to T1's retake here. They have to drop it.
You've got to drop this. Otherwise, they can't get ahead. They can clear backside barely. And now it Cracks popping the ult as well. He's going to buy so much more time. You can see the post-plant utility in place. Moj could be a nuisance. Carpe does find Cracks, so they've got the first step here, but they're going to need a little bit more. Moj now last alive. This is great. T1 cleaning house. The spray is going to connect from Moj, though. Carpe back on the defuse. Did not get it to half. Another spray, but it's the connection from Zeta to do it, and T1 fighting back.
A little bit of an overface here from Cracks, giving away that first kill. This is a very comfortable position for FUT to be in. And almost how that seems like the intention of the plan from the get-go. So yeah, a little curious about that. Cracks have a pretty slow start to this, actually. Sitting at 2 and 6 right now. Operator in hand for Sire still. Blade Storm online. Reckoning available for Ban as well.
Going back towards this B site hit.
Get out of my way.
Stim beacon down.
Early ult for Kiwi, and it's Sire player. Does he spot him? Yes, he does! Straight out of the sky! Sire player brings him back down to earth. The damage, bloody hell! Scorched and singed as he falls from that. The ult gonna come in and dissuade FUT from carrying on. They're in no man's land. T1 playing ahead of this, not even allowing that plant to come through.
And the smokes will expire as well. It's going to make this even more difficult, but reposition of the poison orb. Crack's looking to get a little bit cheeky with this.
The timing, he's got a nice angle, but the ult removes that possibility. Dog gonna at least spot Moj, I think, but that's about it. They start to flood the site. Can Moj stay alive? He absolutely can, with the support of his friends. Look at this! It's a complete feed filled with just FUT names. As it's down to Munchkin, and he's got, what, 3 to find, a pit to navigate, and Fallen's not letting him.
A beautiful 3K from Moj inside the pit there. So I think he actually gets stunned by the Trailblazer. Spotted, yes. They try and spam him out in that corner, but the response is 3.
Oh.
Beautiful adjustment. To give FUT their 4th and tie things up here.
Much happier to be seeing this between the two. An actually contested game, both now kind of appearing on either side. Sire play going to be depending on the knives this time, it looks like. Knife could be heading that way. Look at the ult. Back off. Nothing noted towards ARP. This does give them the green light to start exploring this. You can see the backfill of information coming in from Carpe. Going to note the player, but not how many. Pop flash in, they clear through, but look at the positioning coming out here. Side player holding a lot of space.
I'm going to get very early information here.
He's
Kiwi.
so close.
Carpe has no clue he's this close.
But Kiwi couldn't land it, given a second lease at life, really. For Carpe there, after the flash was a little bit whiffed. So now we look towards the adjustment that FUT are making.
You see Ban again playing in spawn. Zeta able to shut this down in the choke point. Second snake bite will go through.
Beautiful stall.
Yeah.
Ban's here. There we go. 3 players now. Not finding the free access they want. This is really nice from T1, holding them back, making this very uncomfortable.
Problem being, look at Moj. We talked about this question mark in mid, a big gap left open by T1. This is the round where FUT are going to exploit it.
30 seconds left.
They've still got a little bit of a backstab too. To add insult to injury, Mr. Fallen should be able to catch at least 1. Now oh, speaking of catching 1, it's Moj with 2. Leaning further ahead, exploiting what you noted. And they've crafted the perfect plan. Manipulating T1 around the map. Sliding through the middle as Sire player can't connect on the knives, leaving Zeta a mile away from being able to change the outcome of this one. But Mike, you noted it before, in a couple of these rounds, they've started to work towards middle.
And the concern being, you see Ban kind of playing rotation in spawn, right? But as soon as contact's found on either map, it leans so heavily towards that side.
Yeah.
And this is the first time, like I said in the previous, you'd hope FUT are thinking, there's no util here, again, and there's nobody holding double doors.
So
this is the first time that we are seeing FUT follow through with that. And it really begs the question now, do we actually adjust Munchkin's utility? Do we put Ban a little deeper towards connector, maybe in towards Link? Because you can't give them free roam like this.
No, but you start toying with the expectations as well, don't you, if you're FUT as well?
Sure, you do. But on the other side of things, what do T1 do? Then leave it open still and then just commit towards the retake?
That's why there's a timeout.
Yeah.
They now need to kind of answer these questions the best way they can, because kind of exploiting expectation is such a big thing. Do they then start expecting Ban not to be so quick to hit those rotations? Do they think they can get maybe a favorable fight on site now
Sure.
if he's then posted up towards it? If they don't adjust that utility, it's going through all of those potential options now.
And those are really, really frustrating rounds. And you can see now on the player reaction that it's one of those rounds like they've finally lurked through. They've lurked through and they've killed 2 of us in spawn.
Yep.
And it's that kind of penny drop moment that's almost like, yeah, now we have to completely rethink the way we've approached this half. Yeah, we're coming into round 10 now, but it's a big change to make. Because like I said, you either lean towards being very proactive here, or like I said, you force Munchkin to adjust to be honest, it may not be reflected here numerically, but has had a fantastic half.
Yeah, it's a really tough call for them to make, and they don't exactly have masses of funds. People are quite talented.
Yeah, they really are. They are.
It's kind of surprising.
We should do a collection, just like a collage of.
I haven't heard the word collage since I was about 10.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
I'm not sure.
Garage.
Yeah, Sheriff coming out, Bulldog, Stinger. I mean, they're toying with the idea of what even to buy here. With it being so close, it's not like they have funds to fall back on.
That's the only saving grace, that this round from FUT has come on so late that it's not as if you need a big response. But the awareness has to be there, Lauren. I think actually you're already seeing the adjustment here.
Yeah.
Munchkin's over towards A. They're committed towards putting Zeta and Munchkin on the same site, time and time again. Well, it's going to be tested off the rip.
It certainly is. And we saw how hard this is to navigate around. Look at that clear. It was the demise of Ban before. This time around, Munchkin forced to respect it. But there's still utility in front of him. There's still stall to be had. Zeta,
you gotta be careful.
Zeta. Ooh, you are a lucky boy. Kiwi going to dash on in, though. They're getting close on. Buy cleared out. Zeta can no longer live there. The ult to follow, too. They are desperate to clear this. I mean, this is up against a barely brought-up team, but Moj, he can't stop getting doubles.
Give him another triple.
I mean, Munchkin, he's looking pretty screwed here, if I'm honest.
4 HP.
He's free.
He's
for
free.
now.
And the smoke dropped to the perfect time.
Oh. Oh, no.
Well, no. There's a turret that side.
Back away. He got 3. Yeah, Sire player not really in the position to get to use what he had. And again, you're hoping. And you ain't going to be getting. FUT taking the lead further. I mean, that A-side take, where can you stand?
Stay in range of my stim beacon.
I think previously as well, I noticed in the last example we saw this when Ban fell, Krax's fragment was used as well.
Absolutely.
You see that second snakebite come in towards behind default there.
Yeah.
It's all encompassing. There really isn't anything. You can't swing onto an angle there either because they're snake bites.
Yeah, it's either you fight in front of that even being executed or you fall the complete far away. So this is where it gets truly tested, right? Do we see the same exploitation of middle? What is the adjustment here coming in with the buy behind T1?
Looks like we might see the same. This fragment's invested towards Link. Clear out close, allow Kiwi to come forward and take this engagement.
Oh,
but loses out. Zeta stands up to the challenge.
This is big. And they're trying to play back in through up, though, but Moj and Krax on the case could be doing some serious damage. T1 with 2 standing on the 2 on the other side. We look towards the side, and Munchkin's been good for it. Oh, the timing, just as he looked away. Fallen makes his appearance on the site. And now the post plant becomes an issue. One, I think Nano Swarm on it, but also you've got that molly.
Yeah, they've got utility to burn out the cove here, so it's not even as if Ban can come through and find a cheeky half defuse or something. Has to challenge something, and look how deep they've reset.
Try digging him out of that position. It's going to take a mistake. Can he force it? Pulls up, and there's the stall. First layer drawn out.
Molly should come through now for the cove.
There it is. Straight on through, forced away. He did so well on map 1, but this one is near on impossible, and I think Ban knows that. Forced to flee. As FUT going to move up to 7 here.
That 4-round curse from previous matchup. Yeah. Seems initially to be plaguing T1 once again. There's been a fantastic response from FUT after it fell uphill for them. I'll be honest, at the start of this, it was a real back and forth, Lauren, where FUT have got a grasp of, like I said, what's going on around the map, and actually identifying that some of these util-oriented executes work really well towards both site anchors. Zeta and Munchkin can't really commit towards holding the choke point.
No, this close affair slipping between their fingertips with 4 consecutive rounds now built for FUT. Just off the back of identifying that pressure point towards middle. They've exploited it well. Back into a full B piece, it looks like. So this is on Munchkin. He's got the lockdown. Well, Zeta there with him, but look at the weaponry.
Turret's destroyed.
Not ideal. Do they continue on this path?
Ready.
It's all in from FUT here behind the lockdown. Now we have seen T1 get a couple of kills off this combo with the Nano Swarm and the alarm bot, but with no snakebite this time around. It's just the trade-off of the lockdowns. Be any resistance on the way through. FUT have to respect it.
With the Seekers coming this way, they need to get Munchkin! What just happened?
We've seen so many kills to mollies and just utility alone, Lauren.
Yeah, the Seekers, everyone's here. I'm still surprised the side players sticking around by A for so long. They need support on the site. They can't defend this. Zeta desperately trying the trade. Felt inevitable. As Ban and Sire player, what are you going to do about this one? Ban is magnificent! As he's doing everything he could to try and allow Sire player a chance. One operator
30 seconds
and a
left.
dream against the two, and the timing would be everything. With the noise of the crowd, calls them back around, but only to their death. Sire player again, still with a chance. He's got to know there is still a player. He eats the flash, forced away.
I can't use that.
A second to follow up, 13 seconds. No! Sire player saving T1.
The Red Bull clutch in round 12 from Sire to break the probable curse here. Huge performance from Ban in this round as well. I mean, those 2 kills make this doable.
Yep.
So like I said, you look outside there, Ban falls, it's Sire +1 in a retake with the operator.
Finally, we got a nice competitive game. Let's hand it back to the desk to see how they found this one.
Oh, what a way to round off that half as well. But I want to quickly talk about Moj, the player that doesn't really get talked about all that much on this roster. If we check him out here on the HyperX Reflex moment, Mimi, he's been absolutely huge for them on this map.
Maj, I feel like whenever FUT needs someone to close out a game, he always steps up in the late rounds when he's playing on this Viper role. So many of these post plants on B that rounds kept coming down to, and Maj was providing consistent value to keep FUT really in control of that half. So the fact that T1 get that final clutch out of sight, that this is as close as it is at the halftime, is honestly a shocker.
Yeah, they were getting the B site oftentimes for free almost, and he was just falling back and playing the post plant from long, and his aim is so sharp right now that he just kept winning the duels. This guy's playing unstoppable on this attack half, and it's big credit to him of why they took such a large lead.
Yeah, and he's the OG on this roster as well. You know, they added Kiwi, they added Mr. Farland, but Moj has been there forever. And if he can win and close us out, Mimi, it's going to be mad for him and his team.
What a moment it would be. Turkey has never had a team in playoffs at a global event. This would be history, not just for this squad, but for their entire country, for the entire Valorant scene there, that we have seen produce talent like Alfier, who we have seen continue to produce teams that can compete on this international stage. But for T1, they're so close to elimination here. They brought it so close to a comeback in the first map. If they were to go out here, it would be a tragic end to the year for T1.
Yeah, and Pistol is a big factor here, but FUT have been dominating on their attack half. T1 have not been playing well on their attack half. So FUT on the defense here, I think is going to be able to close this game out, especially if they can get the pistol. This is going to be so big.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge opportunity for them. But like you said, Mimi, T1, they got to dig deeper. Pansy and Hypog, they don't want to go out here.
They certainly don't. Still a lot to do, but this scoreline much closer than the one before, and they had a bit of a comeback there, right? So it's doable, it's just difficult. 5 rounds to T1, 7 to FUT. This pistol round means a whole lot to these two.
See what, maybe anticipating a little bit of aggression here, the way things started off, but very quickly regroup outside B long. This wall from Lodge as well. It's really sliced right in front of Pillar, actually. Curious of whether or not FUT are able to play this to their advantage. Kiwi, no confirmation just yet. I imagine so with the poison orb going up.
He's drifting out into no man's land. That got quite dangerous. They're close enough by now that Kiwi's got to be cautious. Yep. No, it's one. It's not all. Dog on the dash, that's all he's going to see, but Sire player looked vulnerable for a second there, but does find the frenzy shot. Has fallen. Well, doesn't make it away completely. He took down Zeta. I thought Zeta was ready for that.
Then he gets a spam through as well. Sire still, though, finding damage. Marge and Mr. Fallen will respond, though.
Yeah, Munchkin and Carpe trying to find a little bit of safety, but there's nowhere to fall back to. The spike now, not so easily left to hand. Moj almost making a mistake. Oh, Carpe!
It was a mistake.
A key mistake made, and Carpe catches onto it.
I don't know if he thought the snake bite was all the way up to the wall, and there was no chance he could swing through that. But he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Trying to trade out pistols here. And Carpe with a huge Red Bull clutch to get the pistol round on the board.
T1 One more round and they tie up the scoreline. Surely a confidence builder there. And quiet, patient start from T1, creeping back down towards A. So we had her on the other side. We do see those two marshals, but beyond that, that's about it. It's just that classic and a molly.
Well, he's been pinged out, so
Looks
as if, yeah, they're going to hard clear it here.
Should be good, and he is. Sire player's the one to find it, and you can't run away from him. Crack's caught in the heels, and the sight's theirs.
No resistance towards the plant here. Very comfortable. 3 members, foot left, Mod, Mr. Fallen, and Kiwi. With an opportunity, I mean, there's 2 scopes there. But it is a 3v5, Lauren.
Nice attempt.
Okay.
Fair play. A little Eco Cobra moment from Ban as well. Get to farm up a bit for himself. That all nice and close by. Smosh. Well, not much more for him to do in this. I think he knows it. And Sire player fancies his odds.
He's 2 off the Blade Storm here.
Why not go hunting? Oh, he's been spotted. Here we go. Yeah, nice from Sire player. Headshot to boot as well. Tied up all even. Game on now. T1 back in this matchup. First real response, though, to be made here by FUT.
A chance even to have the Blade Storm online.
Right there.
Could be a... Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Mr. Fallen's shot was nice, but it's even better from the other side as well. Yeah, a chance at, well, rifle coming through, so it looks like Sion might even just, I guess, over-invest here because he knows he's got the Blade Storm for the next.
Fair play. Okay. Knife finds no connection. And a captain gets closer, but look at the backfill on that. Ban reading him like a book. And a captain being bullied a little here. That's a nice little upgrade too.
I was going to say, yeah, second time punishing in this position and full faith actually that T1 were ahead of the knife and nobody was sat behind it. Ban will get himself 1 away from the ultimate as well. Problem being, Kiwi explored all the way along past Pillar, confirming that there was no presence outside B. Now, concern being T1, the stars will align for them in terms of the timing, Lauren. They'll be able to get behind this because FUT will sit in this 3-man stack for
as they should.
Another 15-20 seconds probably.
Yeah. And here we go. Ringing the alarm bell. Someone come help. He's all alone. You got 5 players coming your way. Can Kiwi do anything about this? He's noted them all, forced off the angle, and now the ult gonna really add insult to injury. Flashed up, tries to stand, tries to fight, and he succeeds. Takes down Sire player, finds a new angle, finds another. Oh, he keeps going! Kiwi tearing him apart, leaving Munchkin all alone in a 1v3.
The solo hero for FUT. I mean, at one point, he's literally in a 1v4 when that wall drops.
Yeah.
Ridiculous stuff from Kiwi. Avoiding the reckoning, still isolating 1 member of T1 at a time.
What a round from him. Seven, 8. Knives there for Sire player. Still a buy in hand for T1 here.
Get out of my way.
Purchase fragile. Pop flash to the swing.
This is the response on the back of Atta Captain being punished here a few times. Flash over the top. Blade Storm in hand now for Kiwi. T1 very quickly though.
Yeah, they've got some space
Silently,
here.
yeah, they've crept into art.
This ain't bad. This is going to be deadly, and they're cheating the third player towards B, just off the back of clearing that space, putting so much faith in towards Kiwi.
If Zeta shows any presence here, it's unfortunate it's not a second member.
Yeah, to really sell it. Oh, the knife. Yeah, she avoids it.
You almost want Zeta to show to that.
I don't know what the game plan is here now, because I mean, he got to slip close, but he didn't get the pick, so they're probably feeling a little bit better about pulling back that third player, pulling back Cracks towards his position.
When's Cracks his knife back up?
Contact.
Either, yeah.
And they're bursting. T1 just trying to get a little pacey with it. Side player outdoes Kiwi. There's still other problems on this side, though. They're not alone. There's still 2 here. And a captain and Cracks on this. The spam.
Oh, my God.
How? Is he alive?
Was the Cove in
Had to
front
have
of
been
it?
the Cove, surely. Second attempt at this. The knife though going to come in. Stalling this out now. 4 players present from FUT. 5 from T1. This is going to be brawly and messy. Zeta's going to find Moj. The trade comes out, 14 seconds out. And FUT decimating T1. Bam, the last one alive. And he can't make it out. FUT going to claim 9. And that's a hard one to swallow there for T1. That's not a nice round. They had some opportunities, Mike, some chances with the timing, and it just slipped through.
And at the point of where, like, the crunch finally comes through, it looks like T1 are unable to even respond with any damage here. After initially, it looked great.
It looked fantastic.
Sai is able to get ahead of the molly, I believe Ban as well, so they have 2 members ahead of the utility to apply pressure on site. And they get the kill. Sai kills Kiwi, right? With the Blaze Storm. They're a bit of a crossroads now as well, because the money's off kilter. They're, I'm sure, one off the Seekers, but in terms of big ultimates here, they're lagging behind FUT just a little bit. And it's only because, I mean, the lockdown's here for FUT. 4 away from Munchkin. I mean, this is FUT on double digits.
Yeah.
And then coming out of that, we'll have to see exactly how they leave the funds in check here for T1, but that round loss could have come at the worst possible time.
Yeah, it's gutting for them, and I think it's a little bit of the timeout as well to keep their mental in the right place and try and give them that idea of going forward. Yes, the money's going to be in a questionable spot, but...
I mean, I pray to God Autumn was being truthful there, because this is a real test now.
Yeah. This is hard work. Because as you said, this I'm not going to say completely. We've seen so many thrifty rounds already that it could have something. Where he's still got a hero rifle, Bulldog with Zeta. So it's not a 0% chance round, but it's so difficult now.
Little things with the orbital strike being committed to the previous. I think FUT know the gravity of the situation right now. So hopefully you'll be able to clean this one up. You don't want to see 3 sheriffs, a Bulldog, and a Vandal give T1 their 8th here.
Okay. Now the captain going to fall off. They crept closer again, trying to use this maybe springboard that they had from Art, maybe get that timing right this time, but they don't have the weaponry to do it. A little bit of a different utility spread as well. As Kiwi's vision gets removed. Creeping closer. Oh, what a shot! Brings it down on him like a guillotine. And now the burst comes in. This time around, though, there's a little bit of a different stall here. Forced away slightly. They're going to get access to the site. Can they get the plant down uncontested? No. And the captain's got an angle. As has fallen. Again, rinse and repeat. It's heartbreak for T1.
And a Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless. Said you wanted to be clean versus the Sheriffs, a Bulldog. And the rifle coming in.
Cool.
Beautiful on the adjustment there from Kiwi. And it's a similar situation to the buy round as well.
Yep.
As soon as this crunch moment comes through, FUT are so comfortable with how deep they're playing.
Yeah.
And it's just like back-to-back headshots.
T1, time to dig deep here. It's been 3 in a row for FUT. It has to be now or it might be never.
Not much money behind this as well.
Getting a little more aggressive in middle though. Kiwi willing to take a risk. He's certainly not alone.
I think Munchkin's read this right, but the problem being, Moj is continuing. He's pushing deeper and deeper. He might even go into top mid.
The timing on this though, Munchkin just drift away. FUT are winning everything. They're winning everything in this. The timing, the spacing, but Sire player gets one back. Dash is a little closer. Seeker's gonna come down. They try and invest everything behind this. This is the one they want. Kiwi gonna respect it for now. Forced away. They take the space towards CT. They're gonna get the plant in. And I love this late lurk from Zeta. This could be huge for them. Kiwi, careful now. Actually gets caught, yeah. Carpe teed up for him. Moj on the trade. Late positioning still in place. Ball in the timing. Ban goes big with 2. And now Cracks left in the 1v2. He's going to take down Ban. The secondary step, though, they don't know about Zeta. His positioning was a little lost in the fray, but now noted. Cracks, another flash. Plays on in, Zeta on the stall here. Trying to buy the time, he's got the kill. T1 live to fight another round.
Ban again. There's so many situations where he just comes up. It's 1 or 2 kills here
But
and there.
they're
so crucial to T1 clawing their way back into this series as a whole.
Yes.
Not just the rounds.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, beautiful stuff. It's not over just yet.
No, it's a roller coaster through these rounds. You can see it, the highs and lows already. 8 to 10. Still in with a bye. But held off from 11 for now. We look towards the other side of the map. A test towards the B side. The operator in the hands of Kiwi has been killer.
I suggest you move.
Didn't bother him last time this ult, but this time it looks like he might decide. No, he's sticking around a little longer. Okay. Respects it this time and will fall off.
Be it though. Ton of damage done. If this cove is removed, Ban might fall.
Keep Ban alive. He has been magnificent.
He didn't get the plant.
That looked like it was in.
All the
But
utility's going to drop, Lauren.
Oh God, now there's a problem. All that safety behind it now gets removed. A secondary attempt at the plant. Zeta is going to get the plant and keeps his life. Just about stands as Carpe tries to secure it. Could have done with a follow-up there as Cracks trying to thread through. Catches Munchkin instead. And now it's Carpe side player and Zeta holding on to this. FUT waiting to flood back in with 4. And they're just standing on this one. A crossfire. It's all they've got and it's not enough. FUT are back in this one. Cracking that crossfire open. The fuse going to come through and it will be 11.
Such a crucial kill to remove the cove, deny Ban's plant. Because like I said, T1 had taken a couple of seconds here and there to weigh out nano swarms. They want the Reckoning to fully clear out. Oh, that window of opportunity with the utility in this composition, it elapses and FUT pounce on the opportunity.
And look at the money.
I don't want to.
You're gonna have
It
to.
is hideous.
Yeah.
I mean, this is such a heart-breaking decision to have to make. You're almost conceding
Near
the
on.
series point here.
They put their faith in Sire Player as the one to wield the rifle forward, to try and be the X factor for them. So staring down a 12th round. And you got Kiwi prowling.
Unfortunately, Zeta's just been unable to find value in this lurk time and time again because of Kiwi.
Yep. Kiwi's had his number most rounds.
Toxins going up.
Trying to toy with the timing, but spotted.
Oh my God.
God, Kiwi! And expects the exchange to come in from Sire as well. He's reading him very, very accurately, but just turns his attention. Is it time now to strike? Sire Player.
The awareness is insane.
But he's walking the smoke. Kiwi might have just seen him. Side play takes down Moj. Kiwi's still here. Kiwi trying to stay unnoted though. Does he get checked? Do they expect him to be gone away? He's focusing towards long. I don't know if he gets out of this one. He's trying to, but look at the attention drawn to him, and Side Player is being the hero. The one rifle, oh my God, Kiwi takes him down, he will be detained. And unless Cracks goes out of his mind, T1 have given themselves a chance. Oh, Cracks, 3 players. And that's enough for T1, they hold again. A thrifty round conversion. Sire Player, the hero they needed.
When T1, like I said, they feel like they have to concede the 12th to FUT, and they respond here. I mean, the timings here.
Chris, Kiwi almost checked that. Kiwi almost checked on Sire Player. That round would have been completely
Another
different.
half a second.
Yeah. God.
Barely anything separating these two teams, Lauren.
But can they string around together, right? Can they go consecutive on this one? And the captain may be toying with the timing a little because he's been punished on this one.
Yep.
Slows down a bit, and they burst behind it, so right choice.
A big info, actually. Delaying the knife this time around will reward Cracks here. FUT in general as well in terms of the information game.
They're in the space. 3 players in attendance though, and Ada Captain's got his ult.
We're about to walk into a blender of
Yep.
utility. Fragment's still here, Molly's still here. Kiwi's
Oh,
found
again.
Zeta once again.
He's had his number the whole time, and Moj is actually adding insult to injury by taking further space away.
If you see
can't
Munchkin,
fall
I
back.
was going to say, if you see Munchkin drift any deeper or has to commit towards site, if T1 suffer another casualty, the utility will drop on the flank.
Trying to play behind the timing of the knife, not finding anyone. T1 still walking in to a 3v3 on the side. Sire player, head first, flashed up, trying to stay alive, but you spoke about a blender, there it is! Two of them falling back to back, leaving Carpe and Munchkin in such an uphill battle, but they take the first step, the second!
No way!
Carpe out of his mind with 20 seconds though. Look how close, oh, Carpe! He's refusing to lose, holding on so desperately. They found out a captain. He's taken one. Carpe is doing everything. One more to find. He needs an ace or it's nothing. Plant goes in. But Moj moves closer. Oh, Carpe!
Can you believe it?
What a time to come alive for T1.
That is one of the most outrageous aces I've ever seen.
In a round like that.
The
a round
setup,
like that. Come on.
The setup was perfect from FUT. They had everything to stop this.
3 players on the side. They had it all. The odds coming in. This is ridiculous. Come on.
Nah.
Oh.
And the confidence play. Swap out to the Bulldog at the end.
Hold on, brawl, Kiwi. He doesn't know how to lose on this side of the map, though. This guy has been a rock for this side. He's gotten the pick almost every single time. This time he finds Ban, though. Removes a little bit of that flexibility late. And look at the backfill of space, pushing up towards A. They are trying to take this map. FUT are not going down without a fight. And look at the buy. It's not a pretty buy. They can still outdo him. They can still outgun him. This time, Sire player up to the challenge. And Fallen's running. Has to get out of there. Lost all that space, and they fought their way back.
Munchkin might even catch Cracks here in rotation. Problem being, you don't want Cracks to get his hands on that rifle. Munchkin has to win this.
Oh, God. Munchkin turns. Spidey senses are tingling. Cracks is so close by. Oh, Cracks! Of course you hit that. That's so unreasonable. And now they're sprinting towards that B site. You've still got Kiwi with the knives. You still have that Sheriff in Cracks' hand. A flash, a knife. He's got the fragment. And they've got a lockdown as well. 30 seconds now, they want that plant. They can be forced to fight or forced to fall away, but this plant isn't for it. This is going to be a brutal choice. Can they stall out enough? He's on it. Dragged away initially. Oh, Sire player taking Kiwi out of the sky. Spamming, high flash, moving forward. Carpe spots one, Cracks responds. It's all on Cracks now in a 1v2. The pit's going to drop and he has to find them both. So close.
This has descended into madness, Lauren. 11-11, and I didn't think we were going here.
No way.
The crowd finally coming online.
T1's giving him something to cheer about.
Yeah.
These last couple of rounds have been wild. Asked if they could do consecutive rounds, and they have 3 back-to-back. But it's
At the 11th hour as well.
Oh, it'll be 12 for one of them in a second, though. Still a full purchase coming in here for FUT.
Yeah, but the concern being,
the one after,
they are flat out broke behind this. And now T1 have got themselves into a position where they have a purchase behind this. Worst case scenario. I mean, with the way they're playing, that's not even a factor.
No.
In the train of thought. Bladestorm in hand for Sire. 2 away from the Seekers. Ban 1 away from the Reckoning as well. On the other side of things, FUT. 2 off the null command. Viper's Pit in hand for Moj. I don't know if I can take another one of those.
I'm still yet to stand back up. Okay. Where are they going? What are they doing?
Oh God, if one of these rounds Zeta just finds Kiwi,
Yep.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, no, I see it too.
We've willed it into existence almost, because Kiwi has been dominating.
Okay, 3 confirmed off the knife, investing the Viper's Pit towards Art. FUT want to take space on this map. It removes options from T1. Did T1 continue on this path? They only have Ada Captain to deal with currently on that A site. Ult for Ban. We know that they mostly have been investing that towards B. They continue along that pathing.
Trading out here, actually. He did just catch off screen. Zeta repositioning his poison orb, I believe.
T1 tense. You still have 2 players that very deep towards the A side as well. I don't know what they're trying to toy with here. The audio cues, I don't know what, but it's a double pump back towards A.
Right, FUT are still in the same formation they were at the start of the round.
Yeah. So this, as it stands, Wolf fall to Ada Captain. Still has kit, still has a smoke, Molly.
Now that catching Zeta is a huge indication, actually.
And that's that Molly's timing is actually pretty rough.
It's so short, though.
Yeah, they've got space. And Side Player has a kill, but the response has come in. And FUT have found 3. Ban and Munchkin, leaving it so late, desperate for a plant. This would need another heroic clutch to come out. A 2v4. All ready for Cracks. Ban! He's found him! He's taken out Cracks of all the players. And now Kiwi falling and Ada Captain having to try and handle it. Stacking up on shore.
They're stacked up, though.
Is this enough to find 3? Ada Captain may be the first to take a step out here. He's going to find the firing squad. Down to 17 HP. Smoke, tag. They've got it. A tap on the spike. They have to respond, or do they leave it alone? They have to swing, and they fall. FUT dragging themselves to 12. Still could close in regulation, or it's OT.
I'm still worried about the money, though. 3-4 here for FUT. Modge only brings 3K into this. Pit invested already.
Yeah.
So you can't ride a judge through or anything like that. We're going to drop across. Is it Atta that's going to bite the bullet? Bladestorm still here for Sire.
Yep.
Carpe on the brink. Munchkin, a possibility, sure.
Don't worry, I'll keep them quiet.
That timing from T1 felt almost hesitant. I don't know if I like them running it that late, not
Like I
taking
said,
space.
catching Zeta on the knife there is such crucial information. Because of that head-to-head, time and time again on B long. And FUT read it perfectly.
Yeah.
Speaking of reading perfect.
Timing. Oh, Cracks predicted it and sends him away. Not investing all of those knives. Still has a rifle to fall back to if he needs it. Start working towards that A site again. Ready.
Seekers in play now. Zeta try and drift forward once again. I mean, this just gives me such anxiety.
Zeta this time going a little less checked. Has
Are they
players
just
on the way.
coming? They're coming across here to just pop off the Seekers.
Maybe. But Kiwi's the one here. Kiwi is the one here. He's seen something. He's calling it now. 4 players. His side of the map. Seeker's going to come through. He wants to find a shot. He's looking for it. Had to opt for the Seeker in the end. But he's still got a friend with him. He's still got a buddy with him. But look at Sire Player. He's so close by. Mosh took down Carpe. Sire Player right there. Zeta clears out Kiwi and they take the site.
It's 20 seconds.
They need to get that plant down. Going for it now.
Oh, Munchkin, how is he in spawn?
Get out of this. Munchkin can be the one to change all of this. That's 1. A second, he's got it. Surely OT. Surely it's there. Marge, the last one. He's fallen. It's OT as T1. Keep hope alive.
Switching sides.
We talked about him having some heroic rounds earlier. Silently slipping into spawn.
Look at that.
What a ridiculous half of Valorant.
It's certainly heated up, hasn't it?
This is for T1 to force map 3. roles reversed here in round 25, our first go of overtime.
I got yous, okay?
T1 defending, FUT on the attack. And remember, there was that gap in middle, but look at the proactive approach through Art. There's 3 players walking up. Side player so close to this. Moj could be on the line, but he's delivered. He's taken down one, but do they commit? They do. They keep committing behind it, and Kiwi turns it. Back and forth we go. Zeta evening the board at least down to a 3v3, but look at the damage.
Look at Mr. Fallen. Look at the space he's found on the back of this.
Site looks
he has
open.
total control of A site right now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Gonna be able to set up very comfortably here. Ata's actually gonna get one away from the orbital strike here with the plant. Has invested the molly though. A little bit of paranoia towards that smoke and flowers.
Yeah.
But any situation where Ata Captain gets a kill here,
GG.
It's wraps.
Yeah, that round will be done. Let's see. Ban still stands. The one who can truly be a difference maker. Held back for now. Oh, the lineup fallen. Punishing both of them. Playing ahead of the wall. They could have waited a second or two.
And Ban tanked a little bit. The Nano Swarm is down to 25 now.
Oh man, and this guy's good, but this might be a little too far. And it is Kiwi. Drags it through for the first round of OT to FUT's favor. And those two playing through by Pit will be kicking themselves.
T1 will have a chance. Take a breather here. A pump of the brakes. They are staring down the barrel right now, Lauren.
It's sudden death for them now.
There is a coach there somewhere.
13-12. Timeout for T1. Obviously an opportunity as well for FUT's coach to have a chat too.
Absolutely, yeah.
So both of them can check back in after what was such an arduous end to the game, and now the OT.
We didn't see much in terms of versatility from T1 on the attacking side. Well, no, this one was a real comeback. We had one.
Yeah. 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
But I come back to that same thing. I said, do we finally get a round where Zeta shuts Kiwi down on B-Long on an attacking
Do you
round
bank on that,
for
though?
T1? I mean,
if you're playing the odds, you don't bank on that factor, do you? Kiwi has, I'm pretty sure all of Kiwi's kills are just on Zeta, who's still surprisingly on 17 for himself. So it's kind of wild that it's still tipping that
I'm
way.
surprised Kiwi's down there as low as he. I mean, Mr. Fallen, rightfully so. He has had some ridiculous rounds.
Yep. Okay, T1. Sudden death, essentially, for you. Map 1 went FUT's favor comfortably in the end. Got a little close, yes, but they tipped over the scales after that run in the second half. This time around, much more contested between the two. But T1, now or never, boys. And they summon the courage now.
Looking to immediately split here. Zeta grouped up for the first time we've seen it. Can split through from R. FUT just backing away. You get confirmation on the other side of things. Fragment will go through. Side player is slipping all the way through. This is a great clearance by T1. There's not a lot of chip damage done by the utility.
But remember that re-aggress from FUT. That was the devastating part. But this time, no, the plant doesn't go down. I thought they had it this time around. And again, that stall. The FUT did so well on this half. Gets reintroduced to this in OT, and now there's a problem. T1 getting stalled out just a little. They need a pick, and they don't get it. And Fallen is coming online with 3, leaving it all down to Carpe. And this man went big before, but this is a lot to ask of anyone. He's fallen. And FUT, the first Turkish team to make it this far in these tournaments. But my God, T1 pushed them the whole distance.
What a stark contrast as well to the start of Bind, where FUT come flying out of the gates. I do feel like finally we've seen just a taste Team to the plate for sure, but FUT looking pretty good today.
They certainly did. More of a contest than last time, though. Again, this is that rematch, or it was that rematch. But this time around, I've got to say, FUT, I think elevating a little in certain areas. Loving what I'm seeing. Again, T1, I've got to say, individually, looking scary, though. I mean, Carpe, that ace was just out of this world.
Yeah, outrageous. And the one thing that is a real positive, I mean, thinking back to the regional competitions where FUT really started playing around with the Gecko compositions and some of these very util heavy, which kind of goes against the grain in terms of what we expect. You almost expect to see the double duelist coming out, a jet raise and just a breach and a run it down. So really happy with some of the things we actually saw from FUT today across the board.
It's just, I don't know what version of FUT
coming out.
Understand a word you say. I'm so confused, just leave me confused. How can we connect this way?
Always one of the depth of some of these Turkish teams, and until we have the validation of, you know, of a deep run of an upset story, I don't think we'll ever really be able to answer that. But certainly today, I mean, again, Mr. Fallen, what a performance from him on the second map. Kiwi as well. Cracks, I mean, some of the real heavy hitters for FUT stepping up when they needed it the most. When arguably, like I said, this one should have felt start of bind. This should have felt like a walk in the park, considering.
Yeah, it certainly was a different beast altogether by the end of especially this map that we were watching dragged into OT.
Well, was just madness.
You don't see that sort of stuff very often. I mean, if you're going to talk about it from Carpe's perspective as well, individuals on FUT alone are some of the sharpest there are. That Turkish aim is no joke.
Sure, and they love to swing.
Oh, they'll give you a fight. They'll give you a fight any day of the week. But if I'm not mistaken, we do indeed have an interview ready, so let's head down there now.
This time around, I am joined by Kiwi. After those two maps, they got very close, but you take the lead. And you are making history for FUT, as it is the first time that you guys make it into playoffs. This was a rematch as well against T1. So my first question for you is, how was it feeling for T1? Was it just that confidence that you were going to be able to take them down once again?
Öncelikle tebrik ediyorum. FUT adına gerçekten tarih yazdınız. Rövanşla ilgili bir soru soracağım. T1'a karşı daha önceden de oynamıştınız. Şimdi bir rövanş maçına çıktınız. Rövanş maçına çıkarken kendinize güveniyor muydunuz? Nasıl hissediyordunuz? Bu maça çıkarkenki düşünceniz neydi?
Maçı yendiğimiz için üzerimizde zaten bir hype vardı. Üstünde kuracağımızı biliyorduk. İlk haritada kurduk ama bazı şeyleri yapamadığımız için comeback yedik ama kazanmasını bildik. Diğer haritada da aynı şekilde yine aynı şey comeback yedik ama yine düzelttik, fixledik hızlı bir şekilde. Rakibi yeneceğimizi biliyorduk.
We were already hyped having won against them in our previous match. We knew we would come out on top. In the first map, we had quite a lead, but we couldn't do some of the things we wanted to do, so we gave them the opportunity to come back, but we managed to close it out. The same thing happened on the second map as well, but we knew we would come out on top, and that's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. Also, thinking back about that run that you guys had in Masters Tokyo, what are some of the main things that you worked on since then and since you got eliminated to make sure that this was going to be a deeper run as you make it to playoffs?
Tokyo'dan döndükten sonra ne gibi hazırlıklar yaptınız ki burada böyle başarı elde edebildiniz ve en azından burada daha ileriye gidebilmek için Tokyo dönüşü neleri değiştirdiniz?
Disiplin ve uzun bir çalışma sürecimiz oldu. Bunların ikisini birleştirip güzel bir çalışmayla buraya hazırlandık. Şu anlık gayet güzel gidiyor. AG'ye kötü kaybettik ama bunun geri dönüşü olacak her zamanki gibi. Ne zaman döndüğümüzü biliyorsunuz zaten. Biz şu an her şey için hazırız. Şu an tek isteğim AG ile tekrardan karşılaşmak. Başka bir şey istemiyorum. Bu turnuvadan şu anda tek beklentim AG ile tekrar oynamak.
Super. Well, the two main things are first discipline and a long training session. After we returned from Tokyo, those were the two things that we harnessed and worked most on. And the goal I have for this tournament is to make a deeper run and definitely face EG. The only thing I want is to face EG again and beat them. Come out on top against them.
That's going to be interesting if it ends up taking place. But so that connecting a little bit into you wanting to face EG and what is going to happen in playoffs, how are you feeling right now with the form of the team? Do you think this is a team that's going to take it one step at a time, make sure that you make it to the finals in that kind of scenario, or is it going to be you're ready to go in and give it your all?
Şu anda takımın durumuyla ilgili neler hissediyorsun? Yapısıyla ilgili neler hissediyorsun? Yani böyle tek tek adım adım ilerleyip mi finale gideceksiniz yoksa her şeye hazırız mı diyorsun?
Şu an her şey hazır olduğu için adım adım gitmemiz lazım. Adım adım gitmeye devam edeceğiz. Şu an biraz taktik açısından sıkıntımız yok ama bazı durumlarda oyun içindeyken gerçekleştiremediğimiz ani kararlarda hata yapıyoruz. Bunu düzeltmemiz lazım sadece. Bunu düzeltirsek gayet güzel bir turnuva geçireceğiz.
I think we need to take it one step at a time. I mean, we are strong and we are ready for everything. In terms of tactically, I mean, we don't have anything, we don't lack anything. But in terms of execution, sometimes we think of some stuff, but we cannot execute them during the maps. If we get clear on those things, I think we can make a better run. We're ready.
We cannot wait to see more of you, Kiwi, and more of FUT. Once again, give it up for Kiwi after that win. As we send it back to you guys. Thanks so much, guys.
Oh, what a moment this is for FUT, for Turkish Valorant, and for these players. Let's not forget, last year in 2022, they had 0 chances of even making it a chance because they were playing Tier 2 Valorant. They were grinding through VRLs. They weren't playing main VCT at all. And then this year, they don't just make it a chance, but they make it to playoffs. I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, and also to add, Maj has been the only player on the roster from the beginning, and he is the one that finally gets to take them into playoffs at an international event. In general, having a great showing at an international event must mean so much to these players after grinding year after year after year. And they finally got their opportunity today, and they seized the moment. Great play out of all the players, and congratulations to FUT one more time. Phenomenal game out of them. Really.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal, I like that one.
It was indeed. The journey as well for these players. Like you're mentioning, playing in Tier 2 in the VRLs, it's still mostly the same roster who won VRL, who made it into the EMEA leagues and then went on this massive run. They've been working so long for this as a team. And for Turkey as well, to finally have a team into the playoffs of a global event is such a massive moment. It was close with SMB almost 2 years ago now, but finally Turkey has another team, another opportunity to get representation deep into a global event.
Yeah, I believe that we called the SMB team the Turkish super team back then, but I think FUT, they have completely surpassed
this one
that.
Is it.
If they get Alpha Year.
Yes, I mean, who knows? We might even get 4 Turkish teams in a grand final lifting a trophy. We've never seen it before. I don't want to look too ahead because that would be absolutely crazy. But however, we have had to say goodbye to T1. Again, Mimi, one of the teams that improved so much this year. Even making it here, I think, is a really, really big achievement for them.
Yeah, you talk about improvement, you talk about really improving throughout a year. T1 was exactly that. You compare the T1 who played today to the one who played at Lock-in, and it really is a world of difference for this squad. They made leaps in bounds, getting better, making it all the way to 3rd place in Pacific. But at these global events, unfortunately, they were just riddled with these close games, with mistakes in these tight matches that ended up with really tight games slipping away from them. Still, this is a team who is finally competitive again. It's been a long time since Korea. I mean, there really never were 2 Korean teams who could compete at a top level globally. And that is here now in T1. And I am hopeful for the future of this team. I mean, just look at Carpe as an individual, from really not looking kind of clueless at times in his first debuts on this roster to now acing out on the stage, keeping his team alive. Like, that journey is incredible for T1, even if it ends here for 2023.
Yeah, and to add, I, like you were saying, I think if you're T1, you got to keep your head high because you did come into VCT 2023 with a new roster. You guys haven't played with each other before, and Carpe coming from another game as well, transitioning into Valorant. There's a lot. You were fighting an uphill battle, but like we're talking about, you guys made leaps and strides to improve, and you came so close to making the playoffs. But the future's looking bright for T1, especially if they can keep the roster, grind out through this offseason, kind of fix those little mistakes that were costing them in these matches. I think they'll be a great team in 2024.
Oh yeah, what an IGL Zeta is as well. I don't think many people expected him, of all people, to be the breakout IGL here. With that said, day 7 of Champions is coming to a close, so let's take a look at our current bracket. I think the interesting thing here is, with Na'Vi getting eliminated, every single LCQ team, with the exception of Giants, are gone, Mimi. They're the last one standing. They could beat EDG tomorrow and be the only LCQ team to make it to playoffs.
I think that match is going to be so good. The first game between EDG and Giants was so much closer than I expected. And Giants' form this event has honestly been really strong. And on the other hand, EDG so close to beating Paper Rex. This team has continued to level up from making a miracle run happen at Tokyo to now, I think, being a favorite to make it out of the groups. But I expect them to be tested tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Giants versus EDG going into the rematch, we hear a lot of smack talk from the players too, right? So it's going to be a very exciting match to watch. Make sure you stay tuned for that one because I'm looking on Twitter, I see people yapping at each other and even on the stage here after they were winning. So that's going to be a insane rematch to watch. I think with Kong like popping off and playing phenomenally out of his mind, he might be able to take their team home into playoff, but we'll see, right?
And talk of trash talk, the second game tomorrow, NRG BLG, another insane rematch is going to be wild. We're going to have to learn, will Artis remember the duelist of BLG's name this time? He's going to have to if they play him again, if they lose again. That was the upset of the tournament already, so I'm sure NRG has a massive chip on their shoulder to come back and win it tomorrow. But for BLG, they know that they've done it before.
Well, as you guys heard now, we have 2 more games left here in the group stage. EDG versus Giants and NRG versus Bilibili. It was another incredible day of Champions, but it has come to a close. There's one more thing, though, to do. Check out these Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Just one best of 3 is standing in the way of playoffs, but there could only be one. For the other, between Loud and Na'Vi, it's going to be absolute heartbreaks by the end of today. I feel like this could be one of the most important games in all of these players' lives.
The spike planted, you see if there's any utility that's going to dump up on top of it. Zipan's going to get cleaned up. Kalantine gets both. How do Na'Vi find a way out from this? As it seems like Angel's going to be the late lurk, but Les is ready for it.
Maybe off the stun, maybe off a kill.
Yeah, Angel with 4. Zipan gets the last. Nightfall dropped. It's going to hit what? 1, 2? 2 members of Loud already down. Na'Vi, oh my gosh, they just got obliterated. Na'Vi somehow maintain control and take map 1. The rest of Loud towards A. Aspas is already out on site. He's going to have to turn that flash. They know where he is. Zipan cleans him up, and it's once again a slaughter. Les is going to do it on his own, isn't he? Meanwhile, Aspas joining in on it. Les with 2 on the round, the third around the wall. And yet again, Na'Vi crumbles.
I'm looking for the timing of these no commands and the lockdown. Sadak up close. He might have just ended the round right here without using anything. Look at him go.
Sadak with 4. We turn attention to Bind. But Angel pushing forward. Walking into his death as Les snaps onto 3, and the Loud crowd goes nuts. Na'Vi have gotten 2, but the hard work still left to do. 2-E's with 3! Onus on Loud to reestablish control. The nade to provide some cover, and they double swing into it. Aspas saves it. The best target they possibly could, and CNET scaling forward. He's taken over the site, he's taken over the round.
Nice, guys, insane, good entry.
He ulted into the smoke.
With the judge, Les still trying to hold him back as Les gets 2. Xiao left alone as Les gets 3. The lead again for Loud. We've had the thrill in Manila, the rumble in the jungle, the slugfest in the shrine goes the way of Loud.
rematch where FUT came out on top last time, but there's no point dwelling on what happened there. As T1, they reinvented themselves since, they look great. What matters is what happens today. Elimination and playoffs is still on the line.
Looking for the follow-up, don't get it, Fallen's there, finds side player, but Kiwi's gonna go back for more Munchkin now! No! How does this keep happening to them? FUT falling a little flat here, they're gonna have to burst on this one. Munchkin is blind, but he's still so damn good! Big pickup from Munchkin, spots a third, but he's got support here.
Let's go, guys! Let's go! Let's go!
Another chance for FUT. But it's still a 3v3, rifle in the hands of Mosh. Wait, Sire player, can you save him? No, and it is so close yet so far. 13-10, the final result on map 1. But T1 almost had him. They start to flood the site. Can Mosh stay alive? He absolutely can. With the support of his friends. Look at this. It's a complete feed filled with just FUT names. Not so easily left to hand. Mosh almost making a mistake. Oh, Carpe! Tries to stand, tries to fight, and he succeeds. Takes down Sire player, finds a new angle, finds another. Oh, he keeps going! Carpe and Munchkin in such an uphill battle with 20 seconds though. But Moj moves closer. Oh, Carpe!
Can you believe it?
What a time to come alive for T1! Oh, the lineup fallen. Oh man, and this guy's good, but this might be a little too far. And FUT, the first Turkish team to make it this far in these tournaments, but my God, T1 pushed them the whole distance.
We arrive at an ending. Now I fear that I sound condescending. I know you hurt, but you know that I'm mending. We can step at home if you want to. I hear this beat down deep inside. Don't wait to feel, don't wait to try. So what's with the hold up? If you come back to show up. So what's with the hold up? If you come better move. Since she went away, she's gone through changes, but I've stayed the same. And she knows that my heart was in the right place.